Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Riels, you must apologize to Kenna. I know there are conflicts between you, but you shouldn't trick him into picking up soap for Cant. You know Cant. Oh, for God's sake, Riels, can you listen to me? In the Batia Street orphanage, Mrs. Aina looked at Riels helplessly. Riels is only 10 years old with red lips and white teeth. She is the kind of young lady that rich women like. Of course, some men also like it very much. After all, this is a corrupt country. Mrs. Aina, don't worry, I will definitely apologize to Kenna properly. Riel raised his head with a harmless smile on his face. Anyone who looks at it will feel that he really wants to apologize. But Mrs. Aina, who is familiar with him, knows that this boy is a demon king. Especially in the past 2 years, it has become an obvious representative of not having a house for 3 days. What fooled other children into practicing millennium killing caused many children to awaken their incredible hobbies. Using fireworks that came from nowhere to blow up the toilet, oh, that scene, she still has fresh memories. That was definitely the darkest day in her life, bar none. Mrs. Aina shook her head helplessly. I hope so. It's getting late, you should go to bed early. I don't want to hear who else you put a sack on tomorrow. After admonishing her, Mrs. Aina turned and left, not forgetting to close the door when she went out. Mrs. Aina has no choice but to +1. The sudden mechanical sound did not alarm Riels. Instead, he sat down on the wooden bed very calmly. System, how much emotion do I have? The host's current emotional value. 1,003 points. Looking at the 4 digits on the light screen in front of him, Riels let out a sigh of relief. It's not in vain that I've been wreaking havoc this year. I finally have enough 1,000 points, and the system will redeem it for me for occlumency. Occlumency redemption is successful, consuming 1,000 emotional points. Occlumency. The counterspell of legilimency, which can prevent some non-coercive means of memory reading. Riel squinted his eyes, feeling the coolness in his brain. This taste is like eating ice cream with iced drinks in the dog days of summer. It's so comfortable. With occlumency, the fact that I am a time traveler can be concealed. In 2 years, the wizard's bloodline was exchanged in the first year, and the occlumency technique was exchanged in the second year. It can be considered as fully prepared. It takes 10 years to be reborn into this world and 2 years to awaken the emotional value system. In the past 2 years, he has probably mastered the system's functions. The emotional value system is simple and easy to hack. You only need to make others feel emotional towards you to gain emotional value. Emotions can be anger, jealousy, pity, happiness, excitement, etc. A series of emotions. The higher the status and strength of the person who generates the emotion, the higher the emotion value produced. The emotional value produced by ordinary people when they are extremely angry is only 2 points. But some people with higher status can generate 2 points or even more emotional points when they are angry. It's just that these people are ordinary people after all, unless there are enough people. Otherwise, if he wanted to exchange for a magic spell worth 100,000 yuan, it would take years of monkeys and horses and moons. Riel suddenly jumped off the wooden bed, squatted down and looked under the bed. One person and one mouse look at each other, and the little fat mouse is full of human confusion. The cookie in his hand fell to the ground unconsciously. Shushu, I've been discovered. Riel stretched out a hand and said coldly. Avada Kedavra. The little fat mouse closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. And then, no more, it opened its eyes again and Riels was already back in bed. He was still muttering to himself, animals really can't produce emotions. This rat is not a wizard who knows animagus. This rat is really fat and the like. The little fat mouse in front didn't understand it very well, but it understood the sentence fat at the end. What happened to me being fat? Eat your rice. Oh, I've eaten it, then it's okay. The little fat mouse angrily picked up the bare biscuits and started showing off like he was venting his anger. Riels rubbed his chin. Based on my age and time, the admission notice to Hogwarts should be delivered by the round-faced fat chicken express. That's right, the admission letter to Hogwarts. The world he traveled through was none other than the magical world with the most failed villain. Well, he wanted to rule the world, but he couldn't even defeat a school and was killed. Really the most failed villain. I hope the fat guys with round faces don't be lazy on the road, otherwise I will not only give them bad reviews but also prepare a crucible for them. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten chicken stewed with mushrooms for a long time. I just don't know what a round-faced fat chicken tastes like when stewed. Riels clicked his lips a few times, as if he was reminiscing about something. Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, Riels closed his eyes and fell asleep without feeling satisfied. At this time, a fat chicken with a round face was flapping its wings under the moonlight. She held a letter tightly with her two paws and was doing her job of delivering it conscientiously. She was so ignorant that she didn't realize that she had just almost received a bad review from a customer. The client even attacked her personally. The sun rises early in the morning. After sending away another couple who wanted to adopt Riels but ended up having an accident in the toilet, Mrs. Aina was very angry and locked Riels in the room. I asked you to behave, not to show your mischief. This is not funny at all. I think you should reflect on your behavior. You should think about it in the room before lunch. Bang tilde, before she finished speaking, Mrs. Aina slammed the door angrily and left. Mrs. Aina is angry, and her emotional value increases by 1. Riels curled his lips. One more thing. It seems that we really need to go to Hogwarts quickly, otherwise it will be bad to P****s Mrs. Aina to death. Boom tilde boom. The sound of tapping on the glass made Riels turn his head in confusion. He saw a fat chicken with a round face about half a meter tall standing outside the window, holding a letter in his mouth and looking at him cutely. Riels stepped forward, first looked at the fat chicken with a round face and then took the letter with some regret. So thin, I'm afraid there are only feathers and bones. I can only drink 2 mouthfuls of soup from a pot of stew. It's such a pity. I thought I could have a full meal. The fat chicken with a round face tilted his head and looked at the disappointed Riels in confusion. It didn't know that it had just escaped death, the god of cooking. Riels ignored the fat chicken with a round face and looked at the letter with the school badge in his hand. It is a unique school emblem composed of a lion, an eagle, a snake, and a badger. Is this an invitation letter for admission to Hogwarts? I didn't expect that one day I would actually receive this. Although he has lived 2 lives, Riels is still a little excited at the moment. Who hasn't longed to receive an invitation letter from a fat chicken with a round face? Riels calmed down and opened the letter to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Federation of Magic, First-Class Magician of the Order of Merlin, President of the Wizards Association. We are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Attached is a list of required books and equipment. School starts on September 1st. In view of your situation, we will send a professor to answer your questions and arrive no later than 12 noon today. Riels folded the letter, rubbed his chin and thought, who could be here? Dumbledore the Old Bee, Professor McGonagall the elderly cat lady, or Snape the wind-walking old bat. Thoughts were fruitless. Riels chose not to think about it. Anyway, there are still a few hours until the time agreed on in the letter. By then the answer will be revealed by itself, so why bother trying to guess? Boom tilde boom. Riels, there is a lady outside who wants to see you. The knock on the door was accompanied by Lady Aina's voice. Riels put away the letter and responded, here it comes. Now that he had guessed who the person was, the answer to the previous question also came out. The alley outside the Batia Street orphanage. Professor McGonagall, who was wearing dark green wizard robes, looked at the thin Riels with some distress. Mr. Riels Thomas, my name is Minerva McGonagall, and I am one of the professors at Hogwarts House. I know you have a lot of doubts in your mind. Don't worry, I will answer them for you. Now we have to go to Diagon Alley to buy some school supplies for you. The older cat girl, bent over and spoke in an extremely gentle tone. She felt very sorry for this little wizard who came from an orphanage. You could be bullied in a place like this, let alone a little wizard. It's not uncommon to be ostracized as a monster. Professor McGonagall pity +5. Riels raised his head in surprise, contributing so many points at once. This older cat girl is simply a mobile treasure trove of emotional values. You don't have to be surprised. You will get used to it in the future. You belong here to begin with, and you are just going back to where you belong. Let's go, we have to go to Diagon Alley to buy things quickly. Otherwise, we may not have enough time. Professor McGonagall took in Riels' surprise. But she attributed all of this to his normal reaction to being exposed to new things. Little did he know, Riels was already thinking about buying some catnip and taking a bath. This is simply a golden mountain waiting for him to dig. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I don't have any money, so I may not be able to buy those things. Riels did not lie. He was born an orphan and indeed had no money. In my previous life, I read novels about those who started their own business at a young age and owned hundreds of billions of assets. This is pure nonsense. Is it possible to still want to control the direction of the economy at an age when I can't even control my pee? Hogwarts will provide subsidies for special students, so you don't need to worry about money. Okay, it's really time for us to go. Professor McGonagall warned seriously. It may feel uncomfortable later, so remember not to let go of my hand. Riels nodded in understanding and disapparated numbness. He couldn't but still knew how to remove it. He was now curious as to whether this thing was really that exciting. Can people who have tried it once never want to try it a second time? Professor McGonagall grabbed Riel's little hand and waved the wand gently. Disapparate. The next moment, a tall figure and a short figure disappeared into the alley. Ugh tilde. In a small alley in London, Riels was holding onto the wall and couldn't stop retching. Professor McGonagall patted his thin back gently. This is how it looks like when you use apparition for the first time. You should wait until you use it a few more times and get used to it. This thing is still very convenient, at least much more convenient than flu powder. Just try a few more times. Riel's mouth twitched a few times. He was afraid he would die if he tried it. Disapparation is indeed one of the most hated spells, and it certainly deserves its name. The feeling it gave him was that there was a magical force that rounded and flattened his body, and then threw it into a drum washing machine with the power turned on to the maximum. Just give it a try, and you won't make a sound once you try it. He is now thinking about whether to tame a giant dragon as a mount in the future. Men, it's normal to have a dream of being a dragon knight. Okay, I think you can't wait to see the real wizarding world. Seeing Riels gradually recovering, Professor McGonagall took him to the bar not far away. Looking at the dilapidated bar not far away that was ignored by passersby, Riels couldn't help but feel a little excited. Hogwarts, wizards, magic, Diagon Alley, fantastic beasts. These things that only exist in fantasy will soon appear in front of him. The leaky cauldron. Professor McGonagall led Riels in, and the noisy bar instantly became quiet. After seeing the person coming, they turned around and continued discussing with some disappointment. Old Tom waved enthusiastically. Professor McGonagall, would you like a glass of butterbeer? Professor McGonagall smiled politely and pointed at Riel, whose face was still a little pale. I'm afraid not today. I have to take Mr. Thomas to buy school supplies. You know, this is always something people look forward to. Old Tom stuck his head out and smiled kindly at Riels. Hey, little wizard, welcome back to this place that belongs to you. Time flies so fast. I didn't expect another batch of freshmen to enroll. Hannah happens to be enrolling in Hogwarts this year. I hope you get along well. Hannah Abbott, one of the legends of Hogwarts. The tough Hannah, the protagonist of Flowing Water. Riel smiled. Uncle, don't worry, I will become good friends with Miss Hannah. Old Tom is happy +2, Professor McGonagall is satisfied +3. Another 5 points of emotion points were recorded, and Riels felt extremely comfortable all over. Even the air smelling of alcohol felt a lot sweeter to him. This wizarding world is indeed a treasure, and anyone who comes here can contribute several points of emotional value. A being like Dumbledore couldn't come to 180 points at a time. As for how to make the old bee have mood swings, cough, Professor Dumbledore, I heard that you and Grindelwald were once good friends. I don't know if it's true or false. Saying this, if 1,000 emotion points were missing, he would suspect that the system had embezzled it, and he wouldn't even suspect that Dumbledore didn't have enough emotion. Well, I think you guys can definitely become good friends. Remember to come to the store to drink beer when you have time, of course after you become an adult. But I also have milk and juice here, so you can try it as long as you are not drunk. Old Tom's humorous jokes made the bar burst into laughter. Riels raised his eyebrows. Drunk breasts ... It depends on how big he is. He has a good amount of breast milk. It's getting late. Let's go shopping in Diagon Alley first. See you next time. After saying that, Professor McGonagall led Riels towards the corridor deep in the bar. The people in the bar returned to their previous noisy state after the two left. Soon the two came to a blind corner, surrounded by red brick walls on 3 sides and with only a trash can on the ground. Count 3 pieces up from the trash can, then 2 pieces across the way and tap a few times with the wand. Professor McGonagall said, while holding the wand to demonstrate to Riels. I saw the wand touching a red brick a few times, and the entire red brick wall began to tremble. The red bricks shrank to both sides in an orderly manner, and soon a hole was revealed for 2 people to pass through side by side. Professor McGonagall warned, Mr. Thomas, please remember my actions. You must do the same whether you enter or come out of Diagon Alley in the future. Riels nodded absently and looked at the trash can in the corner with some evil intentions. If the trash can is moved to another location, will someone not be able to find it? Seemingly sensing what Riels was thinking, Professor McGonagall said with a smile, that trash can has been enchanted. I don't think you'd want to try that spell, Mr. Thomas. Threat, this is a naked threat. Riels chirped a few times and responded with wandering eyes. Of course, Professor McGonagall, I'm not very curious. You know I'm very obedient and well-behaved. Professor McGonagall heard this and nodded with a half-smile. That's good. I'm just a friendly reminder that the last child who gave birth to a bad idea was given a serious demerit. It also appeared in the Daily Prophet. Well, it is a very famous newspaper in the wizarding world. You will come into contact with it frequently in the future. Let's go, Mr. Thomas. We have to get you the college's subsidy first. Professor McGonagall is funny +7. Another 7 emotion points were obtained, but Riels was not happy. He is really thinking now whether catnip is useful to older cat ladies. After being threatened so many times, asking him to move a few times is not too much, right? Just think of it as a little comfort to his young heart. But soon, his attention was attracted by the bustling and strange Diagon Alley. Along the cobbled streets are various shops with strange shapes. Many of the shops have crooked signboards, either because of their style or because they are in disrepair. There were groups of wizards on the lively streets, and from time to time, a few rays of light belonging to flue powder flashed in the dark alleys. Hogwarts has prepared a subsidy of 10 gold galleons for special students. Gold galleons are the currency of the wizarding world. Others include silver sickles and copper nuts. 1 gold galleon can be exchanged for 17 silver sickles, and 1 silver galleon can be exchanged for 493 copper nats. Each store in Diagon Alley provides subsidies to special students, and the prices of items will be very cheap. Of course, Hogwarts will ultimately pay for these. So you only need about 7 gold galleons to purchase admission items. For the rest, you can also buy a companion such as an owl or a toad. Professor McGonagall handed Riels 10 gold galleons taken from Gringotts and gave him basic information about the wizarding world. Riels listened silently and at the same time looked back at Gringotts, which was tilted. He remembered that there seemed to be a fire dragon watching the gate. Well, if you have a chance, you can come and visit and rob. Well, ask for hard-earned money for the poor fire dragon. The fire dragon has been looking at the gate here for so long. What happened to getting some gold galleons as wages? It's reasonable, legal, and compliant. Well, that's what we'll do from now on. Professor McGonagall stopped and said, "Here we are, your first stop in Diagon Alley, Flourish and Blott's bookstore. There are books for all grades here, as well as many books on professional knowledge." Riels raised his head and looked at the bookstore in front of him. Flourish and Blott's bookstore has a large space. It may be the eve of the start of Hogwarts, so the bookstore is packed with people. Professor McGonagall opened the door. "Come on, let's go buy wands after we buy the books." As soon as the two entered the door, they attracted everyone's attention. Because most of the people here are Hogwarts students, they all greet Professor McGonagall politely. Professor McGonagall also responded very kindly and then led Riels to the bookshelf. "Is that the freshman next to Professor McGonagall? He looks so cute. I wonder which house he will be assigned to. It would be great if he comes to Hufflepuff. Such a cute boy must be very brave, and he will definitely be a brave little lion in the future. I think this young man will definitely come to our Ravenclaw." Knowledge is always the most attractive thing. Several girls gathered around, arguing with each other in hushed tones. But they couldn't suppress their noise and soon attracted the attention of everyone in the bookstore. Riels couldn't help but interject, "Why can't it be Slytherin?" To be honest, he never thought he would go to that academy. Gryffindor has the protagonist group, Ravenclaw has the largest collection of books, Hufflepuff can enjoy life, and Slytherin has little snakes to bully. There is no best choice among these 4 colleges, nor is there a bad one. It's good to be able to get into one by chance. Before the quarreling girls could reply, a sound of ridicule sounded not far away. "Slytherin. Show noble Malfoy that it's that filthy mudblood who wants to enter Slytherin." Malfoy's ridicule +5, others' fear +9, regret +3. Malfoy, the white-haired young man who fell in love with Harry Potter. Oh no, without love at best, you can't get what you ask for. He wanted to be friends with Harry Potter, but Harry Potter chose Ronald and rejected him, so he started targeting Harry Potter and Ronald. Abbreviation. Ask for it and get it. Professor McGonagall frowned when he heard the name Mudblood, his face full of displeasure. Mudblood is not a good name. She was about to speak, but before she could say anything, Riels spoke first. "Noble Malfoy." "How noble, how filthy is a filthy mudblood." Riels' words attracted the attention of everyone in the bookstore. They looked at him with surprise in their eyes, as if they didn't expect him to ask such a question. Malfoy and the house elves squeezed out of the crowd, adjusted their sleeves, and looked up at Riels with disdain. Mudbloods are mudbloods, and they don't even know this. The noble Malfoy is one of the 28 pureblood families. At this point, Malfoy raised his head again and looked at people through his nostrils with hatred. Malfoy is proud +7, Professor McGonagall is surprised +8, Others are helpless +6. Riels hesitated to speak. Whether it's noble or not, let's not talk about it. You have vegetable leaves in your teeth. God could see how pitiful he was, and he swore that this was a sincere reminder. After all, Malfoy had already contributed more than a dozen points of emotion points just after he showed up. Everyone looked sideways after hearing this, and sure enough they saw a conspicuous green leaf on Malfoy's tooth. For a moment, everyone's expressions became a little weird, as if they wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Malfoy's eyes turned red with anger and he glared at Riels angrily. What do you know, you dirty mudblood? A mudblood is a mudblood, and if he still wants to enter Slytherin, just dream on him. Malfoy +15 points, others gloating +8, anticipation +6. With another 10 points of emotion points reached, Riels wanted to whistle happily and even looked at Malfoy with a much kinder look. He is worthy of being the white-haired young master who is tit for tat with Harry Potter in the original work. He is simply a tool to increase his mood value. What else is this called, Malfoy? Just change his name to the wealth-giving boy. But that didn't mean he let Malfoy go. He is a bit special. He can hold grudges. Professor McGonagall clenched her wand, her face extremely gloomy. She thought it was necessary for her to discipline Malfoy on behalf of Narcissa and Lucius. Malfoy was so insulting when he was young. If he didn't correct himself, wouldn't he be even more outrageous in the future? Professor McGonagall had a cold face and opened his mouth. Mal. Before she could say anything, she was stopped by Riels. Professor McGonagall looked doubtfully and saw Riels shaking his head at her, and then said to Malfoy, "This self-proclaimed Malfoy, you haven't told me what makes you noble. Is it because you have nothing to offer except blood? Let me help you think about it: talent, glory, character, or words and deeds. Are you gifted enough to know magic spells at a glance and become a powerful wizard as a teenager? Or have you won various honors as a teenager? Or is it that your character is impeccable and you are respected and loved by everyone? Or is it that your words and deeds are consistent with your identity? Being born into a noble family only means that someone in your family has been noble. But does this nobleness belong to you? Is Master Malfoy, who considers himself noble, really noble?" The series of words not only confused Malfoy, but also caused consternation among others. But after being stunned, they couldn't help but fell into thinking. How many items did they have? At the corner of the bookstore, a pretty girl squinted her eyes and looked at Riels with interest. Professor McGonagall looked at Riels in surprise. These are not words that a person who grew up in an orphanage could say, but Riels did say it, which is a bit intriguing. Malfoy's face turned green and red and finally turned extremely gloomy. Veins popped out on his clenched hands and his eyes were bloodshot. He doesn't take advantage of anything Riels said. It's obvious that he is targeting it. A noble Malfoy is a noble Malfoy. Malfoy was furious and revealed the reward: 100 gold galleons. Professor McGonagall is surprised +11, others are surprised +9 and shocked +5. 100 gold galleons. Riels felt the heavy galleons in his pocket, his face kept changing, and he secretly questioned the system in his mind. Why didn't I know that I could still get rewards? What other functions are you hiding from me? When a person's certain emotions reach the extreme, there will be a chance that talents or items will appear. Other functions can be explored by the host yourself. You are vicious. Riels silently made a mental note to the cheating system. He actually had to explore such an important function by himself. Is there such an irresponsible system? He must severely complain about the system's inaction. Before he could criticize the system for a few words, Malfoy's angry roar reached his ears. Dona, teach this mudblood a lesson. Let him know why Malfoy is noble. Yes, little master. Dorna, the house elf in rags, nodded and pointed at Riels, gray-white light condensing between his thin fingers. This turn of events shocked everyone in the bookstore and changed their minds, but Riels was extremely calm and even wanted to laugh. F***KU, Professor McGonagall is still here and there. Even though the older cat girl is older, she is still very strong, right? As he expected, Dona's magic was interrupted by Professor McGonagall waving his wand before it could be cast. Professor McGonagall tightened his wand and said displeasedly, "This matter ends here. Mr. Malfoy, this is Diagon Alley, not your family's manor. I will tell Narcissa what happened today and ask her to discipline you." Malfoy's anger suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. His heart was filled with pain and his heart was soaring. It wasn't until his eyes met Riels that the anger he had just extinguished was reignited. This dirty mudblood insulted the noble Malfoy and even caused him to be reprimanded. It's all this damn mudblood's fault. Malfoy's anger +12, Professor McGonagall's anger +3. With another 10 points of mood points in his account, Riels was in a good mood and felt that the air felt much fresher. However, Riels' good mood did not last long before he was reprimanded by Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Thomas, you seem happy. Don't you think you did something wrong?" Riels lowered his head and admitted his mistake obediently. "Professor McGonagall, I'm sorry that my behavior has caused you trouble." When Professor McGonagall saw this, his heart softened and his anger dissipated. Riels grew up in an orphanage, and since he is a young wizard, he will definitely be ostracized. Maybe it was in this environment that he developed a layer of armor to protect himself. What's more, if what happened just now is really up to par, it's not Riels' fault. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall's tone became much gentler. "It's good if you know you're wrong. Mr. Thomas, after buying the books, we should go buy wands. I think you're looking forward to it, right?" Professor McGonagall has pity +7, Malfoy has jealousy +6. "I think so, Professor McGonagall, I look forward to." Riels glanced back at Malfoy and gave him a friendly smile. "Little by Mal, we won't have much time when we get to Hogwarts. It will definitely drain you to the point where you won't have any emotional value left." Malfoy shuddered, an inexplicable chill rising from the bottom of his heart as if something bad was about to happen. The bad feeling made him leave without looking back, leaving everyone in the bookstore still talking about it. Malfoy is one of the 28 pureblood families. Draco has been taught to uphold the honor of the pureblood family since he was a child, and this is how he developed his current temper. But I believe his nature is not bad. You might become good friends with him in the future. As Professor McGonagall walked, he explained Malfoy's situation to Riels. Riels just listened silently, nodding in response from time to time. "It's so funny, does it have anything to do with whether Xiao Baimao's bad nature has anything to do with him? He only looks at money. And of course this money refers to emotional value. The most important thing is that he likes Lolita, royal sisters, and even married women, but he just doesn't like men. Malfoy should continue to ask for it and not get it, this is his fate." Professor McGonagall continued. "You don't have to worry about Malfoy, it's not your fault. His mother and I are good friends and will explain today's events clearly." Riel said very obediently, "Trouble with Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall is satisfied +6. Wow, another considerable emotional value. Recalling the days when I wanted to blow up the orphanage and only had a dozen or so emotional points, Riels was filled with guilt at this huge contrast. There really is no harm if there is no comparison. His life in the past 2 years was really in vain, orphanage so, love disappears right, Ollivander's wand shop, ding bell tilde. The crisp sound of wind chimes covered up the noise of opening the door, and also alerted Ollivander who was wiping his wand behind the counter. After seeing the person coming, Ollivander put down the wand in his hand. The core of the wand is made of dragon heart string and the body is made of fir wood. It is 9 3/4 inches long. It is suitable for powerful transformation magic. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, long time no see." Professor McGonagall twitched the corner of his mouth a few times and smiled politely. "Mr. Ollivander, long time no see." It was still a familiar word, and it was still a familiar smell. She could hear it several times every year from when she was teaching at Hogwarts to now. She never understood it until she learned that the same thing happened to other professors, and she realized it. The old man said this not for any special reason. He just wanted to attract the admiration of the young wizards. In the words of Muggles it was pretentious. Riels looked at Ollivander strangely. Why did he feel that the old man was showing off? Illusion? Time flies so fast, it's the beginning of another year. Are these the new students entering Hogwarts this year? Little wizard, are you here to buy a wand? I want to tell you, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the wizard who chooses the wand. Ollivander held the measuring stick and approached Riels like a kindly grandfather. But combined with his words, it gave people a threatening sense of déjà vu. "Everything I said is right, you just need to listen quietly or nod in agreement, otherwise the measuring stick in my hand is not for fun." Riel's lips twitched a few times, and he had a new understanding of the image of Ollivander's master wand maker. However, he still stretched out his arms to cooperate with Ollivander's measurement. Although strange, it is undeniable that the wands made by Ollivander are definitely the top ones. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, was not surprised and was savoring the black tea that he didn't know where he came from. "Oh, your body proportions are perfect, but you are a little thin. But I already know that wand is suitable for you." Ollivander put down the measuring stick and hurriedly ran to the back of the cabinet to rummage around. Ollivander's excitement +5, Professor McGonagall's sympathy +8. "Would you like something to drink? I have pumpkin juice and black tea here. How about pumpkin juice?" "It's very sweet." Of course it's up to you to decide what you want to drink. Professor McGonagall waved his wand and conjured a cup of black tea and a cup of pumpkin juice, both filled with mist. She truly deserves to be an older cat lady. Her elegance never goes out of style. Is it okay to have afternoon tea anytime, anywhere? Only children make choices, adults must want them all. Riels secretly murmured something and reached out to take 2 cups of hot drinks. Excuse me, Professor McGonagall, I happen to be a little thirsty. Speaking of which, I haven't drunk pumpkin juice yet, and I don't know how sweet it is. Professor McGonagall is distressed +9. The pumpkin juice, which originally tasted a little strange, instantly became extremely sweet after this sound. Riel squinted his eyes in comfort and felt that he felt refreshed and refreshed. He couldn't be more comfortable. Mr. Thomas, there's no need to drink in such a hurry. If it's not enough, I still have it here. When you get to Hogwarts, you can drink whatever you want, except wine, of course. You won't be ostracized at Hogwarts, and you will make many good friends. I believe everything will get better. Professor McGonagall looked at Riels distressedly and comforted him softly. Riels also drank the bowl of chicken soup without ceremony. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. In fact, you can call me Riels, just like Mrs. Aina. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up. Riels, you know this is really a pleasant thing. Professor McGonagall is happy +9. Just when the two were getting along well, Ollivander ran out with a gray face in his arms holding a rectangular box. Come here and try it. This wand is definitely a perfect match for you. The core of the wand is made of unicorn feathers, and the body is made of iron wood. It is 11 inches long, suitable for casting dexterous spells. Ollivander rubbed his hands excitedly. Wave it a few times and show me. Riels held the wand with some hesitation. As soon as he got the wand, he felt something was wrong. After getting the wand, the magic power in his body kept boiling like boiling water, seeming to be fighting to come out. Although Riels doesn't understand, he feels that this is not a good sign. Mr. Ollivander, this wand doesn't seem to be a good match for me. As you said, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the wizard who chooses the wand. I can feel this wand repelling me. How about we get a different one? Just kidding, he had just entered the wizarding world and unlocked the true uses of the system. It would be so much fun if you were killed by yourself while choosing a wand. Ollivander is angry +6, speechless +11, Professor McGonagall is surprised +5. Ollivander is speechless now, really speechless. He really didn't expect that these words, which were too high-spirited, would be used on him like this. Now he feels like he shot himself in the foot. Ollivander frowned. Mr. Thomas, I think you should trust my judgment. There is a great possibility that this wand will suit you. Professor McGonagall also spoke at the right time. It's okay, Riels, just listen to Mr. Ollivander. Seeing both of them saying this, Riels stopped saying anything and just silently leaned towards Professor McGonagall. I hope the older cat girl's strength is still online and she can protect him from harm. After doing this, Riels waved slightly towards the vase not far away. In an instant, a white fluorescent light lit up at the top of the wand. Perfect fit, just look at it and I'd say it's a perfect fit. Before Ollivander could finish his cheerful words, he was blinded by the brighter and brighter light. Professor McGonagall also noticed something was wrong and was about to take out his wand, but it was too late. Boom, a dull loud noise resounded throughout Diagon Alley, attracting everyone's attention, and then they all froze in place. Mom, look, there's a little shabby shop flying in the sky. The little girl's mother's mouth twitched a few times. Mom saw it, Ginny, please follow your brothers here first, don't run around, I'll go over and see what's going on. After saying that, she waved her wand and disappeared. The same scene appeared everywhere in Diagon Alley, even alerting the patrolling Aurors. The sun was very good at noon, and it was warm on my body. It's just that none of the three of them were in the mood to enjoy it. They all stared blankly at Ollivander's wand shop flying in the sky. It wasn't until more and more wizards gathered that they came back to their senses. Professor McGonagall said resolutely, "Please join me in casting a floating spell to catch it." Although the wizards who arrived did not know what was happening, they still cast spells and cooperated with Professor McGonagall obediently. In the end, Ollivander's wand shop, with the cooperation of everyone, landed safely on the ground, only retreating slightly more than 1 meter than before. Professor McGonagall was stunned and revealed the reward. Top-grade transfiguration talent. Ollivander eats a lot and reveals a reward, a talent for making high-quality wands. Mrs. Weasley was shocked +13 points, Auror Phil was shocked plus. The total emotion of everyone was +666 points. He looked at the emotional value balance that was approaching 4 digits, and then looked at Professor McGonagall, who was explaining to everyone that there was no terrorist invasion. Riels touched the tip of his nose. Is this a blessing in disguise? Not only was he not injured, he also gained 2 top-grade talents and amazing emotional points. Although having a talent is useless, it is better than nothing. It is a good thing to have it for free. Now he seems to have opened the door to a new world and his future is bright. It's amazing. I have never encountered anything like this in all my years of making wands. Mr. Thomas, please let me make your wand for you without any charge. Ollivander patted his chest and said excitedly, I guarantee that the wand I make will fit you perfectly. Ollivander is excited plus 16. Riels' eyelids twitched a few times, and he took a few steps back silently, looking at Ollivander strangely. This old man, doesn't he have masochism? He blasted the store into the sky with his front foot, and instead of being angry, Ollivander became excited. Is this the reaction a normal person should have? Professor McGonagall, who had just sent away the wizards, also looked strange. She seems to have discovered Ollivander's amazing hobby. We're very sorry about what happened today. I'll leave it to Mr. Ollivander about the wand. Let's go buy other things first. Before Ollivander could reply, Professor McGonagall grabbed Riels and ran away. She was really afraid that Ollivander had some weird hobbies, which was not uncommon in the Rotten Country. If Ollivander targets Riels, she will feel guilty for the rest of her life. 2 days? Come get your wand in 2 days. I promise it's a match made in heaven. Ollivander's shout sounded behind them, but instead of stopping, the two of them ran faster. The leaky cauldron in a not-too-shabby room. Professor McGonagall looked apologetic. You can stay here for the next 2 days. I will go to the orphanage to talk to you. You can rest assured. I have bought all the wizard robes and other things. You can take a good stroll around Diagon Alley these 2 days, but be sure not to go to Ollivander's wand shop again. She was really afraid, not only because she was afraid that Ollivander would have a weird hobby, but also that something would happen to Riels. After all, it was the first time in the wizarding world that a magic wand blew up the wand shop into the sky. This time it was good luck and no damage was caused. Who knows if I will have the same luck next time. Professor McGonagall is worried plus 9. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Just, what about my wand? Riels scratched his head a little worried. To be honest, he really didn't expect such a mistake. Is it okay to try a magic wand and blow up someone's store? Although Ollivander was not angry and was very enthusiastic about making him a wand, this made him even more afraid. Boys should protect themselves when they are outside. Don't worry about the wand. I will come over to pick it up with you in 2 days. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. I still have things to go back to deal with. Don't worry, it will be fine. All the unpleasantness will pass. Professor McGonagall gently touched Riel's head and disappeared with a wave of his wand. She was so anxious to get back and tell Dumbledore the situation that she didn't even have time to go out and use magic again. Professor McGonagall is distressed plus 3. Well, it hurts a little but not much. But Riels is not disappointed. After all, he is now considered a small upstart. Lying in bed, looking at the emotional value balance of 1,025, how can I describe it with one sentence? The wizarding world is worthy of being a wizarding world. In just half a day, it has brought in the past year's income, which was simply unimaginable before. Riel sat up. Consumption must consume. A light curtain visible only to him appeared out of thin air, with densely packed high-grade products on it. From ancient forbidden magic to snacks and daily necessities, it can be said that they have everything. The forbidden magic has 1 million emotional values. The 3 unforgivable curses have 100,000 emotional values. It's good, it saves money. I can't afford it anyway. System, it seems like you don't know how to do business at first glance. Why don't you quickly list the things I can afford? The system did not answer, but the things in the mall changed. What was once a sky-high price item has become something Riels can afford. Riels looked a little serious and began to rummage carefully. Elementary Potion Mastery contains some basic potion secret recipes, and the pharmaceutical level is comparable to the first grade. Price 999. Elementary Transformation can transform some small animals and items but has no attack power. Price 999. Excellent Wand. It can automatically adapt to the host and become a perfect match. Price 999. Needless to say, Riels was moved for a moment when he saw the exquisite wand, but it was only for a moment. Again, you can suspect that Ollivander has strange habits, but you can't doubt his wand-making skills. Being one of the 3 master wand makers is not an empty name. Tusk, it seems that this sentiment value can't be spent. System, you don't want to do any business at all, so I'll keep this sentiment value. Just as Riels finished speaking, the mall page suddenly turned red, followed by the sound of the system. In view of the fact that the host has not purchased the desired item in the mall, a flash sale event is open. The flash sale event lasts for 1 minute, and 3 high-value items will be randomly refreshed. The host can only purchase one of the flash sales. You need to wait for 1 month before opening again after the event ends, so please cherish it. Product flash sale. Riels clicked in doubtfully and saw the light screen flashing red with a 1-minute countdown above it. The originally dazzling shopping mall now only has 3 items left. Avada Kedavra. One of the 3 unforgivable curses you will die if you are hit. Flash sale price, 1,000 emotion points. Riel's breath froze and he almost reached out to buy Avada Kedavra's life. The 3 unforgivable curses, which were originally priced at 100,000 yuan, now only cost 1,000 emotional points. This is simply a piece of cake. However, he still rationally chose to look at the remaining 2 products first. Hesidian Island's Black Dragon Egg, a powerful fire dragon that automatically recognizes its master after hatching. Flash sale price. 1,000 emotional points. The Hesidian Island's Black Dragon Egg. Riels took a breath and couldn't help but feel excited. This is a black dragon egg, the kind that is automatically recognized after hatching. As long as he has 1,000 emotion points, he can get a cool mount and a thug. What kind of wizard is this? He directly changed his profession and became a dragon knight. You will definitely gain a group of little fans when you go out, and you can also try the Black Dragon Collapse Hogwarts Express. That emotional value can definitely explode. Therefore, the Black Dragon Egg is much higher than Avada Kedavra in terms of value and effect. If the next product doesn't work, then he will choose the Black Dragon Egg. Riels suppressed his restlessness and looked at the last product. Heart of Magic, God-level talent. The owner has 30% of the power of all magic unique. Flash sale price, 1,000 emotional points. Riels jumped out of bed and looked at the products on the light screen in disbelief. The power of all spells is increased by 130%. Is there such a good thing? Buy it, you must buy it. After making the decision, Riels did not dare to hesitate for a moment, and resolutely chose the curse heart with only 10 seconds left in the countdown. Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000 emotional points and successfully killing the talent. Heart of Curse. Note, this talent is a god-level talent, unique and will not be produced again in the future. The flash sale mall has been closed, and the countdown until the next opening is 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Riels ignored the sound of the system, just closed his eyes, silently feeling the magic power flowing through his body. Now he can clearly feel the difference in himself. It seems that every trace of magic power has been purified and the quality has changed. Riels clenched his fists and squinted his eyes comfortably. There was only one thought in his mind. Return have who. With the bonus of the Heart of the Curse, he will be invincible with the same strength in the future, and killing him by leapfrogging is as easy as eating and drinking. Don't underestimate the 30% bonus. The magic spells are just there. If you have a bonus but your opponent doesn't, there is no comparison at all. I got so many things on my first day in the wizarding world. It's really a good start. This is just Diagon Alley. Wouldn't it be great to go to Hogwarts? You must know that Hogwarts is a real crouching tiger, hidden dragon, especially the professors who are not very simple. The principal, Dumbledore, is the strongest white wizard. The director of the Lion Academy is an older cat girl, and the director of the Eagle Academy has won the duel competition. The director of the Badger Court is a master of herbal medicine and has a wide range of connections. The director of the Snake Court, the Walking Bat Snape, is not only powerful, but also the leading potion master in the wizarding world. There were hundreds of students, and it was a paradise for him. Riels was very happy to have just obtained the curse heart. On the other side, the atmosphere in the Hogwarts principal's office was a bit strange. Minerva, there are no outsiders here. If you have anything to say, just say it. There is no need to worry about anything. Dumbledore picked up 2 strange-flavored beans and said, "Would you like some? They are freshly grown and taste very fresh." Even though he was used to it, Professor McGonagall's eyelids still twitched slightly. After taking a few deep breaths to calm down, she said, "No, Professor Dumbledore, just keep the strange-flavored beans for yourself." Dumbledore, who was rejected, stuffed the strange-flavored beans into his mouth with some regret. "Well, it's chocolate-flavored, very sweet. If you have anything to say, just say it. Just don't talk about Severus. You know I trust him to do no wrong." Severus Snape, a former Death Eater, is still the potions master even though he is now the head of Slytherin. But his former identity is still criticized, but few people say it openly. Professor McGonagall rolled his eyes. "I also believe Professor Snape. I'm here to talk about what happened in Diagon Alley today. You should also know that when Riels Thomas tried out the wand." As Professor McGonagall spoke, Dumbledore's expression gradually became serious. and finally became extremely ugly. Professor McGonagall was a little surprised when he saw his expression. Professor Dumbledore, you don't have to worry too much about that child. Before she finished her words, she saw Dumbledore grimacing, picking up the black tea on the table and drinking it in one gulp, and then looked like he had regained his life. You know, sometimes there are always some strange flavors mixed into the strange-flavored beans. They may be sweet at first, but then they change the taste. I think their magic spells should be improved. I've already eaten the third one today with these weird-flavored beans that have inconsistent taste. It's hard, the fist is hard. Professor McGonagall resisted the urge to punch. She was afraid that Dumbledore would become a national treasure of some eastern country. Well, I understand your concerns, but don't worry. Garrick has devoted his whole life to the wand. To him, what happened to Mr. Thomas was a surprise to him, and that's why he reacted that way. Dumbledore noticed the change in the atmosphere, coughed twice, and explained seriously to Professor McGonagall. Joking should be done in moderation. If Professor McGonagall is really P***D off, he will be in trouble. The most obvious bad fruit is the trouble at Hogwarts. Oh, Merlin's beard, he didn't want to deal with the mountain of things he had to do before school started. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. I hope so. Seeing that Dumbledore wanted to recommend strange-flavored beans to her, she turned around and left without mercy. Dumbledore was not embarrassed but smiled all over his face. Riels Thomas, interesting little guy. Maybe we can become good friends with that kid. The sun rises, the leaky cauldron. After breakfast, Riels went to Diagon Alley. I was in such a hurry yesterday that I didn't have time to take a stroll around Diagon Alley. Now when I go shopping again, it's really no different from when I went shopping yesterday. At most, there is a new batch of wizards on the street, but the rest is the same as yesterday. While shopping, Riels stopped in front of a store. Ela Owl Shop. Looking at the various owls inside through the transparent glass, Riels pushed the door open and went in without much hesitation. Welcome to the Ela Owl Shop. I am Angeloy, the owner. Is there anything I can help you with? Angeloy, who was behind the counter, greeted Riels warmly. He did not look down upon Riels being alone, even though Riels was wearing shabby clothes. Being able to open a shop in Diagon Alley is enough to show that his character has been approved. Riels nodded politely. Nice to meet you, Mr. Angeloy. I need a round-faced owl to help me deliver the letters. You know it would be inconvenient without an owl's. Angeloy's expression froze, round-faced and chubby, right? This kid must have been talking about a round-faced fat chicken just now, right? Although he wanted to say something, his good professionalism did not allow him to do so. Instead, he enthusiastically introduced various owls to Riels. Angeloy is speechless +6. Listening to the reminder sound in his mind, Riels raised his eyebrows happily. It's another beautiful day. I recommend you buy a snowy owl. Their feathers are as white as snow. They are very beautiful, have excellent abilities, and are very loyal to their owners. Angeloy took down a cage and pointed at the sleepy snowy owl to recommend to Riels. The pure white snowy owl has always been the most popular type among young wizards. There is no reason why Riels wouldn't like it. That's why he recommended Snow Owl to Riels first. However, Riels showed no interest and instead pointed to the eagle owls in the cage. Mr. Angeloy, could you please bring me the largest eagle owl to see? The eagle owl is the largest owl, reaching an adult length of nearly 1 meter. It's so funny, if a man wants to choose, he must choose the biggest one. Although the little one is cute, Riels must be the biggest one. Angeloy is speechless +3, hesitant +7. Eagle owls are generally purchased by adult wizards. They are too big and not suitable for young wizards to raise. Do you want to think about it again? Angeloy wanted to persuade Riels a few more words, but seeing the determination on his face, he had no choice but to give up. He turned around and selected the largest one among several eagle owls and brought it down. Eagle owls are large and eat a lot, but because of their size, they fly faster, have greater strength, and of course are more ferocious. Riels ignored Angeloy's knowledge and bent down to make eye contact with the eagle owl. This eagle owl is an adult eagle owl. It is so big that the cage containing her seems a bit crowded. Most of the feathers are yellowish-brown, and they seem to gleam under the sunlight, making them look very majestic. Please, Mr. Angeloy, please prepare a bigger cage for her and some owl feed. I think she will become a good partner of mine. Riels looked at it for a while, then took out a gold galleon and handed it to Angeloy. Angeloy, who was still trying to persuade him, couldn't say anything when he saw the money and turned to look for a bigger cage. Angeloy joy +5. Riels ignored the sound of the system and took advantage of the time to change the cage, and began to wander around the store. The Ela Owl Shop not only sells owls but also sells various cats and toads. Toad, I hope you can still call me that when you go to court. Professor McGonagall, after buying the books and robes, are you going to buy the wand next? Miss Granger is right. When you get the wand, you will be a real little wizard. You are looking forward to it, right? Hermione nodded in response. Yes, Professor McGonagall, I was so excited that I couldn't even sleep last night. In fact, I have been looking forward to it since I received the admission notice. The little girl with curly brown hair answered very seriously, which made Professor McGonagall and Mr. and Mrs. Granger feel very happy. While talking and laughing, Professor McGonagall suddenly stopped. Seeing this, the three of them stopped and looked at her curiously. Hermione looked around but found no shop selling wands. Instead, there was one selling owls. I'm sorry, I met an acquaintance. If it's convenient, I'd like to go over and say hello. That kid, like Hermione, is also a muggle. But his life experience is somewhat bad. He came from an orphanage, so... Professor McGonagall did not finish her sentence, but Mr. and Mrs. Granger already understood what she meant, and neither of them had any objections. Hermione had already been attracted by owls and cats. The little girl was always irresistible to furry animals. Can I buy a cat? I'll feed him shit. I'm sure I can raise him well. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at each other, smiled, and nodded. Of course, we believe you can take good care of him. After receiving the approval, Hermione excitedly pushed open the door of Ella's owl shop. Professor McGonagall and Mr. and Mrs. Granger entered the door shortly after. Ela Owl Shop. Angeloy didn't know where to find a cage for the eagle owl, and Riels was the only one left in the store squatting in front of the cat cage. He seemed to have seen something good, and he didn't even notice the four people approaching him. Hermione looked at the person of the same age in front of her with some curiosity. She wanted to step forward to choose a cat several times, but she was stopped again. What if Riels was doing something important and was interrupted by her? The four of them looked at Riels back quietly, somewhat curious about what he was doing. Oh, you are so fat. You are a gas tank in disguise, right? Oh, you asked me to touch you are simply the cat in my dreams. Riels stretched out his hand and kept stroking the gas. Big orange cat with dead fish eyes. At this moment, he had a new understanding of the word. Big orange is the most important. He had seen this kind of cat that was as fat as a gas tank on a video in his previous life, but he really didn't expect to see it here. Professor McGonagall is speechless +3, funny +6, Hermione is curious +8, and Mr. and Mrs. Granger are funny +2. The sudden system beep made Riels a little confused. When he turned around, he saw three adults and one lowly standing not far behind him, looking at him with an incomprehensible expression. Even though he was as thick-skinned as a city wall, Riels was also a little embarrassed. Wouldn't those words just now be heard? However, the embarrassment only lasted for a moment, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. Professor McGonagall, I really didn't expect to see you here. Who are these? Riels' appearance as if nothing had happened once again surprised the four of them. Professor McGonagall is surprised +5, funny +2, Hermione is curious +9, and Mr. and Mrs. Granger are curious +2. Although he gained more than a dozen emotion points, Riels was not very happy and even couldn't hold back his smile. Riels, it seems that you are in a good mood today. I am really happy for you, at least. You have found the cat of your dreams. I think this is a good start. Professor McGonagall's tone was teasing Riels very funny. Regarding her words, Riels just wanted to say, tired, destroy it. However, Professor McGonagall was also very measured. After teasing, he began to introduce Cy. These two are Mr. and Mrs. Granger, and this is their daughter, Miss Hermione Granger. She is a little wizard like you. This is Riels Thomas. Like Miss Granger, he is a new student at Hogwarts this year. I think you guys should become good friends. After Professor McGonagall's introduction, Mr. and Mrs. Granger nodded politely to Riels, but Hermione took a few steps forward. She looked at Riels curiously. Are you also a little wizard? Then you should have a wand, right? Do you know magic? Are you easy to learn magic? I just bought a lot of magic books. I read some and they felt very magical. Have you read those books? Hermione seemed to have endless things to say, and she liked to ask questions to herself when she spoke, as if she was speaking to herself. Riels can somewhat guess why. Unlike him, Hermione couldn't take it seriously when she was ostracized by others. At her age, she was in need of friends. Her efforts to express herself are just to attract people to make friends with her, which can be seen from the original work. But the effect was minimal, and instead he was ridiculed for showing off. I've read some spell books, but I don't have a wand due to some accidents. I'm not a little wizard now. After all, I can't do spells and I don't have a wand. I don't know if spells are easy to learn, but I think they are easy to learn. And magic is inherently magical, isn't it? Riels smiled and responded to Hermione's questions one by one without any impatience. It's funny, although he likes the big ones, it doesn't mean he doesn't like the small ones. That kid Ronald is quite a good guy, especially when he was a kid. As soon as he met Harry Potter, he instilled in him the idea that all Slytherin snakes were dark wizards. Later, he kept telling Harry Potter to stay away from this and that. As a result, she heard him saying bad things about Hermione, causing her to almost be attacked by a troll. Although Ronald helped defeat the troll and rescued Hermione in the end, this does not mean that he was not responsible for the matter. So instead of leaving such a cute little loli to Ronald who bullies her, it would be better for him to cut off her beard. Hermione was a little in disbelief. She thought about various possibilities. The best one was that Riels would nod in response, and the worst one was to just ignore her. She was even mentally prepared to accept the worst outcome. But she really didn't expect that Riels not only didn't ignore her, but also responded to her questions very patiently, which really flattered her. Hermione was overjoyed and revealed the reward, photographic memory. Mr. and Mrs. Granger are grateful +3, happy +3, and Professor McGonagall is happy +3. Riels closed his eyes, and the cool feeling spread from his brain to his whole body, so comfortable that he almost screamed. The memories that were originally somewhat vague became extremely clear at this moment, and he could even remember some details clearly. Riels. Were you just talking to me? Hermione looked expectantly and looked at Riels cautiously. Although the question seemed silly and there was no need to ask, she just wanted to get the answer from Riels. It's not that she has any special feelings for Riels, it's just that he is the first peer who doesn't seem to reject her or ignore her. Hermione expects +9, fears +3, and Mr. and Mrs. Granger expect +3. Treasure girl, definitely a treasure girl. Not long after they met, he just said a few words, and Hermione directly contributed a talent and dozens of emotion points to him. This is simply a little angel with wings. Hermione little angel Loli Granger looked at Riels carefully. The fear and anticipation in her eyes were beyond words. I was probably answering Miss Hermione Granger's question just now. I think you are the only one here, Miss Granger, right? Riels replied, pretending to be surprised, while turning his head around as if looking for another Miss Granger. This funny look made Hermione, who was originally worried, burst into laughter and feel relieved. Mr. and Mrs. Granger's faces were filled with relief, and their eyes were a little red. Hermione is happy +13, joy +11, Mr. and Mrs. Granger are pleased +3, Professor McGonagall is pleased +6. Oh, Professor McGonagall and a few others. I'm sorry that I wasn't here just now. Angeloy walked in from the back door holding a particularly large birdcage and saw several people in the store at a glance. He quickly put down the birdcage and greeted Professor McGonagall and the others warmly. I haven't seen you for a while, Mr. Angeloy. It seems that the food here is very good and the owl and cat look very happy. Professor McGonagall looked pointedly at the big orange cat lying in the cat box. She had never seen a cat of this size in her life. It was almost as fat as a bucket. Angeloy also noticed this and couldn't help scratching his head in embarrassment. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain it. Speaking of cats, Hermione then remembered that she was here to choose a cat, only because Riels had forgotten about it. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't wait to run to the cat box and look at the various cats inside. Riels, can you come over and help me choose? I think your vision must be very unique. As if remembering something, Hermione turned her head to look at Doju, who was staring at him with dead eyes. Well, Riels' vision can only be described as unique. For a moment, Hermione was afraid that Riels would choose this big orange for her. If that was the case, she could only bite the bullet and admit it in order to maintain her friendship with Riels. Just a bucket, as long as Riels helped her choose it, she didn't expect the cat to be of much use anyway. It's just a pity that she couldn't choose her favorite cat this time. Hermione is determined +6, regretful +7. Riels looked at Hermione with some confusion, as if she was about to die, and then looked at the cream cat he had chosen for her. Does this little loli have different hobbies? In the original work, she seemed to have a ginger yellow cat with a pie face named Crookshanks. The cat also seems to have the ability to identify bad guys. Riels hesitated for a moment and began to search for a suitable cat among the many cats. The hard work paid off, and after searching for a while, he found the suitable fat ginger cat in the corner. Round, flat, and ginger, it doesn't make sense even if it's not Crookshanks. Hermione, what do you think of that one? I think she's a little special. As soon as Riels finished speaking, he turned around and saw Hermione looking at him with excitement. The sound of the system also came to his ears at the right time, and Hermione contributed another dozen emotional points to him. Riels was a little confused and could only blame Hermione's liking for this big pie-faced cat. Then it's this cat, Mr. Angeloy, please help me take her out and put her in the cage. Hermione was in a happy mood and looked at the pie-faced cat much better. Although this cat looks ugly, it is a testimony of her friendship with Riels. It was because of this cat that Riels called her by her name for the first time. Therefore, this big-faced cat is the hero, and she will provide for this cat until he retires. Mr. Angeloy, please help me pack up this big orange cat. I want the eagle owl as well. Riels pointed at the big orange cat with no intention of getting started. Just kidding, he is a wizard, not a strong man. It's fine if he can be picked up, but it will be more fun if he can't. The last Black History had just passed, and he didn't want another one to happen again. Angeloy is shocked +3, surprised +6, grateful +7, Professor McGonagall is puzzled +3, Hermione is helpless +6, and Mr. and Mrs. Granger are shocked +2. Riels couldn't handle the series of prompts, especially since Angeloy actually contributed more than 10 points to him. Just because he bought an eagle owl and a big orange cat, how long has it been since Angeloy opened? Riels hadn't figured out what was going on here, but Angeloy on the other side was so grateful that he almost cried. Mr. Thomas, it's great that you are interested in this cat. As a discount for your purchase in our store, I will give you a 50% discount on this cat. In addition, I will give you 2.5 months worth of cat food. I will pack it for you now. As if afraid that Riels would regret it, Angeloy picked up the big orange cat and walked quickly to find a cage that could accommodate her. This cat is like a living ancestor in his shop. It eats a lot, has a fierce temper, and most importantly, it cannot be sold. A normal cat eats cat food for a month, but it takes less than a week to eat it in her mouth. Keeping her alone is better than raising several cats. Now that Riels can be blamed, a kind-hearted person bought her, which is like Merlin's apparition. Angeloy is grateful +9, excited +6. A truly good national boss, he has engraved the principle that customers are superior, Merlin into his bones. Riels was so moved that he almost laughed out loud. Buying a cat netted him dozens of emotional points. Is there anything more comfortable than this? Diagon Alley Street. If you buy a cat and an owl, won't you be able to keep them? I think they must be very edible. Hermione held the cat carrier and looked at the big orange cat with some concern. Isn't it possible for people with such a body type to show off their food in pots and basins? If it weren't for the magic on the cage, Riels probably wouldn't be able to lift them. It doesn't matter, I should be able to raise it. By the way, Professor McGonagall, are you going to the wand shop to choose a wand? Riels looked forward to it. Can I come along? I want to see how my wand is being made. To be honest, he really wants to learn magic now, especially when he is carrying these 2 cages. If he knew magic, a floating spell would completely free his hands, and he wouldn't have to work as a porter. Professor McGonagall smiled and asked, "Why not, Riels? You have to be more confident." After talking to Dumbledore last night, she no longer had to worry about Ollivander having any weird hobbies. In addition, Riels and Hermione became friends today. Well, this should be the first wizard friend of the same age for both of them. 2 children redeem each other. Is there anything more beautiful than this? Professor McGonagall is pleased +9, happy +5. The older cat girl is truly an older cat girl. She is still so awesome. Riels was in a good mood and his smile deepened a bit. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. After politely thanking her, Riels turned to talk to Hermione again. Hermione was talking most of the time, and he was responsible for listening, nodding from time to time. The 3 adults behind them were extremely pleased to see the 2 little ones holding their cages next to each other. Riels also gained dozens of emotion points again, including Hermione's happy and excited emotion points. Soon, the group arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. Ollivander's wand shop has been making exquisite wands since 382 BC. Hermione was surprised. Doesn't that mean this store has existed for more than 2,000 years? Faced with her inquiry, Professor McGonagall gave a positive reply. The Ollivander family has been making wands for generations. The shop owner of this generation, Mr. Ollivander, is also one of the 3 greatest wand-making masters in the wizarding world. The wands that come out of his hands are all excellent wands. While giving Hermione some information, she opened the door and walked into the store. But when she stepped into the door and saw obvious traces of movement on the ground, she was silent for a moment. Several other people followed Professor McGonagall into the store. Ollivander's wand store is not big, the items inside are very old, and there is a thick layer of dust on the cabinets. It was obvious that Ollivander wasn't much of a cleaner, but everyone present didn't care about this. The only one who cared a little was Mrs. Granger. As soon as they entered the door, several people saw Ollivander lying on the counter and sleeping soundly. Professor McGonagall said, Mr. Ollivander, a young wizard has come to choose a wand, Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander raised his head when he heard the noise, revealing a tired face and bloodshot eyes. He was still a little sleepy at first, but became energetic the moment he saw Riels. Ignoring greeting Professor McGonagall, Ollivander excitedly crossed the counter and ran to Riels. He also held a red rectangular wooden box in his hand, and he knew what was inside without even thinking about it. He looked like a wolf that had been hungry for a long time and suddenly saw meat. Hermione was so frightened that she took several steps back, and Riels also took a few steps back. But Ollivander didn't pay attention to this, he just opened the wooden box excitedly. Although you came one day earlier than promised, it doesn't matter. I made your wand for you last night. The core of the wand is made of Vela hair and the wand body is made of acacia wood. It is 11 inches long. It can guide powerful magic and is suitable for casting powerful spells. Ollivander raised his head proudly. Although this combination is strange, I think it will definitely suit you. He had thought about it last night, that Riels would have that kind of strange phenomenon, probably because the wand was unable to guide his magic. This means that if you can successfully channel the flow of Riels' magic, the wand will be a perfect fit for him. The acacia wood is curved on the inside and folded layer by layer, which can be used as a channel. Vela's hair can guide magic very well. This is absolutely the best wand material for Riels, bar none. Ollivander's excitement +9, anticipation +9. Riels ignored the system prompts and stared closely at the pale silver wand. This wand is different from other wands that are straight but slightly twisted, but it does not look ugly but adds a bit of inexplicable flavor. At first glance, it looks like a beautiful woman dancing with her waist twisted. As soon as I took the wand into my hands, a strange feeling hit my whole body. As if he sensed something, the magic power in his body began to rush forward. It's just that this time the flowing magic has order instead of flowing freely like before. Hurry up and give it a try. I believe this wand is a perfect match for you. Ollivander took a few steps back, his eyes filled with feverish anticipation. However, Riels did not wave his wand immediately, but looked at Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall also thought of the shop flying in the sky yesterday, silently pulled out his wand, and his expression became serious. To be honest, she was actually a little panicked. After all, there were Mr. and Mrs. Granger and Hermione here. It would be better if Hermione had magic in her body, but Mr. and Mrs. Granger were real muggles, so they might be accidentally injured. If what happened yesterday happens again, it will be really fun. Ollivander expects +9, Professor McGonagall is nervous +11, Hermione expects +9. Riels ignored the system's voice, took a few deep breaths, and flicked his wand at the vase not far away under the gaze of everyone. In an instant, a strange aroma wafted out from the tip of the wand, and soon spread to the entire room. The aroma was very unique, and I couldn't tell what it tasted like, but after just taking a few sips, everyone's eyes became blurred as if they were drunk. In a trance, there seemed to be a beautiful white-haired woman dancing gracefully. The woman's face could not be seen clearly, but her figure was graceful and graceful. Before anyone could take a second look, the woman disappeared along with the fragrance, as if she had never appeared. Riels stroked the wand in great surprise. Is this my wand? It is indeed a perfect match for me. The feeling just now was really comfortable, and he could feel it. The unique structure of this wand can accumulate magic power, which means that during a duel, it can hit the opponent unexpectedly and hard. Hermione regrets +6, Professor McGonagall regrets +7, Ollivander regrets +3, and Mr. and Mrs. Granger regret +2. Along with the sound of the system, several people came to their senses one after another, but there was a touch of regret on their faces. I don't know whether I am regretting the peculiar fragrance or the dancing woman. But soon, Ollivander dismissed his regrets and turned to look at Riels with great excitement. How about it, am I right? This wand and you are definitely a perfect match. It's not in vain that I worked all night last night, Merlin's beard. I hope you never know what it's like to work all night. Although he said that, in fact, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep last night. He couldn't stop making the wand. By the time he finished making it, it was already broad daylight. Ollivander is excited +9, Hermione is happy +9, and Professor McGonagall is happy +7. Another dozen points of emotion points were received, and Riels squinted comfortably. Any harvest is the result of his 1 week in the Muggle world. The wizarding world is simply paradise to him. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. I will take good care of this wand and remember that sentence. It is not the wizard who chooses the wand, but the wand that chooses the wizard. Riels bowed and thanked Ollivander very solemnly, without a trace of falsehood. He sincerely thanked Ollivander. Ollivander not only contributed his talent and nearly 100 emotion points to him, but also made him a wand that fit him so well. He deserves to thank him, and Ollivander can bear his bow. Ollivander is happy +7, Professor McGonagall is happy +5. The prompt sound made Riels even more happy, and the smile on his face deepened again. He loves the wizarding world so much. Professor McGonagall pointed at Hermione and said to Ollivander, "Mr. Ollivander, I would also like to trouble you to choose a suitable wand for Miss Granger." Hermione blinked her big bright eyes and looked at Ollivander expectantly. What just happened was simply indescribably magical to her, and it made her look forward to having her own wand even more. "Of course, no problem. Come, cooperate with me to measure your body data so that I can find a suitable wand for you." Ollivander picked up the measuring tape and began to measure the length of Hermione's arms and height. Hermione also stretched her arms very cooperatively. After measuring the data, Ollivander dropped the measuring stick and hurriedly ran to the back of the cabinet and started rummaging around. Seeing Hermione's questioning look, Riels smiled and explained, "I think Mr. Ollivander already knows that the wand is suitable for you." Hermione's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Oh, really?" After receiving Riels' reaffirmation, the little girl excitedly grabbed his sleeve and shook it constantly, her brown eyes full of anticipation. Soon, Ollivander walked out with a wand box and introduced it to everyone as he walked. The wand is made of grapevine wood and the core is a dragon's heartstring. It is 10 3/4 inches long. It is suitable for smart little wizards. Hurry up and wave it around to see the effect. I can feel that this is a perfect match for you." After making a perfect wand for Riels, Ollivander's confidence greatly increased, and he became more confident in this choice. With starry eyes, Hermione reached for the brown wand with great anticipation, and then waved it gently at the vase not far away under the encouraging gazes of everyone. Under everyone's nervous and expectant gaze, a delicate flower suddenly bloomed from the top of the wand. There seemed to be water droplets on the flower, which looked so delicate under the sunlight. If you taste it carefully, you can smell a faint floral fragrance in the air, which is not greasy and very pleasant. A match made in heaven, and indeed another match made in heaven. Ollivander screamed excitedly, puffing out his chest, and his old face was full of pride and pride. He looked around as if telling everyone, "Look, this is the wand he made, the wand he selected for the little wizard in one go." Everyone also applauded Mianzi very much, making his already happy mood even happier. Professor McGonagall said softly, "Mr. Ollivander, you are truly a respectable wand master." What she said was not flattery, nor was it false, but she meant it sincerely. Remembering that she had previously suspected that Ollivander had an unusual hobby, she felt a little ashamed. She shouldn't have that kind of doubt in the face of the master who devoted his entire life to the wand. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. You not only helped me make a suitable wand, but also helped Hermione choose a suitable wand. I think your staff-making skills are unparalleled in the wizarding world." Riels complimented him at the right time, and as expected, he gained more than 10 emotion points, which made him smile. This is truly a pleasant transaction for two people. Finally, after Hermione's compliments, Ollivander, who was in a comfortable mood, waved his hand and waved her wand money. Although the Grangers repeatedly tried to pay, Ollivander stopped them sternly. In his words, he opened this shop just to let more little wizards get suitable wands, not to make money. Otherwise, given his status, he would never open a store in a place like this. Several people had no choice but to thank them again before leaving. Diagon Alley. Mr. Ollivander is truly a master staff maker of both virtue, and he deserves the respect of all. Hermione opened her big eyes and looked at the shabby shop behind her with great respect. She could feel that everything Ollivander said was sincere, and it was really just the reason he said he opened a store here. In response, Riels nodded silently. To be honest, he was used to seeing people who were striving for fame and fortune, and he couldn't believe that people like Ollivander existed. It is really rare to find such a person who does not pursue fame, fortune, or money, but only works hard for the persistence in his heart. Professor McGonagall smiled and asked, "Mr. Ollivander has gained the respect of everyone, hasn't he?" "Okay, Miss Granger, today's trip to Diagon Alley is over. It's getting late. It's time for me to take you back." Hermione's smile froze when she heard this, and she looked at Riels hesitantly, wanting to say something but not daring to say it. The three adults saw this and guessed that she was reluctant to let go of the friend she had just made. But there is no such thing as a banquet that lasts forever. Besides, it doesn't mean we won't see each other again after separation. However, none of the three adults spoke to persuade them. Instead, they took a few steps back to leave space for the two little ones. "Riels, I'm going home. Will you come and play with me? I can share my books with you." They are all wonderfuls. Hermione, who had never made many friends, all she could think of at the moment was to seduce Riels with something. In her world, only books are the most exciting things, so she chooses to use books as bait. Hermione's nervousness +9, anticipation +12. Listening to the prompts in his mind, he looked at Hermione, who was rubbing her clothes nervously. Riels didn't understand what she was thinking. Just using the book as bait, that's nice and very Hermione. I'm sorry, Hermione, although I also want to read the books you mentioned, but I guess I will live in Diagon Alley before school starts. As you know, I came from an orphanage. I haven't learned a lot of things, so I have to study magic knowledge in Diagon Alley, read the magic books I bought, and try to accumulate as much as possible. I think you should do the same. And it's only half a month until school starts, so we can meet at Hogwarts. Riels was not lying when he said this. He was indeed planning to use this half-month to cram in some magic knowledge. After arriving at Hogwarts, his main energy will still be spent on improving his mood points, and he may not be able to keep up with the teaching progress. So the best way is to rely on photographic memory and learn all the knowledge in first grade in half a month. In this way, he can concentrate on improving his emotional value without having to worry about being targeted by some professors. Well, that's you, Snape, the walking bat. Outside the leaky cauldron, Riels and Hermione said goodbye reluctantly. You must remember our agreement and wait for me at the Hogwarts Express. I will read the magic book carefully when I go back. If you don't understand when the time comes, I can teach you. Hermione's eyes were red. She looked at Riels pitifully and gave him 1,000 instructions. This look made Mr. and Mrs. Granger feel extremely distressed, and Riels couldn't laugh or cry. It's not that he doesn't want to go with Hermione. It's just that the situation doesn't allow it. Otherwise, he would definitely want to spend more time with the little lowly. After all, in this short period of time, Hermione's mood value prompts never stopped. From Diagon Alley to outside the leaky cauldron, she directly contributed nearly 100 emotion points to him, but this just showed that she was really sad. Riels composed himself and his expression became serious. Miss Hermione Granger, I swear to Merlin, I will definitely keep my promise. The brief separation is for a better encounter, Hermione. We will meet again at Hogwarts. The previous words startled Hermione, thinking that Riels was annoyed and angry and almost made her cry. But what he said next made him burst into tears of joy, and he grabbed Riels' sleeves in excitement and couldn't stop shaking them. Seeing this, the old father and mother felt heartbroken again. Their smart daughter seemed a little too good to be deceived and could be abducted if she wasn't careful. But they couldn't get a word in, so they could only sigh secretly. If they were abducted, they would be abducted. At least she could be happy. It's getting late, Miss Granger. You will be reunited at Hogwarts, so there is no need to be so sad. Professor McGonagall's words made Hermione reluctantly let go of Riel's sleeves. This was her first real friend, and she didn't want to be separated. The longer she was alone, the more afraid she would become of being alone. The Grangers could give her love, but they couldn't save her from loneliness because this loneliness came from her friends, not her parents. Hermione turned back 3 times. Riels, remember our agreement. In the end, Professor McGonagall spoke up and left with a reluctant Hermione. In just a short period of time, the little angel Hermione contributed more than 30 points of emotion points, all of which were filled with reluctance and loss. Riels was even a little soft-hearted and wanted to stay at her house several times, but his reason told him that he couldn't. Sure enough, women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. But fortunately, I am a wizard and not a swordsman. Laughing to death, what does the speed of drawing the sword have to do with me, a wizard? Who can draw a wand faster than you? I just cast the spell without a wand. In the leaky cauldron accommodation room, Riel sat cross-legged on the bed and tapped the day's results. 530 emotion points, gifted with photographic memory, although not as good as yesterday but still pretty good. Yesterday's emotional value was high entirely, because he blew up Ollivander's wand shop and attracted the attention of everyone in Diagon Alley. Without this incident, yesterday's emotional value harvest would actually not be as good as today's. It's a pity that my name was not written on the Daily Prophet, otherwise the emotional value would be quite high. If such a big thing happens in Diagon Alley, the Daily Prophet will definitely report it. In fact, he saw the report this morning. It's just a pity that the above just said that there was an accident when a little wizard tried the magic wand, which led to the accident, and it didn't identify who it was. Riels didn't need to think twice to know that this was Dumbledore's handiwork. There were not many people who could influence the Daily Prophet, and Dumbledore happened to be one of them. That's fine. It's not necessarily a good thing to attract attention too early. If someone is interested in me, I will be the one in trouble. After all, this is probably the first time in the wizarding world that a wand test blew up a wand shop. It wouldn't be fun if someone took it away and sliced it up. Riels shook his head and turned his attention to the mall, ready to see what he could afford. It is far better to keep the emotional value than to use it directly. The wizarding world is not peaceful. If you seek death without the ability to protect yourself, you will really die. After searching for a while, Riels settled on something that was currently useful to him. Elementary magic potion. After taking it, it can increase the magic reserve and can be taken repeatedly. Price, 500 emotional points. What is the basis for releasing the curse? Yes, it's magic. The more powerful the spell, the more magic power is consumed, which means that the amount of magic power is directly related to the strength of the spell. There is no cooldown time for spells. After you release a spell, you can immediately connect to the next one. Theoretically, as long as you have enough magic power, you can even use the melon as a machine gun. On the contrary, there is very little magic power, and even a floating spell may directly lose the ability to fight. Men can eat, but they must not be empty. If you buy it, you must drink it like water from now on. Riels waved his hand and bought the primary magic potion directly. Consume 500 emotional points, and successfully purchase a bottle of primary magic potion. As the system's voice fell, a test tube-like glass bottle appeared out of thin air in Riels' hands. In the glass bottle is a light blue to white liquid, which also exudes a light herbal aroma. Riels didn't hesitate and drank it all in one gulp very proudly. A real man would never keep a fish, no matter if it is wine or not. Is this what it feels like to increase your magic power? Just one bottle of primary magic potion increased my magic power by half. It's really worth every penny. Feeling the surge of magic power in his body, Riels was so comfortable that he almost made an indescribable sound. He had the heart of a curse, and the magic power in his body had been purified, but he didn't expect that the magic power increased by taking drugs had also been purified. According to the instructions, as the number of times you take the primary magic potion increases, the effect will gradually weaken until it finally stops growing. At that time, you will have to take the intermediate magic potion. By analogy, after the intermediate potion, there will be the high-level magic potion. Riels opened the mall and rummaged through to find intermediate magic potions, high-level magic potions, and the top-notch magic potions. But the price made him a little heartbroken. Intermediate magic potion, taking it can increase the magic reserve and can be taken repeatedly. Price, 2,500 sentiment value. Advanced magic potion. Taking it can greatly increase the magic reserve and can be taken repeatedly. Price, 5,000 emotional value. As for the ultimate magic potion, Riels didn't even want to take a look. It's so funny, as long as I don't look at it, I won't know how expensive that thing is. If I don't know how expensive something is, I won't know how poor I am. As long as I don't know, my happiness will never slip away. There will be bread and chicken drumsticks. He has only entered the wizarding world for 2 days. Worrying about these is just asking for trouble and is meaningless. Riels lay down on the bed very single and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the relatively clean and tidy ceiling, his thoughts drifted back to the shabby little room in the orphanage. I wonder if Mrs. Aina has seen the pounds I put under the pillow. With that money, her pressure will be much less, right? In the past 2 years, Riels relied on the system to exchange some pounds, and he also dreamed of taking control of the economic lifeline at an age when his hair was still young. Until he later learned that this was the world of Harry Potter, he never had that idea again. Who would engage in business if he could be a wizard? Are the spells not fun, or are the potions not tasty? Before leaving the orphanage, he stuffed all the pounds he had exchanged during that period under his pillow and left a special letter to explain the origin of the money. Otherwise, Mrs. Aina would never use the money. Mrs. Aina is moved +1, happy +1. The system's beep made Riels completely relax, and the stone weighing on his heart fell to the ground. Just get it. Riels yawned, turned over, and closed his eyes to sleep. Tomorrow he would continue his great work of improving mood values, but he couldn't stay up too late. Riels was lying on his back in sleep, but Hermione on the other side was not sleepy at all. It was almost midnight, but she still stayed up late reading, no matter how much the Grangers tried to persuade her. In Hermione's words, she had to learn these things before she could give Riels extra lessons. For this reason, the old father and the old mother could only accept it silently and could not say anything to refute it. After all, Riels was Hermione's only friend, so it was normal for Hermione to value him. In the end, the Grangers had no choice but to go to rest, leaving Hermione alone in front of the window reading a book. Hermione's expectation +6, joy +3, longing +9, Granger and his wife helplessness +2. Riels turned over, chirped a few times, and continued to sleep soundly. The leaky cauldron. Hey, Riels, come over and have a drink together. Look at my memory. I almost forgot that you are too young to drink. These words caused everyone in the bar to laugh. Old Tom is happy +3, others are happy +8. Riels had long been accustomed to this. Instead of being angry, he raised his head and smiled brightly at Sam, who was speaking. His smile and cute little face made him look very comfortable, but Sam and everyone who were familiar with Riels were silent for a moment. After 6 or 7 days of getting along, they already knew what kind of little devil Riels was. If they believe in God, they will definitely think that Riels is the reincarnation of Satan. He is simply a little devil. Uncle Sam, I almost forgot to tell you that Mrs. Lena will come to see you later, but don't worry, I have helped you persuade her to go back. It's just that she was in a bad mood. She was yelling about something, looking for 2 thorny wooden boards and throwing 2 quilts in the toilet, as if she wanted someone to make the floor. Riels looked like he just remembered it, but the smile on his face betrayed his heart. These words frightened Sam so much that he was half drunk. He didn't even have time to say anything, so he dropped a few silver coins and ran out of the bar. Seeing this, other people in the bar also closed their mouths and tried to reduce their presence as much as possible. Just kidding, Riels are not pushovers, and Sam is the perfect example. There are also those who were tricked into doing striptease a few days ago. I heard that they still have no shame to go out. Sam fear +8, regret 5, others fear +9. Riels smiled with satisfaction, and just as he was about to continue talking, he heard the clear sound of the wind chime sweeping through the bar door. For a moment, everyone in the bar looked sideways, including Riels. Professor Quirrell, with a bird's nest on his head, received everyone's attention as soon as he entered the door. His expression suddenly changed, and he thought he had been exposed and subconsciously wanted to touch the wand. But then he reacted, and his hand stopped the moment it touched the wand. Quirrell stiffened his face and stammered. Sorry, I didn't come at the right time. I wanted to have 2 glasses of butterbeer. He was already feeling guilty, and when so many people looked at him, the tight string almost broke. If he hadn't reacted at the last moment, the consequences would have been so beautiful that he couldn't even imagine it. Professor Quirrell, it's great to have you here. I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Professor Quirrell from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class at Hogwarts. Riels, I think you should talk to him. Professor Quirrell should give you a lot of surprises. Old Tom brought 2 large glasses of butterbeer and placed them in front of Quirrell, and then looked at Riels with meaning. This little devil has been acting lawless in the bar for more than a week. Every time a professor comes, he always brings a new little wizard with him, and he can't say much to avoid being retaliated by Riels. Professor Quirrell is alone this time. Is it okay for him to give a small report? Others in the bar also knew Old Tom's intention and looked at Professor Quirrell and Riels with a bit of schadenfreude and a bit of anticipation. Old Tom expects +8, is happy +5, Quirrell is curious +6, others expect +12 and gloats +9. Riels, who had dozens of emotion points in his account, was in a very happy mood. What is this called when dozens of emotional points can be recorded without doing anything? This special code is life. Professor Quirrell, are you the professor of this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class? It's such an honor to see you here. Riels pretended to be very excited, his eyes were almost starry-eyed, and he almost grabbed Quirrell's sleeve and shook him. As for why it wasn't pulled, give me a hint, ugly, and refuse. Riels' appearance made everyone in the tavern jump with their eyelids, and they all looked at Professor Quirrell with pity in their eyes. Even if they think with their toes, they can understand that Riels is pretending, and the purpose must be to trick Professor Quirrell. Everyone silently mourned Professor Quirrell in their hearts, and then looked at the 2 of them expectantly, waiting for Riels to show off his true skills. Quirrell is surprised +4, happy +7, sad +3, others expect +11. Quirrell looked at Riels, and for a moment he didn't know whether he was happy or sad. Fortunately, Quirrell also has a little fanboy. Sadly, he is just a puppet now, not a real professor. I'm honored to be able to teach ... Professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Are you the new student this year? The violent mood swings made him, who was already stuttering, even more incoherent. But Riels didn't care, his smile became even brighter and he answered obediently. Yes, Professor Quirrell, I am admitted to Hogwarts this year. I am a Muggle-born, I am currently living in the leaky cauldron. I have read a lot of books on the wizarding world during this period. I have a few questions that I wonder if Professor Quirrell can answer for me. Riels performed very well, he looked like a little fanboy who met his idol, and he vividly played the attitude of studying. This greatly satisfied Quirrell, who waved his hand generously and stammered. Ask as much as you like, I will tell you everything I know. Quirrell is happy +6, others are looking forward to +8. Riels smiled brightly, thank you Professor Quirrell. I read in a school history of Hogwarts that all defense against the dark arts professors in the past would leave for various reasons before they could finish teaching for a semester. I wonder how Professor Quirrell, who is a new generation of defense against the dark arts professor, feels about this. Are you confident that this curse can be broken? Most of the professors in the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts are powerful wizards from the outside world. Every professor who serves will leave after less than 1 year due to various reasons, and rumors gradually arise. It is said that the defense against the dark arts class is cursed, and no one can teach it for less than a year, let alone expect to be in the position for a long time. Some professors were even seriously injured due to special reasons, and some even died on the spot. This also made this rumor become more and more outrageous. For a time, the dark arts professor at Hogwarts became a high-risk profession, and no one was willing to teach. Now that Riels mentioned it, everyone remembered this rumor and their expressions became strange. Quirrell's face turned blue and purple, and he opened his mouth to say something, but was so angry that he couldn't even speak. What kind of little fanboy is this? Even if he is really a little fanboy, then this little fanboy weighs 100 kilograms, at least 99 kilograms of which are traitors. On purpose. This guy must have done it on purpose. Quirrell is embarrassed +9, angry +9, Voldemort is funny +6, others are happy +13. Hey, isn't this noseless? Riels grinned, his eyes flashing with amusement. I wonder what good things can be revealed without a nose to break the defense. It's a starting point for top talent, right? Ding tilde ding ding. The sound of wind chimes accompanied two figures, one large and one small, entering the bar. Hey, long time no see, old Tom. Long time no see, Hagrid. How are you lately? Let me guess if you're still hanging around those magical animals. Old Tom joked with a smile on his face. Remember your dream was to raise a giant dragon, has it come true now? Hagrid, who had just walked in, heard this and scratched his messy hair in embarrassment. A giant dragon or something, although he really wanted to keep one, but the danger factor of that thing was too high. An adult dragon requires several elite wizards to defeat it reasonably. Let alone breeding, the Ministry of Magic will never allow it, and of course Hogwarts will not allow it either. After all, that thing is big, which means it eats a lot, and it can easily destroy the ecological environment of the Forbidden Forest. At first, for some reason, he often went to the leaky cauldron to drink away his sorrows. After getting drunk, he would brag to everyone. It's just that he didn't expect that old Tom not only remembered it, but also said it directly, which somewhat made him feel a bit paralyzed. Dragon? Do dragons really exist? Hagrid, have you ever seen a dragon? Are they big? Can they really breathe fire? In fairy tales, the evil dragon will steal the princess, and then a brave knight will defeat the dragon. In the end, the knight and the princess will live happily together. Harry Potter tugged on Hagrid's sleeve and looked at him expectantly. That was a dragon, a creature that only appeared in fairy tales. If given the chance, no one would not want to meet the legendary dragon, and he was certainly no exception. Facing Harry Potter's question, Hagrid opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to answer. He can't say that the dragon is just a precious magical animal in the wizarding world, can he? Poachers often hunt down giant dragons to obtain precious materials from them. If he said that, wouldn't Harry Potter's expectations for the dragon collapse? There are no knights or princesses in the wizarding world. Although there are dragons, they are not divided into good and evil. The dragon is just a magical animal. If you are strong enough, I think taming a giant dragon as a mount would be a very cool thing, don't you think so? Riel stepped forward and explained to Harry Potter with a smile. This is the protagonist. Although his strength is a bit weak, does the protagonist depend on his strength? Have you not seen how many great villains have died at the hands of weak protagonists? Of course, he wasn't licking Harry Potter, he just wanted to see if Harry Potter could bring him any surprises. For example, there are piles of emotional values or some kind of talent. He is very satisfied. A low-grade talent is not too low for him, a top-grade talent is not too high for him. 100 points of emotion value is not too much for him, and a 50-point emotion value is not too little for him. Hagrid is surprised +2, happy +5, Harry Potter is scared +3, nervous +8, Voldemort is disdainful +11, others are funny +9. It's you again, no nose, disdain. Take off your nose, oh sorry, I forgot you have no nose. Riels curled his lips and looked at the back of Professor Quirrell's head unintentionally. Although there was a bird's nest made of cotton cloth, he knew what was underneath. Vol. The most failed villain, Earth Demon, the awesome second-generation Dark Lord, the master of the Death Eaters, and the shadow of the wizarding world. In the end, he was killed while assassinating others, and he was killed by a baby. Isn't he invincible? The most ridiculous thing is that after he was resurrected, he started to raise the flag of rebellion with great force, clearly pushing him all the way. As a result, Hogwarts collapsed after losing Dumbledore. They were just a group of students. No matter how strong they were, could they be stronger than the elite Auror force? He can kill an elite Auror troop, but he can't kill a group of students. This not only shows that he is the most failed villain, but also proves the power of the protagonist's halo. So Harry Potter should be able to give him some unexpected surprises. Harry Potter was surprised. Tame a dragon as a mount, is it really possible? Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Harry Potter, you can call me Harry. I am a muggle-born, so I don't know much about these things. Harry Potter scratched his head, a look of surprise and shy embarrassment on his face. It was obviously the first time for him to encounter this kind of situation, and he was surprised that Riels said about taming a dragon as a mount. At the same time, he was curious about Riels, a little wizard of the same age. He wanted to make friends but was afraid of being rejected. Harry Potter is nervous +9, anticipating +9. Son of Destiny, Riels, recognize your aura as the protagonist. Riels, who had reached his peak mood again, became extremely happy and even looked at Harry Potter with a much kinder look. Harry Potter? Are you Harry Potter, the boy who lived Harry Potter? Oh my god, I actually met Harry Potter. Harry Potter, welcome back, really welcome you back. Boy who lived, would you like a couple of butterbeers? My treat. Before Riels said anything, everyone who learned Harry Potter's identity couldn't sit still. They were waiting here not just for drinking, but their real purpose was to meet the boy who saved the wizarding world. In just the blink of an eye, Harry Potter was surrounded by everyone, and many people started to touch him. That scene was really sad to see and made anyone who heard it cry. This is the boy who lived. Needless to say how lucky he is, right? If you touch it a few more times, maybe you can transfer it. Tusk, this kind of treatment for the protagonist is really not something ordinary people can enjoy. Riels leaned against the bar and looked at Harry Potter, who was being abused, and was amazed. To be honest, even though I only touched my head and arms, there was also the lightning-like scar on my forehead. But Riels was still all hairy, especially among the people he touched, most of whom were men. Hagrid stood aside and watched this scene with relief. Sure enough, Harry Potter was as popular as he thought. When Harry Potter returns to the wizarding world, he returns to his own home and will no longer be bullied or treated unfairly. Although he didn't want to waste time on this, he was happy to see Harry Potter becoming popular. Old Tom, bring me a cup of butter ... milk, hot, remember to give me a big cup. Hagrid grinned and said, I think Mr. Harry Potter will stay here for a little while. He did not stop him, nor did he see the cry for help in Harry Potter's eyes. Instead, he and Old Tom chatted happily. Harry Potter's pleas for help were in vain, and he was so anxious that he almost cried. Well, he had to urinate urgently. Just when he was about to give up asking for help and try his best to get out, he suddenly saw Riels, who was watching a show. With the idea of treating a dead horse as a live doctor, Harry Potter cast a look for help at this peer. Harry Potter expects +11, fears +5. Riels raised his eyebrows. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but with so much emotional value, it just didn't make sense. So he stood up and walked towards the crowd, stretched out his hand and poked the waist and shoulders of the person on the outside. The person in pain screamed, "Ah!" This wailing sound made the excited crowd look sideways, and what came into view was the middle-aged man with a painful look on his face, and Riels with an innocent look on his face. Riels spread his hands. If I said that I didn't exert any force, it was because this uncle was too weak, would you believe it? It's so unfair, he really didn't use any force. It could even be said that he was very gentle. This uncle is really too weak. He poked his waist and it hurt so much that he couldn't stand up. How much indulgence must he have to be like this? Facing Riel's explanation, everyone had strange expressions on their faces. They looked at the tall man who fell to the ground and then at the skinny Riels. Harry Potter was shocked +3, moved +8, others were shocked +11, scared +9. Riels touched his nose and was about to continue explaining, but found that the people who were still gathered around him had already dispersed like a mouse seeing a cat. Harry Potter was left alone to look at him with admiration, as if he had seen God. Oh no, Merlin come to the world. Admiration for Harry Potter +9, happiness +8, fear of others +7, helplessness +9. The corner of Riel's mouth twitched a few times. He really didn't want to seriously injure that burly man. For the first time, this emotion was worth his displeasure. Riels, in a bad mood, decided to take revenge on the culprit of everything. That's right, it was an organized, premeditated, and extremely cruel revenge on Harry Potter. Then, Riels, are you sure that in the wizarding world this sign is the men's room? Harry Potter crossed his legs and looked at the toilet with the little skirt logo in front of him, trembling all over. If someone told him that this was a men's bathroom, he would definitely not believe it and would even laugh at that person for lying. But if the target is Riels, that's a different matter. After all, Riels just saved him from the fire and water, so how could he lie to him? But he still couldn't believe it. After all, he had lived for 10 years and still had basic common sense. In this regard, Riels said that it was probably because the deception was not done properly, and a few more deceptions would have been enough. Riels patted Harry Potter on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't worry, I'm watching out for you. There's no one inside, everything will be fine." Sometimes people have to learn to accept changes and adapt to changes in order to live a better life, right? It's a pity. It would be nice if there was a camera, then Harry Potter's dark history would be preserved. If you take it out after a few years, it may have a lot of emotional value, and it may even give you a good reward. After hearing Riel's words, Harry Potter thought about it and nodded seriously. Well, he can't hold it in any longer. Riels, thank you for teaching me this. You are truly my best friend. Before he finished speaking, Harry Potter rushed into the toilet, no longer worrying about whether it was the south toilet or the women's toilet. Harry Potter is grateful +9, happy +8, Quirrell is shocked +7, and Voldemort is happy +12. Oh, you have no nose again, right? Riels turned his head and saw Quirrell standing not far away with a bird's nest on his head and a wand in his hand. He didn't need to think twice to know that the wand was not for scratching. What a coincidence, Professor Quirrell. Are you here to use the women's room too? I didn't expect you and Harry to have the same hobbies. It's really rare. Riels shook his head pretendingly. The women's restroom in the leaky cauldron is new and has not been used yet. You can express your little fetishes as much as you like. I will help you keep a lookout, and I will also help you keep this secret, you can rest assured. Damn it, am I afraid of you with a magic wand? My last name is not Potter and I don't have a lightning scar on my forehead. Can you still use a wand to swipe it? Quirrell is shocked +8, angry +9, Voldemort is shocked +12, suspicious +15. Voldemort was really doubtful at this moment. What was he doubting? I wonder if Quirrell really has this hobby. Toto, Mr. Thomas, I think you have misunderstood. I don't have this kind of hobby, I just saw Mr. Harry Potter coming here, so I just came over to take a look. Although Quirrell was explaining, his ugly face and tightened wand showed how angry he was inside. Now he is sure Riels is absolutely rebellious. Asking him that kind of question before would have made him unable to get off stage, but now he is spreading rumors that he has this habit. It's a good thing no one else here heard it, otherwise his reputation might be ruined. Voldemort, whoosh, does a dead person without a nose count as a human being? Riels smiled and said, Professor Quirrell, you don't need to explain more. Who doesn't have a little secret? This very unique bird's nest on your head. I think it must be related to something, right? For example, there is something underneath. What do you think? Quirrell was frightened and revealed the reward, thousands of bullets. Voldemort is furious +21. Riels squinted his eyes in enjoyment, feeling the sudden addition of magical information in his mind, feeling so comfortable that he wanted to scream in the sky. When it comes to truly special brews, wealth can be found in danger. Is he seeking death? Well, it could be said that he was seeking death, but he was sure that he would not die. This is the leaky cauldron close to Diagon Alley. If something happens, it won't take long for the patrolling Aurors to notice it. In addition, there were all wizards outside, so it was absolutely impossible for Quirrell and Voldemort to take action unless they were blinded by anger. Of course, being targeted by these two people is definitely inevitable, but this is not necessarily a bad thing. After all, these two products are good score-boosting machines, and they are best used to boost emotional points. Let them take the initiative to deal with it, and then let their plans fail later, and it will be easy to increase the emotional value. I don't quite understand what you mean. This hat. My hat was given to me by my friend. It's not to hide any secrets. Quirrell subconsciously held up the bird's nest on his head, and when he saw nothing strange, he spoke with a smile. If you look closely, you can see that the veins on the hand holding the wand are bulging out, and the magic spell is trembling slightly. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Riels, but everything around him prevented him from doing so. Putting aside whether Riels really discovered something, the location alone ruled out the possibility of him taking action. Even if he could kill Riels by force, he would never be able to run away, and then all plans would be ruined. Even the news of Voldemort's comeback will be noticed by the higher-ups in the wizarding world. So he couldn't take action against Riels, at least not in the leaky cauldron. I know Professor Quirrell, if I didn't say it, who wouldn't have a secret. Hey Harry, how are you? There shouldn't be anyone in there, right? If there were, you would be considered a gangster. Riels, who was in a good mood, pretended to comfort Quirrell, and then changed the subject after seeing Harry Potter from the corner of his eye. You need to be relaxed and relaxed when doing things, neither tight nor loose, such as repeatedly jumping horizontally on Voldemort and his baseline. Annoy them first, then pour a basin of cold water on them to cool them down. After a while, annoy them again and then pour cold water on them to help cool them down. To achieve this, these two idiots have murderous intentions, but they will not give up everything and try their best to kill him. Quirrell is relieved +8, angry +3, Voldemort is strange +12, murderous intent +9, Harry Potter is confused +9, nervous +8. Can you always use one word to describe it? Riel's already happy mood became even happier. It seemed that he would be able to drink the primary magic potion again tonight. He was happy, but Harry Potter was about to cry. Even if he was tricked into entering the women's restroom, at least it looked new inside and no one would know. But now, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts has seen him. He hasn't even entered school yet. If it is rumored that he has a special hobby, then he will really have no chance at Hogwarts. Quirrell forced a smile. Bobo, Mr. Potter, you. Professor Quirrell, I didn't. This was all an accident. Riels can prove it to me, you have to believe me. Before Quirrell finished speaking, Harry Potter interrupted him, followed by a frantic explanation. Afraid that his words were not convincing, he cast a pleading look at Riels again, hoping that he could help explain a few words. This series of words confused Quirrell, and when he came to his senses, he was overjoyed. If he could use this to threaten Harry Potter, then I'd be afraid of him. Don't worry, Harry, Professor Quirrell is here to use the toilet too. You can talk more, after all, we all have the same special hobby. Riels smiled and waved his hand. I still have something to do, you guys can chat slowly, I'll leave first. Wool cannot be harvested in one day. You must know how to do it step by step and stop in moderation. So he is no longer in the mood to spend any more time with these two men. If you have this time, wouldn't it be better to go back and see what you have gained? As soon as Riels left, Harry Potter and Quirrell were left staring at each other. As he is me. Harry Potter stammered and couldn't form a complete sentence. Quirrell said he was offended. After saying goodbye without a smile, he turned around and left. The handle he finally obtained was gone, and he had a strange hobby for no apparent reason. Who could he cry to? For a moment, Harry Potter was left standing there with tears in his eyes and was at a loss. Quirrell's anger +9, murderous intention +6, Harry Potter's worry +9, nervousness +6. After Riels finished testing and fired thousands of bullets, he was just about to sit down on the bed and take a rest when he heard another announcement. Tusk, what the Dark Lord exploded is not as good as that of a younger brother, and he didn't respond directly this time. A negative review, a negative review. Riels really wanted to point at Voldemort's nose and sneer at him, well, if he even had a nose. Quirrell finally fired a salvo of thousands of bullets at him, which was a very powerful spell. But as the Dark Lord, Voldemort only had such a small amount of emotional energy. If there is no comparison, there will be no harm. If you don't have a nose, you might as well step aside and give way to someone more talented. After complaining, Riels got down to business. System, redeem the primary magic potion. Consume 500 emotional points, and successfully redeem a bottle of primary magic potion. The next moment, another familiar test tube appeared in his hand. Riels had already drank it twice, so he drank it without hesitation. The already full magic power increased again at this moment, and the comfortable Riels lay down directly on the bed, not wanting to get up for a long time. The first bottle increased the magic power by nearly half, the second bottle only increased the magic power by 1/3, and the effect of the third bottle was further reduced by half, only half of 1/3. According to calculations, it is expected that drinking 3 or 4 more bottles will not have much effect, but my current magic power reserve far exceeds that of wizards of the same age. Riels clenched his fist. This magic reserve is even more powerful than some weak adult wizards. Again, as long as there is enough magic power and the magic spell does not stop, there will be no enemy that cannot be defeated. If you can't beat it, it only means that you didn't choose the right spell and your magic power reserve is not enough. Directly use the fire shield to protect your body, supplement it with the Patronus charm, and add the non-stop release of the big melon. May I ask how you deal with it? It's too early to think about this now. Not only is the magic power not enough, but none of these spells are cheap. But it's just a matter of time. I haven't deliberately improved my mood this week, and it's close to 800. This is still in the leaky cauldron. If it were Hogwarts, it would have to be at least double. Looking at the remaining 132 emotion points, Riels not only didn't feel distressed, but was actually a little amused. He is not the kind of person who is so ambitious. Compared with those people who are pretentious and wish to be invincible at once, what he values more is the present. Now that he is getting stronger every day, it is only a matter of time before he becomes invincible. Rather than doing a big death to increase his emotional value, he prefers to increase his emotional value that is not dangerous. At least he thinks there is no danger. For example, today's Quirrell and Voldemort, he only dared to play like that because he expected that these two people would not dare to do anything. If there were no other people around, he would definitely be able to understand what the three unforgivable curses felt like. Riels shook his head and began to think about what to do next. There are about 7 days left before the start of school. I will probably be able to produce another bottle of primary magic potion in the next few days. By then, I will start far ahead of others. Hermione's photographic memory is really useful. I've read about half of the first grade subject books during this period, and I should finish them by the time I enter school. Oh, by the way, I also need to write this thing quickly. I'm really looking forward to what kind of impact it will have. Riel slapped his forehead, picked up a luxurious-looking book, opened it, and started writing quickly with a quill. This thing is his secret weapon, and it will definitely gain a lot of emotional value when the time comes. You might even get a chance to see a lot of interesting scenes. There were already many people sitting in the leaky cauldron in the early morning. Of course, this does not mean that they got up early, it just means that they were drunk and forgot to go home last night. Old Tom, who was cleaning the bar, saw Riels walking downstairs and greeted him warmly. Riels, would you like a cup of hot milk and a sandwich? Oh, are you going to go on the Hogwarts Express now? Time flies so fast, half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing Riels carrying his backpack and carrying the fat cat and owl downstairs, Old Tom couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Riels mentioned the cat cage and owl cage. I don't think they will let me have my hands free. Thank you for taking care of me recently. In half a month, he and Old Tom got along quite well. Although Old Tom spent most of the time teasing him or telling about Hannah, but it is undeniable that Old Tom is very funny. Even if he is joking, he knows his limits and will not be annoying. Old Tom smiled and said, I think I should welcome you to come again. What, do you want me to give you a ride by apparating? Of course you can also take the night bus. Riel's face froze, he quickly shook his head and refused, and ran out of the bar as fast as he could escape. Just kidding, even if he was walking to take the Hogwarts Express, he wouldn't be able to use apparition again. Seeing Riels running away, Old Tom couldn't help laughing. The other drunkards who were woken up also started laughing when they saw this, but their smiles still couldn't hide the reluctance in their eyes. For half a month, although Riels often did some pranks, it was undeniable that he was easy to get along with. And it's a pleasure to get along with him, especially when we play pranks together. Riels can always come up with some weird new ideas. Old Tom is reluctant to give up +5, others are reluctant to give up +7. Well, it's a bit sad but not much. Ugh tilde, dear little wizard, you are welcome to take the night bus again next time. After the conductor said with a smile, the night bus danced away. That's right, I just danced away. Riels held on to the street lamp and retched again. He was a little lucky that he hadn't eaten anything in the morning, otherwise he would have definitely vomited. Next time, there is absolutely no next time. Even if I lose everything, I will still have to buy a flying dragon as a mount. After recovering, Riels leaned weakly against the lamppost. He was really speechless. He thought that apparating was already painful, but he didn't expect that the strongest has its own strong hand. There is also a night bus on top of apparating. If apparating is like crushing people and throwing them into a drum washing machine, the night bus takes you to experience the thrill of disco dancing on the road. The feeling is not only dizzy, but also very painful, especially since this thing can jump. He now felt like there was a swelling on his head. Well, there was no doubt that it was caused by a close collision with the roof of the night bus. I don't know if Hermione has arrived. If I had known, I would have taken a taxi. Anyone who likes to do this crap night bus can do it. There is absolutely no way I will do it again. Night bus has permanently lost a customer. After Riels recovered, he found a luggage cart and threw all the large and small bags onto the luggage cart. Then he ignored the strange looks from the people around him and walked straight to the station. Passers-by are confused +5. Riels curled his lips and was confused. Didn't he see anyone who went to school? If passers-by knew what he was thinking, they would definitely shout that he was wronged. It's not that they've never seen someone go to school before, it's just that they've never seen someone like Riels carrying luggage, a cat, an owl, and most importantly, a pot. Are you attending the Culinary God School? Who is a good person who brings these things to school? King's Cross Station. As soon as Riels entered the station, he saw Hermione standing there looking around, and Hermione happened to see him at a glance. Hermione waved her arms excitedly and ran quickly. Riels. The Grangers behind her were silent, pretending not to see anything. What can they do? Beating a mandarin duck with a stick does not mean beating a little mandarin duck. Hermione and Riels are friends at best now, so what can they do? Prevent Hermione, who already has no friends, from making friends? How sad was Hermione? Maybe even hate them. Hermione is excited +11, excited +9, happy +9, and the Grangers are helpless +3. Little Angel. Although Riels has seen strong winds and waves in the past half-month, he still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. They just met, and without even saying a few words, their emotional value reached nearly 30 points. What is this if not an angel? Riels, I have learned nearly half of the knowledge in the past half-month, especially potions. I heard that the professor who teaches potions is very strict. If you don't understand, you can ask me. How have you been in the past month, and has your cat been named? I named my cat, and her name is Crookshanks. Hermione's mouth was like a small machine cannon, and she seemed to have endless words to say. Her questions were numerous and complex, and coupled with her habit of asking and answering herself, sometimes Riels couldn't even get a word in. But he wasn't angry either, let alone a machine gun. Even if it was a laser cannon, he was still a little angel. The two talked while walking, standing out among the cluttered crowd. When passing by Sister Gran and his wife, Riels nodded politely and said hello. Sister Gran and his wife responded with a smile, then pushed their luggage and silently followed the two little ones, quietly looking at the energetic Hermione. It seemed like they hadn't seen Hermione looking like this for a long time. The last time I saw her was half a month ago in Diagon Alley, and in the next half-month, although Hermione was smiling, it was not this kind of smile that came from the heart. Instead, it's more like a smile that can be faked so as not to worry them. Their daughter is a little more mature than ordinary people. Platform 9 3/4, I think this is it. Riel stopped and looked at the thick brick pillars in front of him. Hermione also stopped, seemingly unable to finish her words, and looked around the pillar curiously. She had no doubt about Riel's words, but was a little surprised that this pillar was platform 9 3/4. How are we going to get in? Just walk in? Will we hit our heads, or is there some special spell? If she had read the history of Hogwarts, she would definitely know about platform 9 3/4. But for half a month, she focused on studying and wanted to help Riels with tutoring knowledge after entering school. I don't have time to read those miscellaneous books, so naturally I don't know these things. Riels looked at her funny, shook his head and said, no need for any spells, just go in. A Muggle expulsion spell has been cast here. We won't arouse the Muggle's suspicion if we go in directly, so you can rest assured. But before that, I think you should go say goodbye to your family. The school year at Hogwarts lasts close to a year. Although there are owls to send messages, owls cannot convey my feelings of longing. Riels looked at the Granger couple behind him with meaning. Hermione's smile froze, with some complicated emotions appearing in her eyes, and then she smiled and ran quickly to the two of them. I'm going to be a little witch. Remember not to miss me too much. When I come back, I will perform magic for you, very magical magic. Although her words were cheerful, if you listen carefully, you can hear subtle tremors and a faint cry. Mr. and Mrs. Granger's eyes were slightly red, but they forced a smile and took turns giving Hermione instructions. A parting conversation ended with Hermione's eyes red, holding back tears and running into platform 9 3/4 with her luggage. Riel smiled and said, I will take care of Hermione, you can rest assured. There was no falsehood in what he said. Hermione was a treasure girl, and she also had a deep love for him. Regardless of the circumstances, he would take good care of Hermione, at least not letting her suffer the same injustices as in the original novel. That wasn't something she should have to bear, and it wasn't her fault. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at each other and thanked each other in unison. Thank you, Riels. Hermione, we will leave it to you. You are her only friend, and we trust you to take good care of her. Mr. and Mrs. Granger are grateful +3. Hermione is touched +9 and looking forward to +9. After chatting for a few more words, Riels pushed his luggage cart into the stone pillars. Hogwarts Express. In the not-too-crowded carriage, Riels and Hermione sat opposite each other. Seeing Hermione with red eyes and a bad mood, Riels persuaded her with some distress. Remember what I said, the separation is for a better reunion, and being separated doesn't mean we won't see each other again in the future. Next time we meet, you have to show them with a new attitude what a great little wizard their daughter is. He didn't say this to increase his mood points, he simply wanted to comfort her. No matter how smart Hermione is, she is only a teenager and has never left her parents. It has been nearly a year since they left her, so it is normal to be reluctant to leave them. When a young boy leaves home and his boss comes back, this is never a very happy thing to say. Hermione is touched +9, happy +3. Hermione sniffed and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't worry, I won't let them down. I will make them proud and make them proud of me." She was extremely firm when she said this, and her brown eyes were full of seriousness. In response, Riels just smiled and didn't say much. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you are proud or not, it's not what parents care about, at least it's not what most parents care about. Time passed little by little, and soon it was time for the Hogwarts Express to depart. A few people wanted to enter the carriage along the way, but after seeing Riels and Hermione inside, they all left with good sense. Although they are only teenagers, they all know what they should know, and the light bulb is not a pleasant existence. Hermione shared with Riels what she had learned from reading at night during the past half-month and received Riels' approval. She raised her face with great satisfaction and at the same time contributed dozens of emotional points to Riels. But soon she began to yawn, her eyelids began to fight, and she almost fell asleep several times. "If you're tired, just take a nap. I'll call you when you get to Hogwarts. If you can't wake me up, I can carry you up. You know I'm quite strong." Riel's joke made Hermione roll her eyes angrily, but she still obeyed and fell asleep on the table. She had not had a good rest in the past half-month, and now she had experienced great joy and sorrow. It was normal for her body to be unable to bear it and fall asleep. Hermione is +3 for being shy, +5 for being angry, and +6 for being funny. This little girl is really a little angel. Even when you are asleep, you don't forget to contribute your emotional value. I'm asking you, who else can do this? Riel smiled and shook his head without disturbing her, but took out the luxurious book, held the quill, and began to write rapidly. This book looks like one of those magic books at first glance, but in fact it is just a blank notebook. Of course, whether this is used for taking notes or for other purposes is another matter. Boom tilde boom. There was a knock on the carriage, and Riel saw the people outside through the glass and suddenly burst out with a bright smile. He put away his quill, stood up with the book in his arms, and opened the carriage door. However, he did not invite anyone in, but walked out of the carriage directly, closing the door at the end. Obviously, his gesture was just that he didn't want anyone to enter the carriage. "Harry, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. My little buddy, how are you doing recently?" That's right, it was none other than Harry Potter who was tricked into going to the women's room. Having said this, Riel still has some regrets. If he could have recorded it with a video recorder, it would have been explosive news. Especially after Voldemort died and he showed it to Harry Potter, the scene. You don't need to think about it to know that it is wonderful. "I'm sorry, I just want to find a seat. The other carriages you know are full of people. I can go to other carriages to have a look." Harry Potter waved his hands in panic, and his broken glasses almost fell off several times. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to run away, as if he was afraid of Riels. Harry Potter fear +5, anxiety +9. The system's beep made Riel's smile become even brighter. Seeing that Harry Potter was about to leave, Riels quickly stopped him and continued speaking with a half-smile. "Harry, why are you running away after not seeing me for so long? I don't mean not to welcome you. In fact, I welcome you very much. It's just that my friend fell asleep in the carriage. I was afraid that our conversation would wake her up, so I closed the door and came out to talk." Harry Potter's steps froze. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't move forward. He could only turn his head with a grimace. "Riels, I'm sorry to disturb you and your friends. I think it would be better if I went to another carriage." If possible, he really didn't want to be in the same car as Riels, or didn't want to spend more time with him. After all, being tricked into going to the women's restroom seemed like it happened yesterday. In fact, it only happened a few days ago. Every time he thought of this incident, Harry Potter felt angry and helpless, and the bitterness on his face deepened. At such a young age, there is a sense of bitterness and hatred on his face. Harry Potter's bitterness +8, helplessness +9, fear +3. Riel smiled even brighter. "Harry, I think my friend will also welcome you very much. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 days, right? I remember the last time we met, Mr. Potter accidentally entered the women's bathroom. Well, I will keep it a secret, so don't worry." To be honest, Harry Potter is really interesting, and he is very simple and easy to fool. It was so deceiving that he felt a little guilty, but this feeling of guilt only lasted for a short moment. Just kidding, he still has to save money to buy a giant dragon as a mount. How can he let such a rich boy go? And he didn't hurt Harry Potter, he just pranked him a few times. Isn't this a normal thing? For example, Ronald's twin brother is the most famous prankster at Hogwarts and even opened a shop selling prank props. Are they not equally popular? Even became a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. As long as pranks are moderate, they will not offend others or harm others. Harry Potter is scared +9, embarrassed +9, angry +6. The system's prompts kept ringing, making Riels feel extremely happy. But Harry Potter was not so happy. He looked around nervously and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was no one in the corridor. It's not that I love learning, I just saw a very interesting book. Speaking of which, there is your book in it, but... Riels appeared to be hesitant to speak, wanting to say something but unable to. This made Harry Potter and Hermione, who were already curious, even more curious and wanted to grab the book and read it themselves. The feeling of curiosity is very uncomfortable, as if there is an itching hand in my heart. It makes people want to scratch it but cannot, but it itches fiercely. Harry Potter is curious +9, anxious +9, Hermione is curious +9, anxious +9. Another small 40 arrived in the account. Riel smiled with great satisfaction and then stopped making excuses. Before the two couldn't help but ask, he raised the book and introduced it to them. The name of this book is Unknown History of the Wizarding World. I got it by chance. It talks about some secrets in the wizarding world. First of all, let me state that this book is not true, but it is guaranteed to be wild enough, and it definitely deserves the name of Wild History. Riel stretched out his hand and put the book on the table. It's up to you to read what's written in it and what it has to do with you, Harry. This is a masterpiece that he spent half an hour every day and compiled for half a month. Every item in it can bring a lot of emotional value to the person involved as long as it is shown to him. Of course, what he is writing now is mainly for Harry Potter. There is no way who made Harry Potter the protagonist. This is how the protagonist is treated. Harry Potter is grateful +9, Hermione is curious +7, and suspicious is +9. Harry Potter said sincerely, "Thank you, Riels." After saying that, he looked at Hermione first and saw that Hermione's attention was entirely on Riels. Only then did he tentatively reach out his hand, take the book to himself and look through it. Hermione didn't say anything but looked at Riels with a strange look. This book seems familiar. Well, it can no longer be described as familiar. If she remembered correctly, she still knew the author of this book. But she didn't explain it. Since Riels did this, there must be a reason. Hermione doubts +7. Riels didn't change his expression, but secretly praised Hermione in his heart. She was truly a little angel, and she did a great job of seeing through things without telling her. It's normal for it to look familiar. The textbooks we bought all use this kind of writing. Nashima, you know, this thing is always interesting. At least I saw a lot of interesting things in it, such as Harry and... At first he sounded like he was explaining to Hermione, but at the end he deliberately stopped and silently observed Harry Potter's reaction. It's so funny, that's the content of that book, and the thing he wrote is in the front. Harry Potter definitely saw it. As he expected, Harry Potter immediately raised his head after hearing this, with a look of disbelief on his face. He looked at Riels and then at Hermione, suddenly a little shy on his face. Is everything in this book true? Do I really have a fiancé, or is it a baby marriage arranged by my parents for me? As if he had thought of something, his face became even more shy, but there was a touch of sadness between his brows. Harry Potter is nervous +7, excited +7, expectant +9, Hermione is confused +6, and curious +9. Before Riels could answer, Hermione snatched the book from Harry Potter's hand and looked through it carefully. Soon her expression became strange, and she looked at Riels with deep shock and confusion. The look in his eyes seemed to be asking him, is everything you wrote above true? Is there really such a nonsense? Harry Potter also looked at Riels nervously and expectantly, waiting for his answer. Cough. Riels coughed dryly and took the book with a calm expression. Didn't I say it before? Wild history is not true, but it is guaranteed to be wild enough. As for the fiancé, you have to make sure for yourself. According to the book, that person is about the same age as you and should enroll in Hogwarts with you. And the characteristics of that person are very obvious. You just need to look for it. It should be easy to find it. Let's look for it. What if it is real? Just kidding. Come to this point, there's no reason why Harry Potter shouldn't be fooled. If Harry Potter was really that smart, he wouldn't have been tricked into the women's bathroom before. Sure enough, when Harry Potter heard what he said, although he was a little hesitant, the expectation and curiosity in his heart still overcame this hesitation. Just like what Riel said, what if it's true? It's not a bad idea to go and look for it. Maybe you can also find out what kind of people your parents were back then. Having made up his mind, Harry Potter stood up and said very solemnly, "Thank you, Riels, you have guided me in a new direction. I'm going to find that person now. If I find him, I'll ask him about the engagement and my parents." Harry Potter solemnly thanked him again, and then opened the carriage door and left with excitement and apprehension. For a moment, only a smiling Riels and a shocked Hermione were left in the carriage. Harry Potter expects +12, is nervous +9, is apprehensive +6, Hermione is confused +3, shocked +9, curious +7. Hermione was dumbfounded. Does he believe it like that? Didn't he see that the ink on it hasn't dried yet? Riels rubbed his nose. Maybe you believe it, who knows this? Maybe this is true. As he spoke, he picked up the unofficial history of the wizarding world again, picked up a quill and started writing quickly. This thing is not a one-time use, and it will continue to be used in the future. Otherwise, it would be a waste to use it once every half a month. Well, who will be the next lucky guy? Riel subconsciously wanted to bite the pen barrel twice, but then he remembered that this was a quill pen, and if he bit it, it would definitely be a piece of hair. It's impossible, right? Even if this is true, how did you know about it? You're not. Wait. Hermione sat up straight and stared straight at Riels, her little face full of seriousness and suspicion, and she looked like she was going to accuse him. Riels raised his eyebrows and sighed secretly in his heart. He really deserves to be Hermione, the brains and strategist of the Iron Triangle. Although he knew that with Hermione's intelligence, it wouldn't take long to figure it out, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. You're not trying to play a prank, are you? Who are you writing about with those characteristics? Oh my god, this is really an interesting thing. A smile broke out on Hermione's serious little face, completely gone from her previous look of asking for guilt. Although she doesn't like playing pranks or playing pranks on others, it would be a different story if the prankster was Riels. Just play a prank, it won't hurt anyone anyway. Riels must have some sense of proportion. Hermione is happy +3, helpless +1, funny +9. I don't know if it was because of the system's beep or Hermione's bright smile that made Riels feel extremely happy. He held up the unofficial history in his hand and said, "Would you like to come together? I think this is a very interesting thing. For Merlin's sake, please show off your talent." If there is one person who can help compile and write unofficial history, the efficiency can definitely be doubled many times. Especially when this person was Hermione, the efficiency was absolutely amazing. Hermione expects +8, joy +9. Hermione raised her lips slightly, and without much hesitation she moved closer to Riels, and the two of them looked through unofficial histories next to each other. In this regard, Riels said that he is still young and really doesn't have any special feelings. To put it bluntly, he is a bit alienated, while Hermione is too skinny with no flesh on her arms or anything. She needs to be well taken care of after arriving at Hogwarts. Just like that, the two of them, each with a quill, began to make up random things and write unofficial history. The two of them had a tacit understanding. After knowing the reason for writing unofficial history, there was no dispute over what to write. For a moment, the only sounds left in the carriage were the two people talking quietly and the sound of quills scratching the pages of a book. I don't know how much time passed, but the two of them put away their quills with some unfinished thoughts and prepared to appreciate their masterpiece. However, as soon as the two people put away their pens, the door of the carriage was pushed open violently, making a loud crash sound, which showed how much force the person pushing the door used. Crabbe Goyle, come and take a look. Isn't this the mudblood who hopes to enter Slytherin? Tusk, what a coincidence we meet again. Malfoy held the wand and smiled evilly. Professor McGonagall is not here this time, dirty mudblood, what should you do? By chance he didn't know, but he knew he had been looking for it on the Hogwarts Express for a while. It's all this damn mudblood's fault. Otherwise Professor McGonagall wouldn't have complained and he wouldn't have been reprimanded. Behind him, Goyle and Crabbe also drew out their wands and looked at Riels and Hermione unkindly. Malfoy's excitement +4, sarcasm +7, excitement +3, Hermione's confusion +8, nervousness +5, anger +9. Others' hatred +6. Riels comforted Hermione. There was no anger on his face, but a simple smile. Very good, Mr. Bimau, the money-giving boy, brought his two younger brothers to give emotional value. He just happened to be thinking about who should watch unofficial history next, but now he didn't even have to think about it, it was delivered directly to his door. Again, he is a bit special, vengeful, Riels smiled and said, "Hey, Master Malfoy, who doesn't know where he is noble, but feels that he is noble. What are you trying to figure out what makes you so noble? That's really interesting. Tell me about it and it will make me happy too." As he spoke, he crossed his legs and looked at Malfoy with a half-smile. Coupled with what he said, at first glance, one might think that he was educating a child. "I just had to tell you quickly. After I finished speaking, I praised you so much that it was written on your face." Hermione looked at his appearance, a smile flashed in her eyes, and the anger on her face eased a lot. As smart as she is, how could she not see what Riels meant? Every time she did something and wanted to take credit, her father would act like this and then praise her. But Malfoy didn't take credit with Lucius, and there was nothing he could take credit for, so he couldn't see what Riels meant. On the contrary, Goyle and Crabbe looked at each other and wanted to remind them several times, but they didn't know how to say it. You can't say that this mudblood treats you as his son, right? They don't know what the result will be for Riels, but they know what the result will be for themselves. Hermione is funny +9, helpless +1, Malfoy is angry +9, others are helpless +3. A noble Malfoy is a noble Malfoy. Mudbloods like you have no idea what the 28 pureblood families are. If you are brave enough, stand up and fight me. I will make you understand the difference between a pureblood and a mudblood. Malfoy pointed his wand at Riels, an annoyed look on his face. Although he didn't understand what Riels' gesture meant, he could feel that something was wrong, and what Riels said made him very angry. In his understanding, a noble Malfoy is a noble Malfoy, and there is no reason for being noble. What Riels said were just fallacies directed at him, and their purpose was just to maintain the poor dignity of the mudblood. At least that's what his father, Lucius Malfoy, told him. That's right, if you have the ability, stand up and duel. We can make you understand the difference without Draco taking action. When you come out to hang out, you must not only talk about your strength, but also your background. If a pureblood family wants to kill you, it will only take a matter of minutes. Goyle and Crabbe spoke to each other, showing their arrogant posture vividly. When Malfoy heard this, the smile on his face became even bigger, and the look he looked at Riels became more mocking. You can rest assured that this matter is our own business. I will not rely on the power of the family, of course, if you agree to duel with me. Otherwise, I swear to Merlin's beard, your life at Hogwarts will never be easy. Malfoy held his head high as if giving alms, as did Crabbe and Goyle behind him. These children of pureblood families have been exposed to magic since they were young, and they began to practice magic after experiencing magic riots. As for Muggle-born children, they still know little about the wizarding world, let alone have access to any powerful magic spells. They are also new students at Hogwarts, and the gap between those born from pure-blood or wizarding families and those born from Muggles is so big. Although these can be made up through study in the academy, when you first enter school, this gap is like a chasm, and it is difficult to cross it. Malfoy is proud +9, taunting +6, Hermione is angry +9, others are proud +7. Why does Riels want to duel with you? Even if you are a mudblood, it doesn't necessarily mean how noble you are. What? You run Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You want to be powerful when you come out to hang out. Why don't you say that the wizarding world is yours? Hermione couldn't bear it any longer, stood up and started to yell at the three of them, causing them to be stunned for a moment. Although she didn't know what mudblood meant, she could guess that it wasn't a good word. Riels is obviously so good he won't do any bad, big or bad things, he only likes to do some pranks. Why do these people want to duel? Why do you say he is a mudblood? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. If she hadn't known any offensive magic, she would have pulled out her wand and hit them twice. The Malfoy trio who had been scolded looked at Hermione with ugly expressions. They were about to retaliate, but were interrupted by Riels, who suddenly stood up. A duel, right? Yes, I'll take it, but not now. We'll have a duel when we get to Hogwarts. Before that, I think you should first think about how to deal with the entrance examination. Your noble family didn't tell you, right? Oh, I almost forgot. Riels picked up unofficial history, and after finding what he was looking for, he continued. Let me take a look. Oh, here it is. The pureblood family will conceal the Hogwarts entrance examination to test the ability of the heir. Is Mr. Malfoy, who thinks he is noble, ready to face the entrance examination? There is an unwritten tradition at Hogwarts. Every year during the freshman orientation season, the senior students terrorize the new students. He said that Hogwarts has an entrance examination, where he has to fight a dragon, steal insect eggs from the Acromantula's lair, and have a fight with a sphinx. In this regard, there are very few freshmen who are fooled, but there are always exceptions to everything. Every year there will be some freshmen who really believe it and are scared to tears. But obviously, Malfoy was not one of these exceptions. After hearing what Riels said, he curled his lips in disdain. I have never heard of any entrance examination. Only mudbloods like you can believe these crappy books. You have agreed to the duel, I hope you won't disappoint me. After saying that, he wanted to say a few words to Hermione, but looking at Hermione with an angry face, Malfoy closed his mouth very wisely. Just kidding, Hermione was able to fight 3 people by herself just now without even pausing in the middle. He didn't think he could fight Hermione, and his main target this time was Riels, not Hermione. Hermione could wait until she had the chance to retaliate, there was no need to humiliate herself now. Hermione is angry +9, Malfoy is proud +9, everyone else is proud +5. The Malfoy trio came and left quickly, but in just a short period of time, they contributed dozens of emotional points to Riels. Riels was not very happy, not because of Malfoy's provocation, nor because Malfoy was not fooled. Of course, it is too early to make a conclusion as to whether Malfoy will be fooled or not. We will have to wait a while before we can draw a conclusion. Let the bullets fly for a while, and someone will be tempted to shoot, right? The reason he was in a bad mood wasn't because of Malfoy or the others, but because of Hermione. Malfoy and the others are his tools to increase his emotional value. The more targeted at his later emotional value, the easier it will be to increase his emotional value. So he just laughed at Malfoy's words. If the tool was disobedient, he could just beat him 3 times a day. But Hermione didn't know that she was very angry at Malfoy for teasing him, as you could tell just by looking at the mood value. This little girl is like a dynamite barrel that is set on fire, the kind that really explodes. It's not that he was angry with Hermione, on the contrary, he was very satisfied and moved by Hermione. After all, Hermione was so angry because of him. The only reason why she was unhappy was because Hermione was difficult to coax, especially because of him. What if the little angel was so angry that he would be heartbroken? What tool to increase emotional value can be as important as the little angel Hermione? Hermione understands +9, anger +12. After Riels explained the cause and effect, the little angel Hermione once again contributed a lot of emotional value to him. At the same time, he was even more angry with Malfoy, but with Riels' comfort, his anger had dissipated a lot. Hermione puffed her face and comforted Riels. "Don't worry, Riels, I will tell Professor McGonagall about this when we get to the academy. You don't have to go to that duel. It's not our fault, it's Malfoy's repeated provocations. I don't believe Hogwarts can still favor them. Boys and girls at this age are at their most righteous, especially when the ones being bullied are their good friends. She already has a sense of justice, not to mention, Riels is her only good friend." So no surprise, Hermione once again contributed dozens of emotional points to Riels, but the emotions generated were really worrying and comforting. Riels shook his head dumbfounded. "My stay in Diagon Alley for the past half-month was not in vain. I specially learned attack spells from Uncle Tom. And since I agreed to a duel, I can't break my promise. I will win this duel so you can rest assured." After drinking 3 bottles of primary magic potions in a row, his magic power reserves were already considerable, far beyond what Malfoy and the others could match. To put it lightly, even if the Malfoy trio came together, he was confident that he would be able to defeat them all in one move. What does 10,000 bullets fired at the same time mean? Please understand it accurately. Moreover, this duel is a good opportunity to increase the emotional value. I chose Hogwarts because there are enough people there. A new Muggle-born student defeated the young master of the Malfoy family. This would definitely cause a sensation in Hogwarts. By then, won't the emotional value come flooding in? Hermione is hesitant +9, curious +9, worried +12. Angel's definitely an angel. With another 30 points of mood points recorded, Riels was in a good mood. Sure enough, it's the treasure girl Hermione. One person can match several others. Well, I'm talking about the Malfoy trio. Look at the gap. The little villain who fell in love with and killed Harry Potter, even worse than having no nose. Voldemort. Watch your words, Hermione warned in a very serious tone. Then you have to be careful. What if those guys use dirty tricks? If you really can't beat them, just admit defeat without any shame. In response, Riels just listened silently and nodded in response from time to time. But there was a warmth gradually rising in his heart. If the emotion value is high, doesn't it mean how much Hermione cares about him? Because some small things can cause such big mood swings, his position in Hermione's heart is evident. Draco, do you think it's possible that what that kid said is true? What should I do if there is really an entrance examination? Yes, it's okay for us to beat little wizards of our own age. If we go to beat those magical animals with a high degree of danger, wouldn't we be going to die? Crabbe and Goyle looked sad. They were self-aware. If that were the case, they would never pass the test. If the admission test is true, then the only person who has some hope of passing the test may be Malfoy. His parents were both very powerful wizards, and Malfoy, who was taught by them, was definitely among the top 3 in his age group. Can you please ask Merlin to grow a beard and think about it? Do you believe such nonsense? Let's not talk about anything else. We are all from a wizarding family, and we can't pass those incredible entrance exams. Tell me how those mudbloods passed. Malfoy smiled disdainfully. Look at how many mudbloods there are in Hogwarts now. Doesn't this mean that the entrance examination is a lie? If it weren't for Goyle and Crabbe being loyal to him, and they would play together until they grew up. He might even shy away from these 2 idiots. This kind of little kid doesn't know any new lies. Not only did these 2 people believe it, but they also worried about it. Malfoy suddenly felt a little tired. Maybe it was because he was much more mature than his peers that he had to bear this burden, right? Malfoy thought smugly, but Crabbe's next words almost petrified him on the spot. What if this entrance examination is only for wizards from each family? My eldest cousin failed to enroll that year and later went to other colleges through connections. An entrance examination only for wizards from each family. This can also explain why there are so many Muggle-born wizards in Hogwarts if there is really an entrance examination. Malfoy hesitated a little. Is this impossible? Did your eldest cousin transfer to the academy for other reasons? If he just said that the entrance examination was for family wizards, he wouldn't believe it. But Crabbe presented the evidence, and he knew that Crabbe would not lie to him, so he had to think about this matter. Actually, we can just ask the pureblood wizards from other grades. I believe they will know something. That's right, my little cousin is in the next car. Let's go over and ask to see if it's true. Finally, under the persuasion of two young followers, Malfoy had no choice but to go to the next car with a skeptical attitude, and also met Crabbe's so-called little cousin. After the three people explained their intentions, the Slytherin snakes in the carriage fell into silence. Several pureblood snakes looked at each other, and in an instant, they reached some kind of consensus. Adrian Pusey, what Crabbe called his little cousin, said with a deep look on his face, "This question is a good question. Actually, we shouldn't say this kind of thing, but we're going to Hogwarts soon, so it's a good idea to tell you in advance, so as not to be caught off guard like we were before." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the Malfoy trio suddenly changed, especially Goyle and Crabbe, whose expressions were ashen. On the contrary, it was Malfoy. He first observed the faces of the people in the carriage very carefully, and his heart suddenly sank when he found that they all had serious faces. No way could such nonsense be true. What is that book in Riels' hand? How do you even know this? In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through Malfoy's mind, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. Actually, this assessment should be said to be a family test. The assessment for our entrance last year was to challenge us to challenge the acromantula. But don't worry, the acromantula is not strong. We only sacrificed 2 people and successfully broke one of its 3-meter-long spider legs. As Adrian spoke, pride and sadness flashed across his face, as did several others. Then they began to tell the story of their battle with the acromantula. The story that sounded so flawless immediately made the Malfoy trio believe most of it, and at the same time they were also mostly disappointed. Are you kidding me? An acromantula over 8 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. The half-cut leg is nearly 3 meters long. Is this a monster? When they came out of the carriage, Malfoy and the other 3 looked pale, their steps were a little sloppy, and they almost fell on their butts when they went out. Thanks to the good guy Dirian, he supported them and prevented the tragedy from happening. You don't have to worry. The content of the entrance examination is not fixed every year. If you are lucky, well, you all understand. Okay, you go and get ready first. We have to continue learning magic. The pressure of competition in Slytherin is too great. It's too great. As soon as Adrian returned to the carriage, he immediately took out his wand and cast a soundproofing spell on the carriage to protect the door locks. Several people in the carriage looked at each other silently, and the next moment they all burst into ear-splitting laughter. The young master of the Malfoy family actually believes this. He doesn't seem very smart, hahaha. I don't know who spread the news. Only wizards with family backgrounds will have reasons for entrance examinations. It's true that it's strong. Your cousin is also interesting. I almost cried when I saw him just now. Luckily, we are talking about acromantula. If it were a giant dragon, I think he would have cried. Several people in the carriage burst into laughter, but the 3 Malfoys outside felt heavy. Unwilling to give up, Malfoy turned around and took his 2 disheartened followers to find other pureblood seniors. Then they heard the great achievements of those seniors who bravely fought against giant dragons, captured manticores with their hands, stepped on giant monsters with their feet, and beat them until they cried for their mothers. Whether it's because of their special talents or their meticulous logic, these people tell stories vividly and immersively. At the same time, it also made the Malfoy trio completely despair, and soon this despair filled the entire Hogwarts Express. Well, to be precise, the little wizards from the same family in Hogwarts Express. For a while, wailing sounds came one after another, and those who didn't know thought that something tragic had happened. Malfoy was frightened and revealed the reward, an own goal. Pansy panics +9, Goyle panics +8, Crabbe panics +8, others panic +53. Riels, who was watching the sunset with Hermione on his arms, raised the corners of his lips and narrowed his eyes in pleasure after hearing the system prompts. He just said, let the bullets fly for a while. What if someone followed and fired? Malfoy may not be stupid, but he is just a teenager. If everyone around him says so, can he still not believe it? Can he still trust his own judgment? Obviously impossible. The sun is setting and we are probably arriving at Hogwarts soon. Let's change into wizard robes first so as not to be in a hurry later. Hermione nodded in agreement, then frowned. What's going on outside? It's been noisy for a while, right? Riels chuckled. We'll find out later when we go out and take a look. Soon Riels and Hermione put on their wizarding robes, just as the Hogwarts Express reached its end. Well, a slightly dilapidated station looks a bit eerie under the dim streetlights. Seeing that Hermione wanted to get her luggage, Riels reminded, put the luggage on top, and when we complete the sorting ceremony, a house elf will help us take it to the dormitory. This is written in a school history of Hogwarts. If this were the original Hermione, she would definitely read this in a school history. But now Hermione spends most of her time reading those magic books for study and doesn't read other books at all. And the purpose of her doing this was just to learn it herself so that she could help him learn, even though he didn't need it. But who could not like Hermione like this? How many people can treat others with the most sincere heart? Hermione loses +3, joy +6. A history of Hogwarts. I will read it when I have time. I will leave my luggage here first. By the way, what is a house elf? Hermione felt a little disappointed, but this loss was fleeting, and then she dragged Riels and asked again. Riels looked at her with some distress and told her about house elves as he walked. He knew what Hermione was missing. She should have read all those books and she should know all these things, but now. Fortunately, Hermione's joy was greater than her loss, which meant that she was in a pretty good mood and was not very disappointed. Those house elves are so pitiful. I don't think this is good. At least they shouldn't be abused. It's not a pleasant thing. After listening to Riel's story, Hermione frowned, a little angry on her face. Riels didn't think there was anything strange about this. Hermione had this kind of character, and this was the real Hermione. In the original book, Hermione also established the Association for the Promotion of the Rights of Collecting Elves, with the purpose of giving house elves the same treatment as wizards. But it is very helpless, the ideal is very full, the reality is very skinny, it is basically impossible to do this kind of thing. However, Riels would not throw cold water on her, and he would help Hermione when necessary, although he didn't care about these house elves. When we have the ability in the future, we can try to help them obtain fair rights and interests. But before that, I think we should get out quickly now. Riels, thank you, I knew you would support me. Hermione's eyes flashed with starlight, and a bright smile broke out on her face, even under the dim streetlights. Hermione is happy +9, moved +6. Riels ignored the system and just shook his head in amusement. Let's go quickly, so as not to be late later. Aren't you curious about what happened outside at that time? I think we will know the answer soon. Having said this, Riels raised his lips slightly. He wanted to see how desperate Malfoy and the others were, especially when they saw Hagrid. Under this dim light, Hagrid's height looks like a giant from a distance, but up close, he is really a giant. Those little wizards who were frightened and crying probably suspected that the entrance examination was a challenge to a giant. That scene, Tusk, you don't need to think about it to know that it is explosive. This was indeed the case. When Riels and Hermione arrived, they saw the little wizards hugging each other and shivering. Well, strictly speaking, they are pure-blood and mixed-blood young wizards. There are very few Muggle-born wizards and the few who have them look confused. Hey little guys, it's getting late. The party is waiting for you to start. Come on. We are going to Hogwarts by boat. Remember, a boat can accommodate 4 people. There can be fewer but not more people. Hagrid stood at the intersection, holding an oil lamp and shouting. His loud voice cut through the night, and his voice was so loud that it was like casting a loud curse. This sound made the little wizards who were already hugging each other for warmth even more frightened, and several of them were frightened to the point of crying. In response, Hagrid could only scratch his messy hair in embarrassment, not knowing what to do. I really don't know what they are crying about. Are wizards all landlubbers and can't swim? Hermione pouted and dragged Riels towards the boat. Seeing this, several other people also walked towards the boat. With the first person to eat crabs, the others were quickly inspired, even the little wizards who were so scared that they cried. There is no other way, everyone is gone should they be left to fight the giant alone. Riels, can you swim? It doesn't matter if you can't. I'm good at swimming and I will protect you. Don't worry. As soon as Hermione got on the boat, she confidently patted her unobtrusive bag and assured Riels. For her, being able to protect her good friends is a great thing. Riels didn't criticize her nature but nodded very cooperatively. I can swim, but I'm not proficient. If I encounter danger, I have to ask Hermione to save me. When the little angel Hermione heard this, she immediately smiled and patted her chest repeatedly to promise to protect him. Hermione's pleasure +9, pride +9, anticipation +9. Riels suddenly felt a toothache. It was obvious what Hermione was expecting, right? Hey, for Merlin's sake, could you make room for me? The sudden sound made Hermione and Riels turn their heads, and they saw a girl with delicate appearance, slightly raised eyes, and a somewhat arrogant look standing on the bow of the boat. A small boat can carry 4 people, as few or as many as possible, and this small boat has Riels and Hermione. So the two of them didn't say much, they just moved inside to make room for the visitor. When the girl saw this, she didn't mean to say thank you and stepped directly onto the boat, but she obviously had not heard of that old saying. If you take too big a step, it's easy to tear your clothes. In addition, it was probably her first time riding a boat, so she didn't know that the boat was rocking back and forth. So after exclamation, Riels suffered a precise blow. The warm and fragrant soft jade was in his arms, but Riels didn't care about enjoying it at all. On the one hand, it was overwhelming, and on the other hand, he didn't want to respond to Hermione's expectations. After the boat rocked for a while, it gradually stabilized. As soon as it stopped, Hermione nervously checked on Riels. Riels, are you okay? Riels pointed to the little lowly in his arms. I think you should get her away first, otherwise something might really happen to me. He was really afraid that this little lowly would struggle in fear later and then take him into the water. Although he can swim, he is only a dog paddler. It would be good if he could protect himself, let alone take someone else with him. Hermione heard this and quickly pulled the trembling girl away. Don't move, otherwise the boat will still shake. If the shaking is severe, it will capsize. I can swim, but that doesn't mean I can swim with 2 people. The little angel Hermione rarely showed her fangs, as if to scold the panicked girl fiercely. The girl who had just remembered to get ashore heard this, and she was so frightened that she did not dare to move anymore. She just clung to the board of the boat tightly, her eyes red as if she was about to cry. In response, guilt flashed across Hermione's eyes, and then she hurriedly checked on Riels. Well, a little guilty, but not much. Hermione is worried +9, distressed +9, regretful +5, Pansy is scared +9, proud +3, angry +3. Are you sorry he didn't fall into the water? Riel's mouth twitched a few times, and then he turned his attention to the person behind him. Pansy Parkinson, one of Malfoy's little henchmen. Sure enough, the precise strike just now was an organized and premeditated revenge. This was naked revenge. These 3 points of pride are the best evidence. I'm fine, Hermione. I think we should see how this classmate is doing. Riels grabbed Hermione's flailing hand and turned her attention to Pansy. Just kidding, even though he is young, it still feels very itchy to be touched like this by a girl. If anything happens, he won't play. Am I right, Dream Cat? Miss Pansy Parkinson, is this your first time on a boat? Don't you know that this kind of boat needs to be balanced? If you come up so recklessly, you may capsize the boat. Don't forget that you are not the only one on the boat. Hermione pinched her waist and scolded Pansy very seriously, and Pansy seemed to be obediently lowering her head and listening to the lecture. There was nothing she could do about her disobedience. From the time the boat set off until she was now in the center of the lake, Hermione had been training her for more than 10 minutes without even a single repeated word. She didn't think about replying, but the rocking boat and the tight-lipped Hermione gave up her thoughts. She couldn't quarrel with her at all. She could guarantee that as long as she dared to say one word, Hermione could quarrel with her a dozen times. She had no choice but to pretend to be obedient, while secretly being angry with Malfoy and the others. If these guys didn't insist on believing in the entrance examination and went to find powerful allies, she wouldn't have to sit here. How come someone who seems to be quite smart usually believes such a lie? And this guy named Riels, couldn't he try to persuade Hermione? Do you just have to watch her being scolded all the way? Pansy's resentment +9, anger +9, and unhappiness +9. Riels, who was staring at the lake in a daze, suddenly lit up after hearing the notification sound. Treasure girl, another treasure girl. Mom, I found a treasure on a boat. When you wait for me to pick up the hoe, I will definitely pry it from Master Bymau's hand. Hermione, I think you are thirsty. Drink some water, we will be arriving at Hogwarts soon. Riels took out the thermos, opened it carefully, and handed it to Hermione. To be honest, on the one hand, he did this to save Pansy and get into trouble, but on the other hand, he was really afraid that Hermione was thirsty. Shouldn't this little angel who treats him wholeheartedly be pampered and pampered? Hermione is moved +11, pleasure +9, Pansy is grateful +9, jealous +4. Hermione took the water glass and thanked her emotionally. Thank you, Riels, I just feel thirsty. This time she no longer scolded Pansy, but took sips of warm water while admiring the night view of the lake with Riels. The two of them were together, and Hermione would occasionally point to the crooked tree next to her or the crescent moon in the lake for Riels to look at. Riels naturally agreed to the little angel's request. While admiring the scenery, he also gave a few compliments, which greatly satisfied Hermione's desire to share. Pansy looked at the two figures, her eyes filled with indescribable emotions, which seemed to be envy, jealousy, and desire. Pansy's jealousy +7, envy +9, desire +9, loss +11. This treasure girl has a story, definitely a story. Otherwise, it would be impossible to express so much emotional value just because of these little things. Riels turned his head to look at Pansy, and sure enough he saw her looking at him and Hermione intently, with a look of disappointment on her delicate little face. Seeing Riels looking over, the disappointment on Pansy's face was wiped away, and she raised her little face in a proud manner. The slightly red eye sockets and the slightly raised eyelids seemed to be saying, "What are you looking at?" Riels shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind and turned to Pansy and said, "Actually, you can try to sit up and take a look. This boat should have been enchanted so it won't capsize easily. And Hermione and I can swim so there won't be any danger. Try to sit up and you will see a different scenery, a beautiful scenery." Hermione also turned around and looked at Pansy, who looked hesitant. She extended a hand very considerately. "Riels is right, the scenery at night is beautiful, I think you should want to see it." Although Pansy's previous reckless behavior made her a little angry, the reason for her anger was just worry. Not only was she worried about whether Riels was injured, she was also worried that Pansy would fall. No matter who was injured, it was not something she wanted to see. Riels also stretched out his arm and said with a smile, "Give it a try, you have to take the first step right." He didn't do this deliberately, but seeing Pansy like this reminded him of his past self, so he was willing to reach out and give her a hand. Of course, it would be nice to increase Pansy's favor a little bit. After all, no matter how good you are at wielding a hoe, if people have a bad opinion of you and don't have any good impressions of you, then you are just making wedding clothes for others. Pansy looked at the two hands in front of her, and her nose suddenly felt sore. The tension and fear of taking the boat seemed to disappear in this moment. She stretched out her hands and sat up with the help of the two of them and saw the night view of the lake that Hermione and Riels had always marveled at. Beautiful, really beautiful. This kind of beauty is completely different from the beauty scenes standing on the shore, and this kind of person is even more intoxicating. The white moonlight shines on the lake, bringing a little bit of bright light to the dark lake surface. There are strange tree shadows on both sides of the bank, which adds a bit of chill to the night. But this does not affect the beauty of the lake view, but makes this beauty a bit more mysterious. Pansy was extremely grateful and revealed the reward, rapid imprisonment. Hermione is relieved +9, happy +9. Riels is very happy to get a magic spell again. Well, this quick imprisonment and own goal, a perfect match. First, use quick confinement to immobilize the opponent, and then use oolong to get out of the hole, making the opponent and the viper look at each other. Then ask your opponent, "Do you dare to move?" Although these two magic spells are not very powerful together, they are definitely enough to scare people. Riels woke up from his reverie and saw Hermione and Pansy holding hands, looking like they were best friends kissing each other. "Hermione Granger, this is Riels Thomas. You can just call me Hermione, just call him Riels." Riels is a nice guy, but he likes to play pranks, but his pranks are funny and don't hurt others. Hermione seemed to have endless things to say when she talked about Riels. But this time Pansy didn't feel annoyed, but listened very carefully and occasionally glanced sideways at Riels. In response, Riels just touched his nose and smiled politely at her. He really couldn't interrupt what the two girls were saying, and he had no intention of interrupting. Pansy smiled when she saw this, and her delicate little face looked very attractive under the moonlight. Pansy is happy +9, Hermione is unhappy +3. After hearing the prompt, Riels turned his back very wisely and looked at Hogwarts not far away alone. There is the beginning of magic, the cradle of wizards, and a paradise for him to increase his emotional value. If nothing else happens, he will spend the next 7 years at Hogwarts, and of course, he will also visit other places. After all, the wizarding world is very big, with not only many magic spells, but also many unknown magical animals, and many unknown areas that have never been visited before. These will all be his goals, and traveling through time does not mean he will be idle. Otherwise, how could he afford such a rare opportunity? Hogwarts Harbor, just follow this door and you'll be in. Professor McGonagall should be waiting for you there, don't be late. As you know, the sorting ceremony is a very important thing. It would have been better if Hagrid didn't say this. But once he said it, the young wizards who had just recovered immediately turned pale. In an instant, there were cries and howls from the port. "I don't want to fight a giant dragon. I don't want to become a dragon daddy. Mom, I want to go homes. I don't want to steal the eggs of the acromantula, nor do I want to arm wrestle with a giant. Why don't those muggle-born wizards need to take the entrance examination?" This is unfair. I don't want to be used as a barbecue by the giant dragon, and I don't want to be used as a reserve by the acromantula, and I don't want to be trampled under the soles of the giant monsters. They must have stinky feet. The screams and howls were so sad that those who heard them were heartbroken and those who saw them shed tears. But Riels said it was very good and very comfortable. Just a few cries directly brought him more than 60 emotional points. To this, he just wanted to say, keep playing music, keep crying, and cry hard for me. What entrance exam? Before Hermione could finish her question, she reacted immediately. She looked at Riels, then at the howling little wizards, and hesitated to speak. Riels, are you going a little too big this time? This entrance examination was made up by her and Riels together. Of course, this is not rigorous. To be precise, Riels raised this rumor, and the two had a serious discussion before writing it down in the official history. At that time, she didn't think anyone would believe it, she just did it for fun, but the reality is, why do so many people believe it? Pansy listened to Hermione's words, looked from her to Riels, understanding flashed in her eyes. She also said, why is this rumor so outrageous this year? It is well-founded and has witnesses. It turns out that it was the handiwork of these two people. Hermione is worried +9, happy +9, Pansy is funny +9, and enlightened +7. Riels touched his nose. Did we do anything? I don't remember. Is it possible that you remembered it wrong? It's getting late, let's go in quickly, lest we get late and anger the professor later. Laughing to death, at most he just threw a brick in this matter, and these jades behind it were not his handiwork. Let's not talk about whether this matter will be investigated. Even if it is indeed investigated, it cannot be blamed on him. After all, he is just a victim of that unofficial history. Riel's words immediately confused Hermione and Pansy, and the two little girls passively followed Riels towards the castle. My little head was filled with doubts and confusion. Didn't they do this? Why can Riels be so arrogant and arrogant? It's not that they didn't know what Riels meant by saying this, they were just surprised that he could say these words with a change of expression on his face. Hermione is confused +9, Pansy is confused +9, Malfoy is angry +9, resentment +9. Riels paused, then walked into the castle with the two women without looking back. Malfoy. Who cares what kind of wind the white-haired young master has? Anyway, as long as it can explode the emotional value. Malfoy on the other side watched the three people leaving, especially the familiar figure of Pansy. At such a young age, he felt a sudden weight gain on his head, as if an invisible hat had been slapped on his head. Well, that hat is called betrayal. Pansy betrayed them, betrayed the honor of pure blood, and actually chose to associate with those filthy mudbloods. Damn Riels, damn Pansy, damn mudblood. The angry Malfoy didn't care about anything else and walked quickly towards Hogwarts with a few followers. He wants Pansy to take a good look at how big the gap is between mudbloods and purebloods, and wants Pansy to regret her choice. He will definitely shine in the entrance examination, become the brightest star in Hogwarts, and create new glory for the Malfoy family. Then, Professor McGonagall, what are you talking about? There is no entrance examination at all. How is this possible? You see clearly that we are not those Muggle-born wizards. We are pureblood wizards. There must be an entrance examination, right? Professor McGonagall, you can't fool us. This is also part of the examination, right? Malfoy, who thought he had found a loophole, suddenly became confident again. So many people say that there is an entrance examination. Can it still be groundless? After all, what those people said was reasonable and well-founded, without any loopholes. And who has no grievances against them, why should they lie to them? Hearing Malfoy's words, the pureblood and mixed-blood little wizards who were still a little confused came to their senses. Yes, just like Malfoy said, all this is just a part of the assessment. Oh, praise the smart Malfoy. Malfoy folded his arms and glanced at Riels not far away with great satisfaction, as if to say, look, such a simple test cannot defeat him at all. Mudblood just marvel at Master Malfoy's intelligence. Malfoy is proud +11, excited +9, Professor McGonagall is enlightened +8, others are proud. Riels didn't care about Malfoy or anyone else but Professor McGonagall's understanding. Well, she was indeed an older cat lady who understood everything. But if I act like I don't know anything, I didn't do it, I don't understand this, I would like to ask you how to deal with it. Riels looked surprised, with a hint of doubt between his brows, as if it was the first time he heard about the entrance examination. Hermione and Pansy didn't have his acting skills, but they were neither stupid. They both looked at their noses and their hearts, and they even pretended to have a few discussions. Seeing Riel's appearance, Professor McGonagall's eyes flashed with confusion, followed by a deep smile and helplessness. This guy acted really well, but he was just too good, otherwise she wouldn't be sure. With such a big thing happening on the Hogwarts Express, wouldn't Riels and Hermione know about it? The way they look now is really unreasonable. But she wasn't going to say anything. Although she knew who the culprit was, it was just a little joke, wasn't it? It's a little joke that happens in previous years, but this year more people seem to be fooled. Well, this year's little wizards are not very smart. It is also possible that an inexperienced little wizard led a group of inexperienced little wizards astray. Yes, it's you, Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall is enlightened +11, funny +7, helpless +8. The corners of Riels' lips suddenly twitched, and the pretended curiosity on his face broke instantly. This was a skill he had practiced in the orphanage for several years, and yet it was so easily broken by Professor McGonagall. Is there really a cat lady who knows everything? Isn't this what he got high with, really? Mr. Malfoy, believe it or not, there is no entrance examination at all. It's getting late, professors and your seniors are waiting. Don't waste time, come with me. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the banquet hall behind him. She thought something had happened, which made her worried for a while, and she almost wanted to go out to take a look, but this was the result. As soon as Professor McGonagall left, Riels hurriedly followed with the two girls. What a joke! Why don't you leave quickly and wait to be chased and intercepted by the anxious white-haired young master and the others? For a moment, only Malfoy and a few pure-blood or mixed-blood young wizards were left outside the banquet hall. The little wizards looked straight at Malfoy, as if asking if this was still part of the assessment. This caused Malfoy's already cracked Taoist heart to shatter into slag. Before the little wizards could ask, he rushed into the banquet hall with a livid face and clenched his fists. He now wants to question the group of senior wizards. Even if Riels lied to him, why would others lie to him when they have no enmity against him? But he knew that he couldn't do that, as it would only humiliate the Malfoy family, and he would have to resist everything today. The young master of the Malfoy family can play pranks on everyone, but he cannot be the one who is played by the pranks. But the price is that his reputation plummets, and he may even be ostracized and targeted by his peers. It's all Riel's fault, that damn mudblood, he planned all of this. And his stupid book. Malfoy was extremely angry and revealed the reward, 1,000 gold galleons. Hermione is happy +9, Pansy is funny +9, others are annoyed +68, and funny +1055. Riels grinned from the corners of his mouth to his ears. How can one word describe this? It's so exciting. The only regret is that what Malfoy revealed was only gold galleons. A bad review, a bad review. As for the annoyance expressed by the pure-blood and mixed-blood young wizards, there was also the amusement expressed by everyone at Hogwarts. He could only give it 9 points, well, 10 points out of 10. 1 point less was for fear of making them proud. In the banquet hall, Riels and the two women stood in the front, followed by Malfoy, who was glaring at him with red eyes, and the pure-blood and mixed-blood little wizards with unhappy expressions. Who can be happy after being treated for nothing? Well, the little wizards and professors at Hogwarts can rejoice, and of course the one who started it all, Riels. At this time, at the tables of the 4 branches, the little wizards of all grades looked at the little wizards above and laughed. Especially the Slytherin snakes, as participants in this event, they can be said to have a sense of accomplishment. Hey, do you know what Crabbe's reaction was when he heard that we were fighting an acromantula? Yes, he was so scared that he almost cried. You don't know how funny it was when the young master of the Malfoy family came with a group of young wizards to ask us how to fight the dragon. I don't know who spread the news about this. He is really a prank genius who is not weaker than the Weasley twins. I am optimistic about him. Guys, we 2 brothers are good people. We never play pranks. We just occasionally entertain and entertain our mood. These comments were like arrows, accurately inserted into the hearts of the young wizards. Their faces, which were already unhappy, became even more gloomy, and even their eyes looking at the initiator, Malfoy, were a bit angry. Feeling the murderous eyes behind him, Malfoy's body stiffened, but he could only hold his neck and pretend to be calm. Just his bloodshot eyes, the bulging veins on his forehead, and the angry look he looked at Riels all showed how angry he was inside. He, Draco Malfoy, has never suffered such humiliation. Malfoy's anger +12, hatred +3. Riels raised his eyebrows in pleasure. The emotion value recorded today was the most he had recorded in 2 years. Dong dong tilde dong. The glass was knocked, making a crisp sound, and the noisy banquet hall instantly became quiet. Quiet, we are going to conduct the sorting ceremony. As you know, this is something that everyone is looking forward to. Hannah Abbott's. As Professor McGonagall finished speaking, a girl among the young wizards stepped forward timidly. The senior wizards from the 4 major branches all became extremely quiet at this moment, looking at her expectantly. That sentence is correct. The sorting ceremony is definitely the most anticipated event, bar none. The newly admitted little wizards also poked their heads, wanting to take a look at the so-called entrance examination. Professor McGonagall smiled and comforted, "Don't be nervous, you will be fine soon." Hannah sat down on the chair nervously, and the next moment Professor McGonagall placed the dirty sorting hat on her head. The wrinkled part of the sorting hat opened and closed slightly, as if it were a mouth. "Well, I think I already know where you should go." Hufflepuff. The shout of the sorting hat's sudden raised voice spread throughout the banquet hall. The next moment, there were bursts of applause in the hall, as well as the excited shouts of the Hufflepuff school badgers. The professors on the stage also applauded and sent heartfelt congratulations. Hannah blushed and shyly walked to Hufflepuff's table and sat down. Professor McGonagall continued, "Next, Hermione Granger." Hearing her name, Hermione couldn't hide her nervousness and anticipation. She turned back to look at Riels with some confusion, opened her mouth to say something but couldn't. She wanted to ask Riels if she could choose to enter the same academy with her, but she felt that she shouldn't be so selfish. Hermione looks forward to +9, regrets +9, and nervousness +9. Thanks to the little angel Hermione for sending me 30 points of emotional value. Riels smiled, understanding what Hermione was regretting, and raised his hand to touch her head without hesitation. "No matter which house we are assigned to, aren't we all in Hogwarts? At most, the dormitories are different. Besides, if we are assigned to the same house, we won't live together. Of course, if you're afraid, I can also apply to see if I can get a mixed-gender apartment. What's the best way to relieve tension? The answer is to divert attention. Making her shy is the best way to divert attention. It turned out that this method was indeed effective. Hermione, who was still nervous at first, blushed and rolled her eyes angrily. "I didn't realize you were still a pervert." After finishing her rant, Hermione walked quickly to Professor McGonagall, sat on the chair, and waited for the sorting hat to be placed on her head. Hermione is shy +6, annoyed +7, moved +9, Pansy is suspicious +9, wary +7. Riels frowned and turned around to see Pansy tightening her collar and looking at him warily. Seeing him looking over, Pansy took several steps back, as if she was avoiding some bad guy. The corner of Riels' mouth twitched a few times and he secretly complained, "There is no meat in the whole body. Although I have never eaten meat, I am not so hungry." These kids are really mature. They know so much at the age of 11 or 12. It seems like they have to protect themselves. What if one day they get anxious and go to bed in the middle of the night for fear of a night attack? Boys, you must learn to protect yourself outside. Gryffindor. The sorting hat shouted again, followed closely by warm applause. Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat and smiled. "Welcome to Gryffindor." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Hermione thanked her very politely, winked mischievously at Riels and Pansy, and then walked over to the Gryffindor table and sat down. Hermione +9 for anticipation, +9 for excitement. Riels touched his nose and shook his head helplessly. He might have disappointed the little angel Hermione. Gryffindor wasn't right for him, at least he didn't think it was right for him. Although there is a protagonist group there, he doesn't really like the atmosphere there. There are too few people looking for trouble, and it's hard to raise his mood points. Draco Malfoy. Malfoy sneered when his name was called, glanced at Riels, and strutted over to Professor McGonagall. He had just sat down, and before the sorting hat was even placed on his head, he shouted, "Slytherin." Malfoy stood up proudly, glanced at Riels provocatively, and then walked to the Slytherin table. Malfoy is proud +9, sarcastic +9. Riels touched his nose. This kid still needs a lesson, but it doesn't matter, he can just teach him a few more lessons in the future. Harry, the students in Slytherin are all dark wizards. There are no good people there, including that Malfoy just now. You should be careful in the future and stay away from those wizards in Slytherin. They are bad to the core. This familiar brainwashing words, this familiar smell, Riels looked sideways. What came into view was a red-haired boy with a dark spot on his face, whispering to Harry Potter. Obviously, this is the least likable person in the Iron Triangle, Ronald Weasley. Riels chirped twice. Suddenly his life would be interesting in the future. Especially with a character like Ronald, it's easy to explode, but I don't know how much emotion he can unleash. Riels Thomas. Professor McGonagall's voice brought him back from his thoughts, and Riels stepped forward calmly with a smile on his face. Hermione and Pansy, Malfoy and Harry Potter were all watching him closely. The former is looking forward to which college he will be assigned to, while the latter wants to wait for him to make a fool of himself and have more reasons to mock him in the future. Hermione's anticipation +11, Pansy's anticipation +9, Malfoy's curiosity +9, and Harry Potter's curiosity +9. Riels ignored the system prompts, frowned and said, "Hi, Professor McGonagall, can we discuss something?" I wonder if there is a cleaner sorting hat. I feel like it's all patinated. Riels pointed at the dirty sorting hat, his face full of disgust. Fortunately, it didn't smell strange, otherwise he would have turned around and left. He didn't deliberately cause trouble this time, he just couldn't stand it. He is not afraid that the sorting hat will pry into his inner secrets. After all, occlumency is not something he learned in vain. The main thing is that this thing is dirtier than you think, and the patina is putting it mildly, really. Professor McGonagall is speechless +9, Dumbledore is funny +11, others are happy +157 and annoyed +13. Riels rubbed his nose, and it seemed that he was not the first one to be dissatisfied with the sorting hat. On the high platform, Snape frowned. This kid really dares to say anything. Isn't it bad to dare to say anything? I think this kid is very interesting, Severus, don't be so rigid. Flitwick asked with a smile. The sorting hat is indeed dirty. This is an indisputable fact. If it were not for the magic to remove the smell, this banquet hall would probably not be able to entertain people. Snape looked at him indifferently. I'm not being old-fashioned, I just think he's wasting his time. I still haven't finished making the potion. Flitwick spread his hands and said that he was helpless. He was not proficient in potions and could not get off the field to ask Riels not to waste time. Severus, today is the entrance for new students. I think you shouldn't be so serious, otherwise those little wizards will be afraid of you. Dumbledore tilted his head and took out 2 strange-flavored beans from his sleeves. Want some? They're very fresh. Snape gave him an expressionless look, and Dumbledore immediately understood what he meant and had no choice but to put the strange-flavored beans into his mouth with regret. When eating, I didn't forget to cover it with my sleeves. It felt like I was sneaking snacks in class. Dumbledore smiled. Hey, it's strawberry-flavored, I'll just say I'm lucky. Several professors rolled their eyes, and no one answered the old naughty boy's words. Dumbledore was not annoyed but just shook his head regretfully. He murmured, no one understands my happiness, it's all too superficial. Little wizard, I don't think you should come to Hogwarts, you should go directly to Azkaban. I'm obviously so clean and my spirit is so noble, but you actually call me dirty, but I'm carrying 4 people. Before the sorting hat could finish speaking, Professor McGonagall pinched the folds that resembled the mouth and forced it to shut up. Professor McGonagall said with a half-smile, you know, this thing is not only unhygienic, but sometimes it is very nagging. Several times I wanted to give it something as clear as a spring. But it is right, it carries the will of those 4 people. We should respect him, Riels, don't you think so? Professor McGonagall is happy +9, others are happy +51, and impatient +25. Riels touched his nose and said nothing more. Otherwise, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. After all, there are several young wizards behind him who are not assigned to colleges. If you waste any more time, you can definitely fill up their resentment points. Riels sat on the chair. Professor McGonagall, after the sorting ceremony, please help me wash my hair with a magic spell. It is best not to mess up the hairstyle. If you can't resist, then accept it. If you can't change the world, then change yourself. However, he still made a note for the sorting hat in the little notebook in his mind. On the evening of September 1st, Hogwarts sorting ceremony. The sorting hat refused to clean itself, which made me want to wash my hair. I made a special note of this and prepared to take cruel revenge on it in the future. Would you like to add some shampoo for you? The shampoo I use is pretty good, it smells good and nourishes your hair. We're starting to separate hospitals. Professor McGonagall didn't react until he was halfway through speaking. He quickly changed the subject with a dry cough and at the same time put the dirty sorting hat on Riel's head. The sorting hat pouted. Well, it is undeniable that although you are naughty and have a bad personality, you are very talented and have the largest magic reserve of any little wizard I have ever seen. You are very smart and like to read. You should be a good fit for Ravenclaw. No, let me think about it again. You are brave and very suitable for a Gryffindor. Where would you become a brave lion? That's not right. Let me think again. It's hard, it's really hard. Riels had veins on his fists. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He just wasted time on purpose. Just wait, if you don't let it taste the taste of a super-speed drum washing machine, he will wear this hat for the rest of his life. The sorting hat seemed to sense his anger and couldn't help but grinned and said, I know you are angry, but don't be angry yet, it's not over yet. I think you are a good fit for Hufflepuffs. It will teach you to be united and friendly to everyone around you. Before it finished speaking, Riels interrupted him with a cold face. Have you ever tried the feeling of being thrown in a whirlpool of water? I can guarantee you that I will cast a magic spell on the front-loading washing machine to make it spin super fast, and it will definitely wash you dry. Dry clean cleans. The Sorting Hat shuddered. Slytherin, this guy has to go to Slytherin. For Merlin's sake, get me off his head, quick. Professor McGonagall is happy +11, Hermione is funny +9, Pansy is surprised +9, Malfoy is angry +14, Dumbledore is happy +12, others are happy +74. Riels, who received another large sum of emotion points, was not very happy. Who can be in a good mood with a dirty, noisy, and squirming hat on their head? Professor McGonagall pulled the tip of the hat and lifted the Sorting Hat. I thought you would come to Gryffindor like Miss Granger. What a pity. By the way, do you want to try my shampoo? It's really useful. She wasn't lying. She had asked Snape to prepare the shampoo specially, and it used a lot of magic ingredients. Although Snape looked stinky when she asked him to prepare shampoo, the product he prepared was absolutely reliable. In response, Riels said, "Please let me try it." As a result, a scene that could be recorded in the history of Hogwarts occurred in the banquet hall. The deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall, holds a bottle of shampoo in her left hand and casts a spell with a wand in her right hand, washing the hair of a new little wizard in public. At this moment, both the professors on the high platform and the young wizards in the 4 major branches felt that their cerebellum was shrinking. They didn't come back to their senses until Professor McGonagall used a magic spell to dry Riel's hair. Riel said with satisfaction, "It smells great, thank you, Professor McGonagall. If possible, I think I can use this again next time." You can always trust the older cat lady. The products she chooses are reliable and spot on. When he makes more, he can give it to Hermione and the others to try. I'm sure they will like it very much. Professor McGonagall glanced at the dark-faced Snape on the high platform with an unclear look. I think your Dean Snape would be very willing to teach you how to make it. Just kidding, do you really think you won't have to adjust it for her after you adjust it once? She has plenty of ways to make Snape give in. Professor McGonagall is proud +14, Snape is angry +11, and others are shocked +121. The system prompt made Riels feel even happier. Then I have to ask the Dean for advice. I didn't expect that a walking bat could do this, but it makes sense when I think about it. After all, he is a master of potions. Why not mix a shampoo with his hand? After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Riels walked cheerfully towards the Slytherin table. He has not forgotten that Master Bimau's emotional value is still there waiting for him to harvest it. Hermione is disappointed +13, Pansy is happy +11, Malfoy is angry +14. Tusk, it seems that there is no need to harvest. The emotional value will be delivered to the door by itself. Riels curled his lips in boredom, and when he looked at the Gryffindor table from the corner of his eye, he felt a flash of guilt. He actually wanted to be in the same branch as the little angel, but it was a pity that Gryffindor had a protagonist group, which would attract a lot of attention. Moreover, Gryffindors will not have independent dormitories, unlike Slytherin, where hidden prefects can enjoy independent dormitories. In addition, the little snakes in Slytherin are basically pure blood, and their strength and identity will be stronger than those of the little wizards in other colleges, and they can contribute more emotional value. Again, when it comes to money, strength is not enough, and love between children will only become a burden. There is no reason why he can't do things like assassinating babies, and there's no reason why he can't hold others hostage. What? His assassination failed and he was killed instead. Tusk, it's so embarrassing, you have no nose. Voldemort, lawyer, find me the best lawyer right away. I'm going to send him to Azkaban, Azkaban. What? You consider yourself a noble Master Malfoy, but it seems that your wishes were not quite met. I finally entered Slytherin. It seems that Master Malfoy's wish has come true again. Oh, by the way, you should know that it will be very interesting for you to act smart. Riels grinned, grinning with his teeth bared. It's a good thing I couldn't hold back my laughter, otherwise I would have disturbed Master Malfoy's intelligent speculation. I understand this must be part of the assessment, right? As he spoke, Riels pretended to be the same as Malfoy when he spoke. Not to mention very similar, he could only say that he was exactly the same. This time, the little snakes who originally looked a little weird started laughing. In contrast, Malfoy had an extremely ugly expression and a cannibalistic look in his eyes. Malfoy was extremely angry and revealed the reward: Tarantella dance. Pansy is funny +11, others are funny +64. Tarantella, that curse that forces others to dance. Riels touched his nose and raised the corners of his lips slightly. It looked like there was a dance to watch tonight. He hoped that Snape wouldn't be so angry that he overturned his cauldron. However, he had to sigh with emotion. The pureblood family was indeed a pureblood family, and their heritage was indeed strong. Although these spells are not lethal, it would be difficult for a Muggle-born or even a half-blood wizard to learn them. At least it is difficult to learn before entering Hogwarts, and don't think about it in the lower grades after admission. At most, he could learn a repair spell, a lock-opening spell, and the like from a first-grade magic book, but he couldn't even learn a levitation spell. After all, even a floating spell can cause damage if used improperly, such as shooting oneself in the foot. Riels, I think you still remember our agreement, right? You won't forget it, right? I think it will be fine tomorrow at noons. I hope you won't cry and beg for mercy then. Malfoy's expression was a little ferocious, and no matter how much he restrained himself, he still couldn't stop his body's instinct. If he could, he really would have jumped up and cast a whole set of spells on Riels to let him know who he had messed with. But his remaining sense told him no. Let alone whether he could succeed. Even if he succeeded, the reputation of the Malfoy family would definitely be ruined. He could even think of the content of the Daily Prophet shocked. The young master of the Malfoy family actually did such a thing at the Hogwarts entrance banquet. The young master of the Malfoy family actually attacked his classmates at the Hogwarts entrance banquet. Lawless, Draco Malfoy openly took action at the Hogwarts entrance banquet. Thinking of this, Malfoy still had some uncontrollable anger, as if he had been suddenly poured a basin of cold water on him. His heart was cold and his heart was soaring. He must wait until he is ready tomorrow before taking cruel revenge on Riels. Duel, if you don't tell me, I almost forgot. How about it be at noon tomorrow, just in the corridor outside the banquet hall? I think if we move faster, we should be able to catch lunch directly. You know, the food at Hogwarts is very good, at least that's what the book says. Riels waved his hand indifferently, and when he talked about eating, he didn't forget to touch his hungry belly. To be honest, he hadn't eaten for a whole day. He refused Old Tom's breakfast in the morning and was on the Hogwarts Express at noon. Hermione was sleeping at that time, and he didn't want to wake her up, and he didn't feel hungry. By the time she woke up, it was already past meal time. The lady selling snacks is also off work. Why is she off work? Well, I have to ask Mr. Harry Potter, can he really eat it all after buying so much? Malfoy curled his lips disdainfully. Then your idea may be ruined. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I won't let you go easily. He didn't think he could lose, especially to a mudblood like Riels. Are you kidding me? He is the young master of the Malfoy family. His parents are both extremely powerful wizards. How can he still defeat a mudblood who has just entered the wizarding world? Malfoy is disdainful +10, Pansy is worried +6, others are curious +45. Riels raised his eyebrows in pleasure but did not answer Malfoy's words. There was no point in saying this now. No matter how many useless words you say, they can't be as powerful as a slap. Ding tilde ding ding. The sound of the glass being knocked sounded again, and the noisy banquet hall instantly became quiet, and everyone looked towards the high platform. Dumbledore stood up. Before the banquet begins, let me say a few words. The first thing is that you must not break into the dark forest behind the academy. It is a forbidden forest. In addition, Mr. Filch asked me to remind you that the corridor on the right side of the third floor is also a forbidden area. If you don't want to die miserably, don't go in. The last idiot cry residue. Screw it. Dumbledore opened his arms slightly. Okay, that's all, let the party begin. The next moment, all kinds of exquisite food appeared on the tables in the four branches, and the banquet hall became lively again. Hey Pansy, can you get me a chicken drumstick? Oh no, get me two, I have to make up for it, there are other shows tonight. Pansy, who was sitting on the left side of Riels, rolled her eyes. Can't you get it when you stand up? Although she said this, she still reached out and took out 2 chicken drumsticks and handed them to him. Riels took it with a smile. Isn't it more delicious if you feed it? It's gratifying the little girl has a movie, doesn't she think he is a pervert? Then he would act like a pervert to her. Although he has no experience, as the old saying goes, if you haven't eaten pork, you haven't seen a pig run away. As a master of theory, why can't he tease a teenage girl? Then he deserves to be single for the rest of his life. You are indeed a pervert. I'll tell Hermione later and tell her to stay away from you. Pansy moved to the side pretending to be disgusted, pretended to be calm, finished speaking, and began to concentrate on eating, ignoring Riels. The shyness in her heart can still be seen from her blushing side face. Pansy is shy +14, Malfoy is angry +11, and resentment is +7. Riels held the chicken drumstick, glanced at the angry Malfoy, and gnawed on the drumstick happily. Damn it, I just like the way you look at me and don't like it, but you can't do anything about it. A banquet ended in a very pleasant atmosphere. In order to replenish his energy and participate in tonight's entertainment show, Riels even pestered Pansy to get him several chicken drumsticks. Then he finished the chicken legs with enjoyment under Malfoy's fire-breathing eyes. At this moment, he deeply felt the joy of green tea and even had the urge to talk about tea. The elder brother just asked the younger sister to get 2 chicken drumsticks. The younger brother was so angry, he was so stingy. Brother, I don't have any bad intentions, I just like to eat the chicken legs delivered by my sister. Ah. My brother has never eaten the chicken drumsticks fed by his sister. I almost forgot, my sister stopped playing with her brother and started playing with her brother instead. Ha 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 ha. Please ask the prefects of each grade to take the little wizards back to the dormitories in an orderly manner. As soon as these words came out, the little wizards who had eaten and drank enough stood up one after another. The meeting was over, the meeting was over. Slytherin's dormitory is at the bottom of Hogwarts Castle, next to the Black Lake. It can be said to be under the Black Lake. However, the bedroom has been enchanted and does not feel damp. From the window of the dormitory, you can even see various fish swimming in the lake. Well, there is also a big octopus. It seems that there will be squid to eat in the future. Riels looked at the huge octopus flashing past the window and subconsciously licked the corners of his lips. As soon as he entered the dormitory, the eyes of all the little snakes, whether senior or junior, fell on Riels. Malfoy crossed his arms and smiled provocatively. Hey, it seems there is a mudblood among us. It's ridiculous that a mudblood should be lucky enough to be in Slytherin. Is there anything more ironic than that? I really don't know what's going on with the sorting hat. Mudbloods should go to Gryffindor and be stupid lions. How come they are sorted here? I do think this guy is very interesting, but his background is indeed low, and he is somewhat unqualified to join Slytherin. Mudblood, your name is Riels Thomas, right? You're very interesting. Malfoy's words were like a fuse, causing the little snakes to start talking, and several little snakes stepped forward, wanting to poke Riels a few times. Let Riels experience the perfect bullying process. But before they got close, Pansy stood up in front of Riels and glared at these people. What do you want to do? Are you afraid that Professor Snape will know if it's difficult to fight? Malfoy mocks +11, Pansy worries +15, others mock +58. Tusk, it's really a good place to increase your mood points. You won't feel guilty when you bully them. Riels pulled Pansy behind him. Didn't you see that I was being bullied? How could you come forward? It would be boring to interrupt. She's not sensible, let's continue. Come on, have we just reached that point? Are you going to poke me on the shoulder and then ask me if I'm scared? As soon as he said this, the Slytherin common room fell silent. The little snakes looked at the smiling Riels and their eyes gradually became weird. Is this person afraid of having a big pie, or does he have some means and is just waiting for them to take action? None of them were fools. Now that they had doubts, no one dared to move forward. The two sides were in a stalemate for a long time, and the smile on Riel's face became deeper and deeper. In just a short while, the emotional value was close to 100. With such amazing efficiency, why worry about not being rich? Why worry about not being invincible? Why don't you put your noseless feet under your feet and rub them? Pansy held her wand tightly and stood behind Riels, looking warily at the little snakes opposite her. She saw a smiling Riels out of the corner of her eye. She almost flew up and kicked him in anger. Can she still laugh at this time? How do you feel? Pansy is angry +12, Malfoy is angry +10, others are hesitant +33. Riels looked back at Pansy inexplicably, wondering what the little girl was doing. Pansy glared at him angrily, wanting to pounce on him and bite him twice. How dare you be distracted now? Does he really feel nothing? When Malfoy saw Riels and Pansy flirting with each other, a sudden surge of unknown anger arose in his heart. Pansy, you stand with this filthy mud creature. Before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of the door opening behind him, followed by an emotionless voice. It seems that you are in good spirits and lively, especially Mr. Malfoy. What did you just say, mudblood? Snape's cold voice made the little snakes stiffen in fright, and they quickly dispersed to both sides to make way for people to pass through. Malfoy was so frightened that his whole body became stiff, his clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and he showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Professor Snape, maybe you heard me wrong. Snape just gave him a cold look. I don't want to hear this title again, otherwise I will go talk to Lucius myself. Malfoy nodded with an ugly expression, took a few steps back and shrank into the crowd, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. He knew that since Snape said this, he would definitely dare to do it, and he would inevitably be blasted by Lucius. Snape looked around, and the little snakes that caught his gaze lowered their heads. Only Riel smiled and even waved to say hello to him. In response, Snape just looked at him coldly, turned around and said, "Come in." This sound made all the little snakes turn their heads, and Riel's was no exception. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the little snakes, a girl wearing a Slytherin wizard robe slowly walked into the common room with her arms folded. The girl is tall, has long blonde hair, and her facial features are exquisite and flawless. If she really had a flaw, it might be that her face was expressionless, her emerald-like pupils were cold, and there was no emotion at all. Facing the attention of so many people, the girl's face remained calm, her hands were wrapped around the conspicuous bag that was beginning to show its size, and her steps were elegant but not slow. She walked to Snape and stopped, raising her swan neck slightly, which gave her a slight sense of arrogance. But this sense of arrogance is not annoying but makes people feel that this is how she should be. It's her. Riels raised his eyebrows in surprise. Just when he was about to say something, he felt something was added to his waist. The next moment, hiss. The sound of Riels gasping for air was like thunder, exploding in the silent common room, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Seeing this, Pansy, the instigator, quickly retracted her little hand, took a few steps back and pretended to be harmless and had nothing to do with me. Everyone looked at Riels, who was almost jumping in pain, and then looked at Pansy, who was looking around and pretending to be innocent, and they all shuddered. She actually pinched his waist in public, and she did it so harshly, so cruel. Pansy is embarrassed +17, guilty +3, Snape is displeased +11, Cassandra is amused +8, Malfoy is proud +14, others are surprised +38. Well, a little guilty, but not much right. After Riels complained secretly, he turned his attention to the name of the person behind him. Now he was completely sure that the person who came in with Snape was none other than the famous Sister Ka. Cassandra Worley, the eldest daughter of the Worley family, probably entered Hogwarts many years after Voldemort was defeated. But now that Harry Potter had just entered school, why did she show up? This beaver. Apparently not beaver. Before he could figure out why Cassandra appeared, Snape's cold voice came to his ears. "Mr. Thomas, Miss Parkinson, are you done? Do you think I don't exist?" He was still a little worried about Riels entering Slytherin, not that he felt Riels was unworthy of his status. There was just some concern that other Slytherin students would crowd out Riels. He had also been ostracized and targeted, so he hated this kind of thing deeply and never wanted anyone to experience that kind of pain again in the academy he was in charge of. So after he picked up Cassandra, he hurried back, but it turned out that he was completely overthinking it. Not only is this kid fine, but he is also smiling playfully. It is estimated that nothing will happen to him if he comes a little later. Snape is happy +8, annoyed +2, Malfoy is angry +9, others are annoyed +24. If Hogwarts is a paradise for mood points, then Slytherin is definitely a paradise within paradise. Seeing that the emotion value had almost exceeded the 2,000 mark, Riels raised the corners of his lips happily. Today's harvest is almost as good as his previous 2 years combined. 2,000 may not seem like much, but it can already be exchanged for 2 primary magic spells and 4 bottles of primary magic potion. These are just the gains from your first day at Hogwarts. Now he already feels that those luxurious days of buying 2 bottles of the best magic potion and drinking 1 bottle and another are not far away. However, not long after he had been silent in his imagination, he felt a familiar feeling coming from his waist again, which suddenly frightened him. "Professor Snape, I'm sorry." Pansy also lowered her head and said, "Sorry, Professor Snape." Snape looked at the 2 people standing next to each other, his brows knitted together. Are these 2 little wizards a little too precocious? Isn't this too intimate? If Riels knew what he was thinking, he would definitely jump up and punch him twice. "Close, what's your vision, old bat? Can't you see the cold sweat on his face? Can't you see Pansy's little hand on his waist, whose family is so intimate? This is clearly violence, naked violence. Be careful next time, keep quiet in the common room." After Snape finished speaking, he glanced around the circle of little snakes. "The person next to me is Cassandra Worley, a young wizard who has just entered Slytherin this year. She came from the United States and has some special circumstances, so there was no sorting ceremony. There are 2 things left. First, I don't want to hear insulting names like Mudblood again." He paused here and his eyes fell directly on Malfoy, who was shrinking his neck. The meaning was self-evident. Obviously, what he said was meant for Malfoy, and of course other little snakes were not excluded. Malfoy shrank his head and squeezed into the crowd again, but helplessly, the little snakes didn't want to let this target that attracted firepower escape. Then an extremely indescribable scene occurred in the Slytherin common room. I saw Malfoy lowering his head, sticking out his butt and shaking continuously, trying to squeeze away the 2 people behind him and let himself hide in. This is an eye-catching scene. Even when a pervert comes, you have to give a thumbs up and you have to sigh. But neither Malfoy nor the people around him noticed anything was wrong. Anyone who noticed something was wrong was stunned by this shocking scene and didn't know how to warn them. Riels just glanced at it, then quickly turned to look at Cassandra and Pansy, wash his eyes quickly. He was afraid that if he looked at such an eye-catching sight for a second longer, he would develop needle holes that would never heal. This pain will never heal. Snape looked deeply at the weird Malfoy, turned his head expressionlessly, and continued to speak coldly. One more thing, Slytherin implements a hidden prefect system. Each grade will have a hidden prefect, who is responsible for managing the students in his grade. Although hidden prefects are not recognized by the college, becoming a hidden prefect can have an independent dormitory. I would like to ask you to be responsible for the specific selection, Miss Farley. Gemma Farley, whose name was called, walked out of the crowd, bowed very elegantly and said, "Professor Snape, please rest assured." Snape nodded with rare satisfaction. After looking around at the little snakes again, he turned around and walked to the sofa to sit down and look at everyone quietly. The little snakes were stared at by him, and they all dared not show their anger, let alone act like monsters. "I'm the fifth-year prefect, Gemma Farley. The selection of the hidden prefect is very simple. Wizards who want to be hidden prefects duel with each other. Whoever wins will be the hidden prefect. I, Slytherin, believe in winning first. Only by winning can you get what you want and gain privileges." As soon as these words came out, the first-year little snake was so excited that he eagerly pulled out his wand. Even Cassandra, who had been doing very little, was somewhat moved. Riels was not surprised at all. The little snakes here were all pure Slytherin. They possess most of the qualities of Slytherins. They are ambitious, shrewd, honorable, size up the situation, be prudent and protective, and win first. It was under this circumstance that the system of hidden superiors was born, with the purpose of promoting competition among the little snakes. Let them know the meaning of victory first, understand how to value the sense of honor, and stimulate their ambitions. It can be said that a hidden prefect system can make Slytherin students become very vicious. This is why Slytherin wins the most house cups every year, because they value the sense of honor and will fight hard for this honor, which is a quality that the other three colleges do not possess. Of course, there are some people operating behind the scenes, right? Snape the walking bat. Gemma Farley drew a large circle with fluorescent green light on the ground with the wand in her hand, and continued. "Those who want to select a hidden prefect can come in. Standing within the aperture, those who stand outside the aperture will be eliminated, those who fall to the ground will be eliminated, and those who surrender will be eliminated. The last person standing will be the hidden prefect of the first grade." As soon as she finished speaking, the little snakes who had been impatient suddenly swarmed over her. Not long after, there were more than a dozen first-year wizards standing in the fluorescent circle. "Are you still dazed? That's a hidden prefect, don't you want to be? I'll leave you alone, I'll go first." Pansy glanced at Riels angrily and quickly ran into the circle of light. For a young Slytherin wizard, there is nothing more important than honor and special treatment in exchange for strength. Pansy is disappointed +9, Cassandra is curious +7. Riels turned his head and glanced at Cassandra, who was holding her arms. "Miss Worley, do you want to come with us?" He is extremely curious about Cassandra, who should not appear in this world. After all, this is not a difference of 1 or 2 years, but more than 10 or 20 years. The timeline is too far ahead. Cassandra glanced at him and said quietly, "Then don't make me feel too boring." Just after she finished speaking, before Riels could reply, she quickly stepped into the circle of light. Riels touched his nose and stepped into the aperture without caring about her reaction. He may not be a qualified Slytherin, but it is undeniable that he admires strength and exchanging strength for privileges. He didn't like the honor of Slytherin's hidden prefect, but a separate dormitory. He was bound to get it. Who wants to live with others when they can live in a single room? Of course, it's a different matter if men and women live together. As Riels stepped into the circle of light, no one of the first-year snakes stood outside the circle, and they all chose to compete for the hidden prefect. But the little snakes looked at Riels holding the wand with strange eyes. Most of them were gloating about his misfortune. "You're a fool. You're the only one who still wants to be a hidden prefect. Did you eat too much chicken drumsticks this afternoon? You really have no self-awareness at all. You don't really think you're strong, do you? Is your strength useless? There are so many of us who can beat you. How many can you beat?" Malfoy pointed his wand at Riels, a mixture of disdain and mockery on his face. The faces of the other little snakes were also a little ugly, and they all looked at Riels with unkind eyes. Just kidding, it would be ridiculous for a Muggle-born wizard to enter Slytherin and make them all feel embarrassed. If Riels becomes a hidden prefect again, then they won't just be embarrassed. It's time to go back to the drawing board and rebuild. Malfoy's ridicule +11, Pansy's worry +12, Cassandra's amusement +9, Snape's curiosity +9, and others' irritation. Tusk the snake yard is fine, but the wizard is not very friendly, but it doesn't matter, after a few more beatings, everything will be friendly. Riels curled his lips and said, "What? Are you still playing one-on-one and group fights? Single fight, group fight, do you think I'm playing house with you? You're a piece of shit." Before Malfoy even uttered his sarcastic words, he received Snape's death gaze, and his words were immediately blocked in his mouth. It wasn't until Snape looked away that he breathed out a few sighs of relief, followed by even greater anger well directed at Riels. "No need to talk nonsense, let's eliminate this mud first. And then we can fight for the hidden prefects." Regarding Malfoy's proposal, the little snakes nodded in agreement and looked at Riels with hostility in their eyes. Again, Riels entering Slytherin has already embarrassed them, and he must not be allowed to become a hidden prefect. Snape, who was sitting on the sofa, saw this and raised the corner of his mouth with a subtle arc, obviously very satisfied with the little snake's reaction. Assess the situation, unite those who can unite, and deal with the common enemy first to avoid being taken advantage of. Regarding this, the little snakes did a good job and he was very satisfied. As for whether this is fair to Riels, he doesn't care. Riels himself wants to participate in this selection. Being attacked by everyone now is the result that he should bear after making his choice. He will not pity Riels for this. Malfoy's gloating +13, Pansy's nervousness +9, regret +6, determination +10, Cassandra's playful +10, others' hostility +33. Playing again? What? Are you done watching the show yet? Does this little girl like watching theater so much? Do you want to send her some melon seeds? Riels turned his head, glanced wordlessly at Cassandra not far away, and silently complained in his heart. Then he looked at Pansy, who was close to him. He was a little moved and a little funny. "Didn't you listen to what I said just now? This is a one-on-one fight and a group fight. Single combat means that I challenge a group of them alone, and group fighting means that I beat a group of them by myself. It is difficult for me to do this. Be good, go over and have a meal with Miss Whirly." Riel's tone was like coaxing a child, but the words he spoke made Pansy's cerebellum shrink. Is this what single-on-one and group fights mean? "Brother, do you want to listen to what you're saying about tigers and wolves? Malfoy and the others are the most powerful among the freshmen of this year. They are all mixed bloods at worst, and there are quite a few pure bloods." Riels, a little muggle-born wizard, actually wanted to challenge a dozen of them at once. "Oh, I almost forgot, Riels called this a gang fight. He beat a group of people by himself, so it was called a gang fight." Pansy wanted to persuade Riels, but after meeting his firm eyes, she gave in. "Be careful yourself. If you can't defeat, just admit defeat. It is also a Slytherin tradition to assess the situation." After telling her, Pansy walked over to Cassandra and stood next to her without stopping. The eyes of the two little Lolita collided in the air. They were both a little surprised at the other's appearance, and then both turned their heads away from each other. She didn't think she would be any different in appearance than the other person. ×2. Pansy is helpless +12, Cassandra is surprised +9, Snape is displeased +13, others are laughing at +27, and anger is +31. Another level of emotional value arrived, and the emotional value successfully broke through the 2,000 mark and started to move towards 3,000. Riels raised his eyebrows happily and waved his wand casually. "You do it first, or do I? Or do you just admit defeat and avoid a severe beating? How about that?" To be honest, let alone these dozen little wizards, he wouldn't be afraid of a dozen more. Even if he doesn't know many magic spells now, a salvo of 10,000 bullets is enough. His provocative words immediately aroused the anger of the little snakes, and at the same time, he got his wish and gained nearly 100 emotion points again. But correspondingly, there are also various curses rushing towards him. Confinement quickly. The front teeth match the stick. Oolong comes out of the holes. Get out of the way and let me give him a hard blow. Avada. We'll all be petrified. The common room, illuminated by various magic spells, was colorful, which also caused the little snakes watching to cheer. Snape gently rubbed his wand a few times and watched the scene with cold eyes. However, it could be seen from his straightened body that he was ready to take action at any time. No matter what, he couldn't let Riels get hurt under his nose. This was something he would never allow. Will Riels be fine? He is so confident, he should be absolutely sure. Pansy tightened her wand and wanted to help several times, but thinking of Riel's confident and determined eyes, she stopped her impulse. Cassandra raised her lips slightly and gave her an unclear look. If you think so, why bother asking that again? She had seen this young man in high spirits when he was at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Those questions made her ponder for a long time. When she couldn't sleep at night, she would stand in front of the window and stare at the night sky, thinking about which of them she had met. Being born in such a family only means that you are lucky, but it does not mean that you are noble. This nobility belongs to this family and to the noble people this family has created, not to you who were just born in this family. She enrolled in Hogwarts because of Riel's words. His ability to say these words meant that he was not a stupid person, and she believed that Riels would not let her down. Pansy worries plus 13, Cassandra expects plus 11, Snape worries plus 12. Others are complacent plus 74 and enjoy plus 33. Riels ignored the system and waved the wand in his hand. 10,000 bullets fired. Just kidding, although he is confident, he is not arrogant, especially since this is his first serious battle. It would be bad if he overturns. You're all pretending, but you have to have a perfect ending no matter what, otherwise it's not all in vain. Dozens of radiant canaries condensed on the top of the wand, and the next moment, as if they had received an order, they all rushed towards the magic spell. As soon as the canaries finished shooting, dozens more canaries appeared, followed by a volley of shots. Salvo is called this because as long as your magic power is not exhausted, you can try to concentrate the canaries and shoot them. This does not mean that the magic is used repeatedly, but that once it is used, the magic power can be used to continue to gather the canaries. This is also the origin of the name 10,000 bullets. Sounds strong. But in fact, it consumes a lot of magic power and is not very powerful. It can even be said to be very weak. This is still compared to some ordinary magic spells, and it is completely incomparable to those like eating big melons. But against these spells that are not very lethal or even have no lethality at all, it is not that weak. Thousands of bullets fired. To set off, it all depends on other magic spells to set off. Condensed 3 consecutive volleys of 10,000 bullets. It's exactly what the Sorting Hat said. The magic power reserve is amazing. When Snape saw this, his tense body instantly relaxed, and he looked at Riels with some surprise. He knew that a salvo of bullets would have little lethality. In a sense, this spell was more suitable for performances and would not be used in general duels. It's not surprising that Riels can cast it. After spending so much time in Diagon Alley, it makes sense to learn some magic. What really surprised him was that Riel's magic hadn't dried up yet. Normally, a young wizard of this age would be able to gather more than a dozen, which is already the limit. Looking at Riels, who was still stress-free, Snape gently rubbed the wand a few times. Is it possible that he is really a genius? Thousands of bullets fired together is not a rare spell, and the little wizards here are not ordinary wizards either. Seeing that Riels could continuously condense canaries, the little snakes were stunned, and even Cassandra's eyes widened in surprise. At their age, the only thing that can widen the gap is the number of spells and proficiency in controlling them. I have never heard of a gap in magic power reserves. But Riels told them with facts. Not only can they widen the gap in these two things, but they can also widen the gap in magic power reserves. This is really a scorpion daddy. Snape is surprised plus 17, Pansy is happy plus 11, Cassandra is surprised plus 12. Others are shocked plus 67, jealous plus 45, and angry plus 124. Riels, whose emotional value surged again, raised the corners of his mouth, turned the wand a few times in his hand, and stopped condensing the canary. It's not that his magic power is insufficient, on the contrary, he has only lost less than half of his magic power now, so it won't be a problem to gather canaries 4 or 5 times. It's just not necessary because Malfoy and the others have already lost. Looking at the little snakes lying on the ground outside the circle, with expressions of disbelief on their faces, Riels mocked. That's it. I thought they were so strong and they were still fighting in a group. But you don't have to give in, it's only the first day of school, we still have plenty of time. Come back next time, I will let you have fun. What did he mean by these pictures? Pull hatred fiercely. What if he turns into a coward for these little snakes today? Will he still be able to increase his mood so happily in the future? Don't take advantage of their illness to kick them in the waist. Let them know that people's hearts are sinister and make them resentful and want revenge. Are you still waiting for him to take the initiative to provoke you in the future? If you give me a small reward, he won't do anything that reduces the price. He has some emotional value, so don't take it. Riels, you filthy mud. The furious Malfoy was about to curse when he saw Snape standing up from sitting on the sofa, his cold eyes falling directly on him. This look directly extinguished his anger and even made him shiver with cold. Malfoy showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Professor Snape, you know, I just said something indiscriminately. This was Snape, not only a famous master of potions in the wizarding world, but also a powerful wizard who even Lucius was afraid of. In addition, Snape is also the Dean of Slytherin. The combination of these identities means that he is destined to be unable to stand in front of Snape. He could guarantee that Snape would really beat him, a real beating, and maybe even have a mixed doubles match with Lucius. If his luck is even worse and his mother Narcissa comes, it will be a mixed bag of the three. He will be broken, he will be broken. Ah, he will die, he will definitely die, Snape said coldly. Mr. Malfoy, I hope this is the last time, otherwise I will have to talk to Lucius. Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief. I understand, Professor. Snape looked at him coldly, then turned to look at Riels. Mr. Thomas, the selection is not over yet. You have two opponents waiting for you. If you were facing a real enemy, your body and head would have been separated due to your stupid kung fu. Snape was surprised +12, Malfoy was jealous +14, Pansy was surprised +11, Cassandra was surprised +9, and the others were shocked +84. It's almost 2,000 and 5,000. Riels looked at his mood and raised his eyebrows happily. Professor Snape is right, but they are not my enemies and they won't be. As far as he is concerned, there are no enemies to speak of. There are only tool people who increase the emotional value, such as Malfoy, and have no nose. A little Lolita like Hermione Pansy prefers to talk about relationships. What relationships? Well, a friendship that hasn't gone bad yet, it's pure, at least it's still pure for now. Snape looked at him deeply and said coldly, I hope it won't be the case. Let the selection continue. Riels is not the first Muggle-born student to enter Slytherin. The last one who came in was also highly talented, also the best among his peers, and was even born as an orphan. But later, that person became a nightmare in the wizarding world, a dark lord that made people talk about it. The experiences of Riels and that man cannot be said to be similar, but they can only be said to be quite different. No one can guarantee that in an atmosphere like Slytherin's, another Dark Lord will not be created. That's one of the reasons why he doesn't want to see Riels pushed aside by others. In response to Snape's words, Riels smiled noncommittally and turned to look at the two little Lolita. I have said what I said, please don't hit me in the face. Okay, let's talk about it. Do you want to gang up on me alone, or should I challenge you two alone? To be honest, he was looking forward to Cassandra's strength. This little girl was definitely stronger than Malfoy. Cassandra is a truly talented woman. Not only is she highborn, she is also highly talented, and she also works hard, so her sense of arrogance is so natural. Pansy and Cassandra looked at each other, and the two little Lolita turned around and ran a few steps in the opposite direction in perfect agreement. They didn't hate each other. On the contrary, that look made them decide to cooperate and work together to defeat Riels. Assessing the situation and knowing how to unite those around you is what a standard Slytherin should learn. Pansy is dignified +9, Cassandra is expectant +10, others are nervous +33, and indignant +75. Riels glanced at the little snakes who were expecting him to lose quickly and curled his lips with some disdain. Stand at attention when being beaten. Incompetent rage is the most shameful behavior. Spread out and want to attack me from both sides. No matter which side I defend, there will be openings on the other side. It is indeed a good way. The fluorescent circle was so big that there wasn't much room for him to dodge, so he had no choice but to accept their attacks. But there was only one wand, and their spells came from different directions, so it would be difficult to resist them at the same time. Unless he has a defensive spell, this situation is very disadvantageous for him. Pansy and Cassandra didn't answer his words, they just looked at each other in the distance and raised their wands together. Petrify them all. Collapse. Two gray spells emitted from the tip of the wand and struck Riels from different directions. This scene made the little snakes watching the game very nervous, and they were all praying for an end to hit the target with one hit and eliminate Riels. There was nothing more unacceptable to them than having a Muggle-born wizard become the hidden prefect of Slytherin. This is nothing less than telling the entire wizarding world that pure-blood and mixed-blood wizards are no match for Muggle-born wizards. Although they didn't think Pansy and Cassandra could beat Riels, they had no choice now. Pansy is nervous +10, Cassandra is excited +10, Snape is curious +12, Malfoy is nervous +11, and everyone else is nervous +99. Riels didn't pay attention to the system's prompts, although the soaring emotional value made him very happy. He now wants to teach the two little Lolita a lesson, that is, there is no need to reason with those who are cheating. Riels waved his wand lightly, a salvo of 10,000 bullets. Dozens of canaries gathered at the top of the wand, and the next moment, they quickly rushed towards the unconscious place where Cassandra was released. Seeing this scene, Pansy and the little snakes watching the battle were overjoyed, thinking that their plan was successful. After all, Riels cast the spell and chose to resist being knocked unconscious, which was more likely to make him lose the ability to fight, instead of resisting all petrification. This shows that he has no way to escape, so he chooses to do this. Now that Riels chooses to block the fainting, he can only accept the petrification. As long as he accepts, the winner will be determined. The little snakes were so excited that they almost opened 2 bottles of red wine to celebrate. Snape also shook his head with regret. You are still a little younger. In fact, this situation is easy to solve. You just need to strike first and kill an enemy, and the potential for a pincer attack will naturally disappear. But Riels may have been too arrogant and missed the easiest way to break the game. Pansy is excited plus 11, Cassandra is happy plus 9, disappointed plus 6, Malfoy is proud plus 10, Snape is disappointed plus 17, others are excited plus 108. Tusk, isn't it a little too early to open the champagne before the outcome is decided? Riels chuckled lightly, turned the wand twice in his hand, and raised the wand high to make a swinging motion. Oolong came out of the holes. With this curse, Riels swung his wand and threw out the black snake manifested by the magic power. The black snake collided with all the petrified stones. The next moment, the black snake turned into a gray stone statue and fell straight to the ground. All the petrifications released by Pansy were successfully blocked. The smiles on the faces of the little snakes who saw this scene froze, and their expressions instantly darkened. To petrify everything, you only need to petrify living things, and they will dissipate on their own. If you petrify the black snake that came out of the cave, the petrification of everything will naturally disappear. Snape rubbed his wand and looked at Riels with some satisfaction. He is very satisfied with Riels' performance. He is talented and intelligent, and his magic power reserve is much higher than that of his peers. Judging from the few spells Riels has cast, he should be a very studious person. The only thing that dissatisfied him was Riels' character, which was too out of the box. This kind of person could easily break the rules and not follow them. Another very important point is that at such a young age, I have 2 little girls around me, and I don't know how carefree I will be in the future. But these shortcomings are not worth mentioning for those who have some points. No one is perfect. If it is too perfect, there will be problems. Overall, Snape is very satisfied with Riels, at least for now, but he is not sure what will happen in the future. Snape is satisfied plus 15, Pansy is panicked plus 12, Cassandra is solemn plus 13, Malfoy is angry plus 15, and others are worried plus 147. Approaching the 2,500 mark, Riels looked at the emotional value that was about to reach 2,500 and suddenly felt like crying. Who knows, my family, I have been practicing hard for 2.5 years, but I haven't made as much money in one day at Hogwarts. With a huge sum of money in his pocket, Riels straightened his back, raised his wand and said, "It's over." 10,000 bullets fired. It's the familiar canary again. I don't know if it's the first time I've seen it tonight. The little snakes are going numb. People of the same age can fire 2,000 bullets and then stop. Riels can fire so many times without getting tired. How can this compare? The little snakes looked at this scene numbly, ready to accept the result. The difference was too big, and this was not an unfair loss. Pansy, what are you doing in your days? Attack, what are you doing? What the hell is that Casson over there? You stay away, what are you doing? Malfoy's eyes were red, and he pretended to be crazy and yelled at Pansy and Cassandra. It doesn't matter if he can't be a hidden prefect, but he will never accept Riels being a hidden prefect, absolutely not. Riels is a filthy mudblood, a filthy mudblood. Malfoy's roar attracted everyone's attention and even made Pansy and Cassandra blush. Cassandra glanced at him coldly and said calmly, "I withdraw from the selection of hidden prefects." After saying that, without waiting for anyone to react, she crossed her arms and walked out of the fluorescent circle, not caring whether the flying canary would hurt her. In fact, she was right. After she said she would give up, the canary disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. In this regard, the little snakes were just sorry but not surprised. Preserving oneself wisely is also a quality that Slytherins admire highly. If one continues to fight even though he knows he cannot defeat him, then he is not a Slytherin but a Gryffindor. Only by protecting yourself can you have the opportunity to do what you want to do. If you can't protect yourself, how can you talk about a great cause? Malfoy shouted with a ferocious look on his face. Pansy. Come on, you are a noble pureblood. Are you still afraid of him, a muggle-born wizard? Are you going to admit defeat like this woman? Pansy Parkinson, think of the honor of the Parkinson family. As soon as these words came out, both the little snakes and Pansy's expressions changed drastically. Some things are fine without mentioning the family, but once the family is mentioned, the meaning completely changes. Malfoy's words were like putting Pansy on the fire, so that she could only advance but not retreat. Once she admits defeat, she will be trampling on the honor of the Parkinson family, but how can she be Riels' opponent in beating her? Mr. Malfoy, it seems that I really have to talk to Lucius and Narcissa. You really let me down. Snape stood up abruptly, looking directly at Malfoy with cold eyes, without any emotion in his voice. Malfoy was basically responsible for all the chaos in the hidden prefect selection, and now he even dared to use words to force others to fight to the death. It is hard to imagine that this is what the young master of the Malfoy family, one of the 28 pureblood families, can say. Me. Malfoy shrank his neck in fear and took a few steps back, stammering and unable to speak a word. In fact, he regretted it after he said it, but the anger had already gone to his head, and there was no use regretting it anymore. Malfoy grimaced and then looked sharply at Riels, the hatred in his eyes almost overflowing. It's all because of this mudblood, it's all this mudblood's fault. Malfoy was extremely angry and revealed the reward, 1,000 gold galleons. Pansy hesitates +9, Cassandra regrets +12, others are disappointed +101. Why another 1,000 gold galleons? Nothing exploded. Is this the young master of the Malfoy family? Haha. Riels complained a few words in his mind, and after seeing that his emotional value had exceeded 2,500, he felt happy again. As long as there is emotional value, who cares what Malfoy reveals? If it doesn't come out, won't he buy it? But Riels put away his wand, walked up to Pansy who was struggling, raised his hand, and killed this Lolita with a tap on the head. Why didn't I realize you were so stupid? This is just a selection of hidden prefects, not a duel for family glory. That idiot is so useless that he can only talk about being happy after being eliminated. Why do you even listen to his words? Why are you staring at me? Did I say something wrong? Pansy glared at Riels again, and seeing that he still had no self-awareness, she had no choice but to reach out and shake off the hand that was rubbing her head. Although Riel's hands were warm and comfortable to be rubbed by him, there were too many people here, so couldn't he pay more attention? Pansy thought of this and took a few steps back, pretending not to be familiar with Riels. I withdraw from the hidden prefect selection. Pansy, who was about to step out of the fluorescent circle, suddenly stopped and turned to Riels. Mr. Thomas, I'm not stupid. I will tell Hermione whatever you said to me today. I think she will help me get justice. After threatening Riels, Pansy walked out of the fluorescent circle with satisfaction, not forgetting to take a look at Malfoy on the way out. In this look, there was both disappointment and provocation for this friend who had grown up with him since childhood. Aren't you forcing me to fight to the death for the sake of family honor? I won't be fooled, so I will abstain in front of you. What can you do to me? Now that things have come to this point, there should be no little snake who would talk nonsense, and she doesn't feel that she has trampled on the honor of the Parkinson family. On the contrary, it was Draco Malfoy, whose appearance really damaged the honor of the Malfoy family. Gemma Farley waved her wand to disperse the fluorescent circle and said loudly, "The selection for the first-year hidden prefect is over, and Riels Thomas becomes the first-year hidden prefect. Your dormitory is in the second one in the corridor. Your luggage will be delivered to you by a house elf later." Pansy is happy +12, Cassandra is amused +9, Malfoy is angry +14, others are helpless +133. Riels touched his nose and raised his eyebrows happily. Today is really a fruitful day. Not only did he gain more than 2,000 emotional points, he also received rewards such as gold galleons, and he also successfully had an independent dormitory. This was just the beginning of school, and he didn't dare to think about how wonderful his life would be in the future. Riels was in a good mood, and his tone became much gentler. Senior Farley, you can just call me Riels, my friends all call me that. Gemma Farley was very grateful for Riels' kindness. She nodded and said, Junior Riels, you can also call me Gemma. Gemma's kindness +6, Pansy's anger +9. Riels glanced at Pansy not far away and shook his head in amusement. The feelings in youth are the purest. If you like it, you just like it, if you want it, you just want it, and if you are angry, you are angry. It will not be mixed with anything else, and you will not tolerate changes because of anything. Mr. Thomas, if you encounter management problems, you can ask Miss Farley for advice. She is your senior sister and has been a hidden prefect for 5 years. For Merlin's sake, you should seriously ask her for advice. After Snape finished speaking, he looked around at the little snakes again. They all lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look at him. It's getting late, let's all go and rest. I don't want to hear about Slytherin being deducted for anything tomorrow. Do you understand? Hearing this, the little snakes hurriedly said in unison, understood. Seeing this, Snape walked out of the common room quickly and resolutely, without even looking back. He now wants to go to Dumbledore and report about Riels. He does not want to lead Riels into the bottomless abyss due to wrong guidance. It wasn't until the door to the common room was closed for a while that the little snakes showed expressions of relief. Professor Snape's aura seems to be getting stronger again. I wonder which college will have a potions class tomorrow. I know their fate just by thinking about it. But how do I remember that potions class tomorrow is for first-year Slytherins and Gryffindors? Is it true? Are the unlucky ones around us? Oh, it's true, I will pray for them. The senior snakes all cast sympathetic glances at the first-year snakes. That's Professor Snape. Unlike other professors who only deduct points, he will not only deduct points, but also use words to severely degrade you. He will not let you go until he has devalued you so much that you doubt your life and feel that you are worthless. The little snakes, who were already angry because they were blasted by Riels and ridiculed by him, all turned pale at this time. Now they all have to think, will tonight be their last natural sleep? Hey, go to bed early. If you're scared at night, you can knock on my door, although I may not be able to open it. Pansy's anger plus 14. The little girl is not big and has a bad temper, but he likes her. Bedroom. The dormitory of the Hidden Superior is no different in size from an ordinary dormitory, except that there are no roommates. There is a large bed, desk, chair, and a rather small wardrobe in the bedroom. The overall color is gray-green, giving it a depressing feeling. Should I say it or not, Slytherin's aesthetics are almost tasteless. Looking at the dark green things around him, Riels felt a deep sense of malice. Is it true that if you want to live a decent life, you must have some green on your head? Forget it, let the house elves tidy up again tomorrow. Should I say it, this bed is quite soft and it's a double bed, which is a good comment. Riels rolled around on the bed, squinting his eyes in enjoyment, and then began to check today's harvest. Emotional value balance, 2,531. Woohoo, Riels sat up excitedly. I can be considered a rich W*** now. The system will open the mall for me. I want to spend money. 2,500 emotional points, which is neither too much nor too little, is almost the sum of his previous 2 years. But if we really talk about it, a better magic spell can cost tens of thousands of emotions, while ordinary magic spells need to be sold for a minimum of 1,000. I currently have no shortage of magic power. In terms of spells, what I lack are powerful spells, but I can't afford those spells. The same goes for other materials. I can't afford what I need and I don't need what I can afford. And these talents can all be revealed from others. Riels looked through them all and felt like he had nowhere to spend his money. His biggest shortcoming now is that he does not have a powerful spell, but he is not in a hurry to make up for this shortcoming. After all, there is no big danger in Hogwarts, and his current emotional value cannot buy a good spell. Thunderbolt explosions and magic spells such as Shen Feng Wu Wang and others require more than 5,000 emotion points. And even if you really buy it, there is no place to use it. You can't use it on the little snakes, right? He was a tool to increase the mood value, and his murderous intention was not that serious. What big mistake could he make if he couldn't make up for it by beating him 3 times a day? If there is, then simply letting them die would be an advantage for them. Riels frowned. System, do you have any recommendations? It is recommended that the host spends 2,500 emotion points to upgrade the system and unlock more functions. Note: after the system upgrade is completed, you will receive a generous upgrade gift package. Upgrade? The corners of Riel's mouth twitched a few times. He now seriously suspected that the system was trying to swallow his emotional value. But then I thought about it, the decision-making power was in his hands, and the system upgrade would only benefit him and not bring any harm. In line with the idea that if you get promoted early and get promoted late, you should enjoy it if you get promoted early and enjoy it early. Riels gritted his teeth and said, upgrade. If you cheat on my emotional value, don't even think about upgrading again in the future. Consumption of 2,500 emotional points, the system is being upgraded. Estimated upgrade completion, 24 hours. Note, you can obtain emotional points as usual during the upgrade, but you can no longer open the mall to purchase things. Looking at the double-digit emotional value and the 12-hour countdown, Riels lay down with an expressionless face and his heart was calm. In fact, he is very open-minded about this thing. System upgrades can bring him more benefits and will do him no harm at all. This emotional value must be spent, it's just a matter of time, so he won't feel so uncomfortable. The only thing that made him a little uncomfortable was the 24-hour countdown. It's all worth the emotion, but you didn't end it with the upgrade directly, and you made me wait to open the blind box, which is too much. Riels complained a few words about the system in his mind, then turned over and went to bed feeling very bachelor. If you have a bigger heart, you will sometimes have fewer worries, at least that's what he thinks. Principal room. Severus, for Merlin's sake, is there anything we can't talk about tomorrow? Dumbledore said with a tired face, you need to be more considerate of us elderly people. Who would be happy if they were sleeping soundly, only to be woken up by someone to talk about something? Anyway, he is not happy, well, very unhappy. Snape ignored his complaints and just frowned. Professor Dumbledore, have you checked the background of Riels Thomas? Is it really just an orphan from the Muggle world? Is it too much of a coincidence that he appears? Dumbledore pinched 2 strange-flavored beans and gave Snape a shout out of habit. After being ignored, he stuffed them into his mouth. It's so funny that you don't want to eat him. There really isn't anyone who understands him. Minerva took care of that child. Judging from the information, he is just an ordinary orphan, a little naughty at most. I know what you are thinking, but Severus, you need to know your current identity. You are a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin. You should teach those little wizards and show them the right path instead of doubting their identity. You are too vigilant. Dumbledore chewed the strange-flavored beans and said happily, "The chocolate flavor is just like the chocolate frog. It seems that my luck is still very good. To guide them to the right paths." Snape lowered his head slightly, his eyes full of confusion. "Professor Dumbledore, how did you guide that person back then? I don't mean anything else by asking this. It's just that Riels is very much like that person in terms of talent and background. You know who I'm talking about and what I mean. I want you to tell me how I can guide him to the right paths." At the end of the sentence, Snape lowered his head in a rare gesture, looking like he was asking for advice. His main reason for coming here tonight was to seek advice from Dumbledore. Hogwarts already had a Dark Lord, and he didn't want another one to appear in his hands. Dumbledore's breath froze, his smile became stiff, and he said in disbelief, "You said he is very similar to that person. How similar is it? They have the same origin as orphans, the same extremely high talents, and the same eagerness to learn. The only difference may be their personalities." Snape paused and continued, "He likes to play pranks and is extremely confident. He doesn't take purebloods seriously and he's a little precocious. I think he might be harder to guide than that guy, and I can't see through his mind or the point of what he's doing." Hearing this, Dumbledore was unusually silent, his expression gloomy and uncertain. Snape didn't bother him when he saw this, he just stood there quietly waiting for an answer. After the atmosphere was silent for a moment, Dumbledore raised his head and said seriously, "You should not guess his purpose, nor should you think about the meaning of what he did. You are his teacher, all you have to do is try your best to teach him the right things. This is your responsibility. Severus, you have to believe in yourself, and you have to believe in others, even if that person is still a child and has just met you. But you have to try to trust him and guide him as much as you can. I don't want you to follow my old path again." At the end of the sentence, Dumbledore couldn't hide the sadness in his eyes, and his whole person seemed to have suddenly aged several years. Snape was silent, quietly considering Dumbledore's words. After a moment, he turned and walked towards the door. "Professor Dumbledore, please rest first." Before Dumbledore could respond, he walked out of the headmaster's office resolutely and closed the door behind him. For a moment, only Dumbledore was left in the headmaster's office, and Fawkes, who was dozing with his butt propped up. Dumbledore stood up and walked to the window, looking at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. "He will be a good professor. I believe he won't go the way I did, and I believe that kid won't disappoint." Tiny murmurs echoed in the principal's office, but no one responded. Only Fawkes raised his eyelids, glanced at him, then turned around and continued to sleep. This old man has started to sleep again in the middle of the night. Will he let Phoenix have a good sleep? Early in the mornings. The Hogwarts banquet hall is also the dining hall, where the little wizards have their 3 daily meals. All you have to do is say what you want to eat, and a house elf will make it in a short time and then transfer it to the table through magic. In this regard, Riels just wanted to say, "The pig brains and roasted lamb kidneys I just ordered. Didn't I say they would be here in a while? Bad review." Pansy rolled her eyes at him speechlessly, picked up a chicken drumstick and stuffed it into his mouth. "I can't stop your mouth after eating. How come these things you want are available here? I've never heard of them, don't be too outrageous." Riels gnawed on the chicken leg nonchalantly. "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Didn't I just try it just in case it really does exist? Bring me 2 more chicken legs. I consumed too much last night and am very hungry now." In fact, he didn't have any hope. He hadn't eaten these things in almost 10 years, and the people here would not eat them. Unless that house elf has learned Huxia food, the elves may have never heard of the things he ordered. Pansy glared at him angrily, but still reached out and brought him 2 chicken drumsticks, and hand-delivered them to the young master who couldn't take care of himself. Pansy is speechless +11, Cassandra is funny +6. Today is another day full of energy. Riels was in a very happy mood after successfully getting off to a good start, and the chicken drumsticks in his mouth seemed to taste even better. Seeing Cassandra looking at him, he reached out the half-eaten chicken leg very enthusiastically. "Want a bite?" Cassandra ignored him, silently stood up, took the plate, and left. At the same time, she contributed more than 10 emotion points to Riels, which made him almost whistle with joy. There are 2 mobile emotional power banks around him, and by teasing and joking, he can gain emotional points that he could not even imagine in the past 2 years. Is there anything better than this? Pansy explained the class schedule to Riels while eating. Our first class is going to take Professor Flitwick's Charms class with Ravenclaw. He is also the Dean of Ravenclaw. I heard that he had won the duel competition before. The spells he taught were simple and terrifying, and his personality was very good as long as you didn't deliberately anger him. In the afternoon, we have a potions class with Gryffindor. Professor Snape is teaching. Riels gnawed on the chicken drumsticks, silently listened to Pansy's explanation, and was also thinking secretly. Flitwick knew that the only one who could compare to the champion of the dueling competition and the leading spell master in Hogwarts was Dumbledore. Of course, what we are talking about here is not strength, but the ability to know magic spells and the degree of proficiency in magic spells. Flitwick can be said to be a mobile encyclopedia of spells, which is one of the reasons why he became the headmaster of Ravenclaw. But he doesn't care about any of this. He only cares about what Flitwick can get out of him. If an existence of this level could explode something, it would most likely be a powerful magic spell or even a talent that would increase the magic spell. But the question now is, how can he make Flitwick's mood fluctuate violently? You can't just ride on the dragon's face and crazily increase his hatred value, right? This method can increase the enemy's emotional value, but for someone like Flitwick it doesn't work. The cost is not proportional to the gain, and Flitwick was a very respectable professor. In fact, most of the professors at Hogwarts were respectable, except for some temporary workers, you say, Professor Quirrell. After thinking for a moment, Riel's eyes lit up. Maybe I should try to convince him with knowledge. As the Dean of Ravenclaw, he should be very fond of the studious little wizard. Unfortunately, he has a photographic memory. During the half-year in Diagon Alley, I memorized all the first-grade courses. Isn't this a good student? After thinking of a way, Riels showed off 2 chicken legs again, and then walked into the spell classroom with Pansy when she looked at the rice bucket. It is worth mentioning that he had not seen the little angel Hermione all morning, and he could not find her even if he looked for her. But he wasn't worried. Nothing would happen to Hermione. It was most likely that she had already gone to the classroom. After all, it was Hermione. A true genius and very eager to learn, a standard 3-good student. Charms classroom. When Riels and Pansy arrived, there were already many people sitting in the classroom, including people from Ravenclaw and Slytherin. The former is studious and self-disciplined and has a strong desire for knowledge. In addition, this is their dean's class, so it is not unusual to arrive in the classroom early. The latter simply does not want to be compared. The Snake Academy must be strong throughout its life and cannot lose to other academies no matter what. It seems that we arrived very late, but it doesn't matter. Our good friend Cassandra has already reserved a seat for us. Look, Pansy, this is a good friend. It's not like you. I'd be disgusted if I asked you to help me get a chicken drumstick. Cassandra and Pansy looked at each other and chose to ignore Riels in perfect agreement. Riels sat between the two of them, and regardless of the fact that this was a table for 2, he was not angry when the 2 ignored him, but instead smiled. It doesn't matter if he ignores her, as long as he has a lot of emotion points. Just now, he showed more than 10 points of emotion points, so it's not for nothing that he shamelessly sits between these 2 people. How do you say that? A fish can't live without water, just like he can't live without these 2 little Lolita. What? Is this love story too greasy? Damn it, don't you feel greasy if you don't listen to love words? He was just stating the fact that the emotions of these 2 little Lolita were very explosive, and there were many explosive emotions. He still hopes to make a fortune from them and go straight to a well-off life. How can he leave? The class bell hasn't rang yet and Flitwick hasn't arrived yet, so Riels starts his career to increase his mood value again. The 2 little Lolita were embarrassed and angry. Several times they wanted to change positions, but he stopped them every time with excuses. The 2 little Lolita had no choice but to selectively ignore him and silently read the books in their hands. Then in the magic classroom, a scene appeared that frequently raised eyebrows. I saw a boy sitting between 2 stunning little Lolita, teasing them endlessly even if they didn't respond. Riels. Malfoy clenched his fists, his eyes were a little dark and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had not slept well last night. It was no wonder that he could sleep well. Those things that happened yesterday were a shame that he had never experienced before. But he experienced so many things at once yesterday. If he could still sleep, he would probably give up hope. Just wait, by noon I will wash away all the shame. As if he had thought of something, Malfoy smiled again, his eyes full of expectation. Malfoy's anger +10, anticipation +14, Pansy's shyness +9, and Cassandra's helplessness +8. Riels glanced sideways at Malfoy and ignored him. He was in a happy mood now, which was worth more than his emotional value. He was about to gain over 100 emotional points today. As the saying goes, Hogwarts is paradise. If someone can't say it well, he or she will be in a hurry. At this moment, the door to the cursed classroom was opened, and a short figure came out from the outside. Sorry kids, something happened on the way and I'm late. While saying apologetic words, Flitwick quickly walked to the podium and cast a spell to send himself to the podium to stand. This book will be on the shelves soon. I don't know how many readers are still reading it. The author is here to ask for some flowers, monthly votes, and evaluation votes. If any readers can send me some, I would be very grateful. Are there any readers out there who are reading this? Can you make a sound in the comment area?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.